Ez a 4. CPAC Hungary. A CPAC Hungary a patrióta, szuverenista és szabadságszerető erők legütősebb nemzetközi dzsemboria. Egy jobbos mozgalom, amely mára az antiglobalista erők globális fórumává vált. Ha tetszik ez a globalista libernyákoknak, ha nem.
CPAC Hungary konferencia zajlik.
CPAC-ről lesz szó.
CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right US Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Az egyik épületben épp a CPAC Hungary konferencia zajlik. A CPAC eredetileg az amerikai jobboldal éves nagygyűlése. 2022 óta azonban Magyarországon is megrendezik a kormányközeli alapjogokért központ szervezésében.
A CPAC Hungary az első perctől kezdve világossá tette, hogy mi mellett állunk ki. Isten, haza, család. Hiszen ez a hármas egység adja a civilizációnk alapját. Ez alapján kezdtünk el összeszerveződni, mert tudjuk, hogy együtt erő vagyunk, és csak együtt vagyunk erő. A tavalyi CPAC-et követően pedig a harcostársaink, Trumpék elkezdték a washingtoni mocsár lecsapolását. Brüsszelben pedig eljutottunk a kapukig. A csatát megnyertük, de a jövő még nem dőlt el, és a feladat nagyobb, mint valaha. A globalisták továbbra is jól szervezettek, a viharfelhők egyre csak sokasodnak nemzeteink, gyermekeink, biztonságunk és békénk felett. De mi a nyílt vízen sem ijedünk meg a vihartól, sőt, a hullámokat most kell meglovagolnunk. Mert ez igazából a változás szere. A patrióta cunami pedig innen Magyarországról fog kiindulni 2025-ben a CPAC Hungary. Igen, a patrióták kora elkezdődött. Köszöntjük vendégeinket!
Hungary! Buenos dias! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen! Jó napot kívánunk, hölgyeim és uraim! Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntjük Önöket itt Budapesten, a CPAC Hungaryn.
Megértem, Stefi, hogy itt spanyolul fogjuk levezényelni az egész napot, de aztán a magyar nyelvnél megnyugtattál. Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntök én is mindenkit itt a CPAC Hungaryn. Ez már a 4. alkalom, hogy Magyarországon találkoznak a világpatriótái.
Valóban, és hát ebben nagy szerepe van annak, hogy Magyarország már másfél évtizede a konzervatív élet központja, és itt ragadnám meg az alkalmat, hogy külön tisztelettel köszöntsem miniszterelnök urakat, elnök urakat, igazgató urakat, püspök urat, hazai és külföldi előadóinkat, és természetesen minden kedves meghívott vendégünket.
Illetve köszöntjük azokat is, akik online, illetve a televízió készülékeken keresztül nézik a CPAC Hungaryt. Külön kiemelném, hogyha ennyit megengedsz, Stefi, hogy kicsit hazabeszéljek, hogy külön köszöntsem azokat, akik a Patrióta YouTube csatornán követik az eseményeket, ugyanis a Patrióta YouTube csatorna a CPAC Hungary partnere, mind a 2 napot élőben követhetik kiváló műsorvezető kollégáinkkal, illetve kiváló szakértőkkel. Óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy idén is mi lehetünk itt, Stefi, mi lehetünk a CPAC Hungary házigazdái. Meg is ragadnám az alkalmat, hogy bemutassam műsorvezető társamat, Déri Stefit, a Megafon politikai véleményvezérét.
Köszönöm szépen, Dani. És hát aki ebben partnerem a műsorvezetésben most már 4. éve, az természetesen nem más, mint Bohár Dániel, a Megafon riportere.
Köszönöm szépen, köszönöm. A CPAC Hungary idei mottója: eljött a patrióták kora. Donald Trump győzelme és az európai jobboldal felemelkedése bizony elhozta a patrióták korát a nyugati civilizációban. És ennek az erőközpontja most itt van a 2025-ös CPAC Hungaryn.
És hát ez nem véletlen, hiszen a viharos történelmi időkben a hazaszeretet talán nagyobb érték, mint bármikor valaha, és ebben a szellemben szervezte meg az Alapjogokért Központ az idei CPAC-et.
Tavaly azt mondtuk, hogy a CPAC Hungary, de javíts ki, hogyha rosszul emlékszem, az Atlanti-óceán két oldalán található szuverenista erők motorja, aminek fontos szerepe van a globalista mélyállami mocsár lecsapolásában, mind Brüsszelben, mind Washingtonban. Amerikában ez elkezdődött, és elég jól is halad.
Jól emlékszel, Dani, Brüsszelben viszont még lesz dolgunk, amihez természetesen erő is kell, és hát mi keresztények egy nálunk hatalmasabb erő segítségét is szoktuk kérni erőfeszítéseinkhez, úgyhogy én most tisztelettel felkérem Kis Rigó Lászlót, a Szeged-Csanádi Egyházmegye püspökét, hogy kérje Isten áldását a CPAC Hungary résztvevőire és támogatóira.
Részlet Máté evangéliumából. Aki hallgatja szavamat, és tettekre is váltja, az okos emberhez hasonló, aki sziklára építette a házat. Szakadt az ápor, ömlött az ár, süvített a szél, és neki zúdult a háznak, de nem dőlt össze, mert sziklára épült. Aki hallgatja ugyan tanításomat, de nem váltja tettekre, bolond emberhez hasonlít, aki házát homokra építette. Szakadt az ápor, ömlött az ár, süvített a szél, és neki zúdult a háznak, az összedőlt, és romhalmaz lett belőle. Jézus 2000 éves hasonlata ma is érthető és érvényes. Hatékonyan és értelmesen építkezni, közösséget, társadalmat, jövőt építeni csak szilárd, biztos alapra lehet. Biztos alap az örök egyetemes értékek, az emberi élet, az emberi személy méltósága, a család, a nemzet, a férfi és a nő életszövetsége, a házasság, a becsületes munka, az igazságos béke, a józan ész, a társadalmi szolidaritás. Ezeket az értékeket nem bármilyen uralkodó, nem az akármilyen jelzővel ellátott demokrácia felkent gurui, hanem a Teremtő Isten határozta meg. Ezeket az értékeket meg lehet tagadni, bármi mással föl lehet cserélni, csak akkor az építmény romhalmazzá válik, mert fizikai és szellemi viharok dúlnak napjainkban is. Ha pedig összefogunk értékeink, közös értékeink alapján, akkor hatékonyan tudjuk érvényesíteni saját jogos érdekeinket is. Ezekkel a gondolatokkal kérjük a mindenható Istent, az örök értékeket teremtő Atyát, a mindannyiunkkal szolidaritást vállaló Fiút, és az értelmünket megvilágosító Szentlelket, áldja meg a konferencia minden résztvevőjét, hogy mindannyian gazdagodjunk közös értékeinkben és erőt adó közösségi élményekben. Amen.
Most pedig arra kérek mindenkit, hogy álljunk fel és énekeljük el együtt a magyar himnuszt Vadkerti Imre előadásában.
Isten áld meg a magyar, jó kedvel, bőséggel, nyújts feléje védőkart, ha küzd ellenséggel. Bal sors, akit régen tép, hoz rá vég esztendőt, megbűnhödte már e nép a múltat s jövendőt.
És most jöjjön az amerikai himnusz Miklósa Erika előadásában.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars to the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets through the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Imre, Erika, nagyon szépen köszönjük a himnuszok előadását. A CPAC Hungary nem más, mint kiállás. Kiállás az Isten, a haza és a család mellett. Hiszen erre a hármas egységre óriási szükség van a változó világban.
Most egy olyan korszakváltás zajlik, ami átrendezi az egész világot, és a nyugat évszázadok óta tartó erős vezető szerepe meginogni látszik, és az a hazafias szellem, ami korábban erősített bennünket, az mára, mintha már úgy megkapott volna, és a helyét egyfajta internacionalista gondolkodás vette volna át.
Viszont azért azt látjuk, hogy ezzel ellen egyre többen fellázadnak. Eljött a patrióták kora.
Így igaz. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, a CPAC Hungary, ami konzervatív rendezvényünk, nem valósulhatott volna meg az Alapjogokért Központ és az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió közös szervezése nélkül, és az sem véletlen, hogy most már 4. alkalommal itt Budapesten szervezik meg a találkozót. Az Alapjogokért Központ főigazgatója úgy fogalmaz, Célunk a CPAC Hungary-vel, hogy az európai, az amerikai és a világ többi részének patrióta hullámai Budapesten érjenek össze. Innen induljon el a patrióták kora. Azért kell győznünk itthon is a 2026-os választásokon, hogy harcolhassunk, és nem is valami megfoghatatlan, magasztos eszméért, de a gyermekeink, a családunk biztonságáért és békéért. Hölgyeim és uraim, most kérem, hogy fogadják nagyon nagy szeretettel az Alapjogokért Központ főigazgatóját, a színpadon Szántó Miklós.
Szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit a negyedik, de az első olyan CPAC Hungaryn, amelynek során már Donald J. Trumpnak hívják az Amerikai Egyesült Államok elnökét. Kedves patrióták, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, egy kis ugrás vissza az időbe. 36 évvel ezelőtt itt ezen a színpadon jelentette be Horn Gyula, hogy az MSZNP elhagyja a munkás kitételt, és azóta, hála jó Istennek, a választók is ugyanezt tették a párttal, és már az MSZP politikailag megszűnt létezni, ami, hogyha a szüleink, és legfőképpen a nagyszüleink sorsára gondolunk, azért valljuk be, igencsak jó hír. Igaz? De ma újra egy rendszerváltozás időszakát éljük, csak hogy ez most nem a régiónkra, hanem az egész világra vonatkozik. És ez a folyamat, ez azért is egyedi, mert egybeesik egy kulturális válsággal, amit mi itt jobb híján woke-őrületnek szoktunk nevezni, bár hát azért egyes részei igencsak ismerősek Marxtól vagy az Internacionáléból. És jól orront az a patrióta, aki a Spice-ban is új marxistákat szimatol, mert a globalisták is a nemzetek és az államok létére törnek. Tegnap még úgy énekelték, hogy nemzetközivé lesz a világ, ma ezt ugye úgy mondják, hogy egyre szorosabb uniós egység. De a kérdés valójában ugyanaz. Kié a főhatalom? A döntéshozatalt kiszervezik-e egy föderális szervezethez, nemzetközi hálózatok mondják ki a végső szót, vagy nemzeti szinten az állampolgárok dönthetnek arról, hogy merre az előre. A szuverenitás kérdés tehát demokrácia kérdés is egyben. Mert ha egy mély állami központban rögzítik előre, de végérvényesen, hogy mik a rendszabályok, migráció, gyermekvédelem, háború, vagy éppen egy önhibáján kívül megtámadott és agresszió áldozatává vált ország EU csatlakozása ügyében, akkor bizony teljesen felesleges a választási eljárások bonyolult, de demokratikus folyamata. És így gondolták ezt az amerikai demokraták is, amikor le akarták szedetni Donald Trumpot a szavazólapokról, és mikor törölni akarja politikai ellenfeleit, így jár el Brők Zéle is. Ne ijedjenek meg, én fordítok, ez Brüsszel óflamand elnevezése, és azt jelenti, hogy mocsár település. Nem hiába választották hát ezt a bürokraták, mikor a székhelyüket keresgélték. És bizony, ha valaki belép ebbe a mocsárba, akkor többet nem szabadul. Onnantól fogva a globalista mélyállam érdekeit fogja megvalósítani. A parancslista pedig igencsak hosszú. Multicégek és multikulti társadalmak, Queers for Palestine zászlóval a kezükben gyermekeket érzékenyítő szakállas nők, és egy minden porcikájában életellenes stratégia a Make War, Not Love jegyében. És bizony, hátsó szándékaikat már nem is igazán leplezik, ugyanis a nyílt műveletek korába léptünk, és Dél-Amerikától, Izraelen át, Európáig mindenhol megpróbálják leszedni a jelenlegi Fehérház harcostársait. És tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, kedves külföldi barátaink, egy ilyen harcostárs látja ma önöket vendégül, mi, a magyar patrióták. Viszont tapsoljunk meg magunkat. Viszont egy talán 1990 óta nem látott nemzetközi szolgálati játszma zajlik, külföldi erőközpontok a hazai komprádorai közreműködésével beavatkozási kísérleteket hajtanak végre annak érdekében, hogy aláássák az ország szuverenitását. Dezinformációs kampányokat indítanak, Brüsszelbe járnak hazát árulni, dicsőséget zengve egy másik országnak, és örömködnek, hogyha befagyasztják az uniós forrásokat. És mindezt azért, mert mi vagyunk a szálka a köröm alatt. Mi vagyunk a bot a küllők között, mi vagyunk az aj a felhajtott kupában. Mi komolyan gondoljuk azt, hogy Isten, haza, család, mi komolyan gondoljuk azt, hogy az unió célja a béke, és azt is, hogy csatlakozás címszóval ne importáljuk a háborút az Európai Unióba. És persze sikereink is vannak, gondoljunk csak a Fehérházra, vagy éppen a saját hazánkra, de ne feledjük, hogy a közvetlen körülmények megtévesztőek is lehetnek. Tűnhet úgy, tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, hogy itt-ott kormányon vagyunk, de hogyha a korszellemet, a nyugati korszellemet nézem, akkor a globalizmus a rendszer, a nyílt társadalom az elit, Brüsszel a mélyállam, és mi vagyunk az ellenzék, mi vagyunk a lázadás, mi vagyunk az ellenforradalom. És mi vagyunk a trumpizmus természetes szövetségesei, nem a brüsszeli elit, nem az Európai Néppárt, akik már rosszabbak, mint a washingtoni rhinók. Magyarországon például egy hol csillagos, hol sávos, kék-sárga zászlóba burkolózó kettős ügynököt támogatnak, miközben ugyanők minden eszközzel üldözik a barátainkat Varsóban, Bécsben, Berlinben vagy Párizsban. És persze nyilván ezért is érezzük itt Európában sokszor úgy, hogy a nehézségek egyre csak tornyosulnak. De a csúcsra is csak úgy érhetünk fel, ha elénk jön egy hegy. És mi azt akarjuk, hogy a csúcshódítás innen, a CPAC Hungaryről induljon el, hogy itt érjenek össze az óceán két oldaláról a józanész hullámai, és György, Alex, Ursula, Manfred, Volodymyr és hazai kis barátaik őszinte sajnálatára együtt hozzuk el a patrióták korát. Hajrá, patrióták! Isten áldja önöket! Dicsőség Magyarországnak!
Miklós, nagyon szépen köszönjük a köszöntő beszédet és a CPAC Hungary megszervezésében vállalt óriási munkát, illetve le a kalappal az Alapjogokért Központ minden munkatársa előtt. A rendezvény sikere azonban kettőn áll, ugyanis nem lennénk itt negyedszerre, ha az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió nem indította volna útjára a CPAC-et. Megkérem Matt Schleppet, az Amerikai Konzervatív Unió elnökét, hogy tartsa meg köszöntő beszédét.
Hello, Hungary. I feel like I'm home. 4 years. What a journey it's been. I'm so happy. Mostly I'm so happy because I've spent 4 years being so sad. You might have read about this terrible thing that went on in America. We've never had a communist dictatorship, but it felt like we had one. It started with the presidency of Barack Obama, where all of us were made to feel ashamed if we thought that what was coming out of the White House just wasn't consistent with being an American. As soon as we criticized Barack Obama, we were smeared with this title, racist, and it just got started from there. After 8 years of Obama, our country was broken. Our spirit was broken. We didn't know anymore who we were, why we could be great. And then a man came down an escalator in a big tower that was emblazoned with his name. I had had this great opportunity to meet him before that moment. He was this man I had seen in movies, had read stories about, had lots of money, had a brash way about him. And I told him the story of CPAC. I was just becoming the chairman of CPAC. And President Trump, then just Donald Trump, did something very strange for a politician, because he wasn't a politician. He asked more questions than gave answers. And when I gave answers to his questions, he asked very difficult follow-up questions. He was studying in intricate detail what it would take to build the next version of a skyscraper, this version of Trump as America's president. It seemed like a crazy idea at the time. I remember walking away from that meeting thinking, he's really smart, a lot smarter than me. He's got great courage, but would the American people accept an outsider? They never had before. And sadly, one of the reasons why we accepted the outsider is because we were so broken. We were so broken that we didn't want to turn to politicians for answers. And Donald Trump became president, and CPAC was there with him every step of the way. We defended him on all the left-wing media. We normalized this idea, started by Prime Minister Viktor Orban, that a country should control its immigration. Believe it or not, in America, that was considered a racist idea. Control your immigration? Everybody should be able to walk in the front door as if they owned the house. And Donald Trump changed that in our country. And he did it in the nick of time. If he hadn't done it then, I don't even know where we would be in our big cities, which are so broken already. And Donald Trump did something else. He normalized this idea, and CPAC helped him. We normalized this idea, it's okay to be America first. It's okay. Miklos said it in the theme, right? Fatherland. That's sovereignty. That means we're for America. Viktor Orban and all of you are for Hungary. We want you to succeed, and you want us to succeed. It's a mutual admiration society. What do the globalists want to do? They want to get between you and your government and blackmail your government into doing what the elites want. And that had already happened in America, and Donald Trump reversed it. We reimagined this idea of American exceptionalism. We were told that American exceptionalism meant that you were a bigot, that you thought America was better than everybody else, with an implicit slur that that's because America's roots were inherently European. Over time, people began to realize that a world without a strong America, that's not a good place. That's not a safe place. 4 years of Joe Biden, 2 wars, a broken American economy, in many ways because of a broken American economy, a broken world economy, the effects you're feeling here and all over the globe, that is because of failed leadership coming out of the United States of America, which, whether Americans like it or not, we have an outsized role to play in all these questions of world security and the world economy. 4 years of Joe Biden brought us right back to where we were, broken, angry, mad at each other. And Donald Trump was sitting down in Mar-a-Lago, and I asked him a question during those out years. And I said, why would you ever want to do this all over again? And he said, I don't think our country can survive if it stays on this path. And he was right. You know, I wouldn't consider Donald Trump a churched man, but God has his hand on his shoulder, I think both shoulders. He's put on this earth to do something great. In making America great, he's giving all of us hope, all of us who love freedom, all over the world. We were just in Poland, where they have an important election on Sunday, and the people of Poland are worried. There was an important election in so many of these important countries. People are worried. The entire globe is on a knife's edge. Will we embrace freedom, or will we fall into the tyranny that comes from the globalists? You know the story of America. You know the story of what the left has done, taken over social media, taken over media, taken over our courts. It's a very demoralizing thing to know that if you have the values enshrined by CPAC, that they lie about you in the media, that you can't win in the courtrooms in America, in our major cities, that they've convinced your children and your grandchildren to hate you, to think that your country's an evil and bad place, a malign influence on the world. This was the America of Joe Biden. And sadly, it actually wasn't the America of Joe Biden, because Joe Biden wasn't even really there. It was the America of those people behind the power, who wield the real power. A sinister and villainous overtaking coup of a free country, dictating policies that created such misery. And so with the victory of Donald J. Trump, a victory that the people of CPAC feel in their hearts because they stood by President Trump in 2015 and 2016 through his first term, through the 4 years that he was out of power. And then you have this conversation in democracies. The Republican Party in our country was trying to determine whether Donald Trump was yesterday's news or tomorrow's promise. And too many said, yesterday's news. Can't win, too old, made too many people upset. But the people of CPAC said, those are the reasons we love him. He makes all the right people upset. He makes them sweat. And Donald Trump decided to run, became our president. And now you're seeing activity and action and decision-making like we've never seen before. And so I say to your brave, strategic, critical Prime Minister Orban, there's a new breeze blowing. And that breeze, right, is at our backs, and we're going forward. And it's making a huge impact. I know that when the war started with Ukraine, your Prime Minister was on the case from the first second go, trying quietly to use diplomacy to get to a ceasefire, to get to peace, to get to at least a normalized economic situation. The moralizers in America want to determine who are the good guys and the bad guys, and they've been doing that for 50 years. Sometimes they get it right. A lot of times they get it wrong. But mostly, they try to deceive the American people about why we should do something around the globe. It's important for America to be more humble and to listen to the people that have to bear the effects of wars and conflicts. And I believe that peace is possible. I believe that peace is possible because people need to do things like raise their families, run their businesses, be able to buy things, be able to have the energy they need to run their economy. I believe that what's happening in the Middle East is a terrible tragedy. I think this rise of anti-Semitism in America is a disgrace. It's coming from the belly of our universities, and it needs to stop. Donald Trump understands that. You don't have to like religious people. You can have your own relationship, whether good or bad, with God, who's your creator, whether you like it or not. He is your creator. In America, we call it freedom. You're allowed to have that freedom. By the way, that freedom exists for Christians, and it exists for Jews. It exists for everyone, but it absolutely exists for the people of the Bible. And so we all understand, you have a prime minister in Viktor Orban who stood up and said no. Sometimes it's a lonely, solo voice. No to the insanity of the woke ideology, of trying to push this idea of gender transition on our children, or this idea that families are no longer important for the raising of children, or this crazy idea that Hungarians shouldn't determine their own course, write their own constitution, and have their own ideas of what it means to make a strong Hungary. And in America, we have this unique leader from a larger country that's decided to be oftentimes a solo voice to stand up and say no and say yes to things that we need to have happen. And that's what you'll see coming from America for the next 4 years. And CPAC will play its appropriate role, which we've come to love, which is to do everything we can to help our president to make America great again. But CPAC's greater role, and a role that you all must participate in, is to make sure that these leaders, your leader Viktor Orban, our leader Donald Trump, the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and many others, these great leaders, our role is that when they stand up and they are alone and they are attacked and they are maligned and all the pressure is brought upon them, upon their spouses, upon their children, upon their families, upon their allies, upon their supporters, all the pressure, the lawfare, the lies, the charges of hatred, our job is to stand up for them. Our job is to help them pay their legal bills. Our job is to go on media and combat the lies, to fight, to fight, to fight. And we can have a lot of fun in making this fight, because I believe, humbly, that God's put us on this earth to fight for truth and to fight for a system of government that allows people to flourish, that allows people to live for a larger purpose than just their lives. And this is the calling of CPAC. It's our great honor to be back in Hungary, which is the most special of places where we have CPAC. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your commitment to freedom. And may God bless Hungary and its beautiful people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Köszönjük szépen Mr. Schleppnek. Hölgyeim és uraim, a szabadság sosem adja könnyen magát, főleg nem egy olyan régióban, ahol a nemzeti szuverenitásért folytatott küzdelem nem csak a történelem része, hanem a jelen kihívása is egyben. Most következő felszólalónk egy olyan ország vezetője, amely elkötelezett a hagyományos értékek, a család, a nemzeti identitás és a keresztény örökség mellett, még akkor is, hogyha ezért nagy árat kell fizetnie. Ő az, aki nem csak szavakkal, de tettekkel is kiáll országa szuverenitása, biztonsága és a demokrácia mellett. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Georgia miniszterelnöke, Irakli Kobakidze!
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Chairman of the CPAC Hungary, Mr. President of the CPAC, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to stand before you today here in Hungary, a country that has stood tall in defense of its sovereignty and identity. And everybody should praise the distinguished Prime Minister of Hungary, Mr. Viktor Orban, for his brave and uncompromised fight for Hungary's freedom and national interests. And we Georgians are particularly praising for him for his invaluable support to Georgia and our nation's national interests. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Orban. I bring you the voice of Georgia, a country that has stood firm at the crossroads of empires for over 3,000 years. A country that became one of the first Christian nations in the world. Georgia's soil has been tested by many wars and centuries of occupation, and yet we remain unbroken. We remain Georgian. We are proud of our Christianity, and we do our best to protect it, because we know when a nation loses its national identity and faith, it loses itself. Today, the West is at a crossroads, not just the political West, but the civilizational West, the West of Christian and democratic values. We are gathered here to defend our identity and our God-given right to be who we are. We Georgians are not in the position to be in conflict with the West, since we are part of the West, the real West. The West of freedom, faith, and family values, not that of the deep state who wants to turn the world into nothing and feel entitled to rule over everything. The true value-based West, our West, is still alive. It's alive in the countries like Hungary, and it lives in the hearts of millions across Europe and beyond who are tired of being told that loving their homeland is a crime. We are a European nation. Our history, our culture, our identity, they are all European. But European bureaucracy must recognize our right to sovereignty and democracy. Being pro-European should not mean being anti-Georgian. We believe in a Europe of nations with strong identity, and we proudly stand with those in Hungary and beyond who still hold that patriotism is a virtue, not a vice. Our commitment to European integration remains strong, but we will not sacrifice our dignity or sovereignty. We will not accept double standards, nor will we trade our identity for political favor. In this increasingly turbulent world, we are seeing something deeply disturbing: the rise of what we call liberal fascism, an aggressive and intolerant foreign-funded ideology and movement designed to weaken state and social institutions, fuel hatred in our societies, promote gender and LGBT propaganda, and dismantle the core foundations of our societies. It claims to defend rights, but tramples on the right of nations to chart their own development. It preaches tolerance, but tries to silence dissent. Over the past 3 years, the world has witnessed an awful tragedy in Ukraine. From the earliest days, our government warned the international community about the consequences. Sadly, those warnings were ignored. We in Georgia understand the price of war, and respectively, we understand the price of peace. That's why since 2012, we have done everything to keep peace in our country. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, we have resisted enormous pressure, both external and internal, from those who would see Georgia once again become a battlefield. We have chosen a different path. We have chosen peace over war and stability over instability. Our government will always stand on the side of peace. But peace is always vulnerable if it's not protected by truth. For years, powerful international media outlets have launched coordinated attacks on Georgia. In fact, their false narratives are designed to punish Georgia for refusing to be dragged into war, for choosing sovereignty, and for putting our national interests first. For years, Georgia has faced campaigns of manipulation by foreign-funded NGOs and media outlets that do not promote progress but seek to reshape our values. When Georgia recently introduced measures to protect our sovereignty and ensure NGO transparency, we were met with threats and sanctions just because we dare to say, let's protect Georgia and let Georgia decide. All of the above-mentioned worrisome developments, breach of world peace, interference in the internal affairs of other countries, struggle against their national and religious identity, gender and LGBT propaganda, attempts to undermine family values, global violation of the media freedom and censorship, liberal fascism, are being coordinated from a single center. We have been calling this center the Global War Party since 2022, while the new US administration calls it the Deep State. We are happy that the US President Trump and his administration have announced a fight against the Deep State. The infamous foreign intervention tools such as USAID and NET through which the deep state attempted to stage 4 revolutions in Georgia over the past 4 years, have been abolished. The new administration's statements and specific steps are really encouraging. However, this is not enough. It seems that the deep state is still deeply rooted in American and European bureaucracy, which is clearly evident from the specific steps taken against Georgia. A clear example of this was the 6 unjust resolutions adopted by the European Parliament against the Georgian people, as well as the so-called FRIEND Act, recently adopted by the US House of Representatives, which is no less unjust and presents an attack on the Georgian people. I hope that President Trump will successfully weaken the deep state, which will undoubtedly have a positive impact on the healing of both Georgia-US and Georgia-EU relations. We wish the new administration success in this very important fight. Finally, I would like to extend my best wishes to all leaders around the world who are standing firm against radical left liberalism and the influence of the deep state, those who continue to defend national sovereignty, traditional values, and the will of their people. God bless Hungary, God bless Georgia, and God bless the free world. Thank you so much.
Köszönjük, miniszterelnök úr. Dani, nagyon sokszor beszélünk mostanában arról, hogy az Egyesült Államokban végre eljött a konzervatív fordulat.
Ez érthető, hiszen az amerikaiaknak is elegük van a Vogue-ból, a migrációból és a háborúból.
Ennek a küzdelemnek az élharcosa az Egyesült Államokból küldött most nekünk egy exkluzív videót a CPAC Hungary-nek. Lássuk!
I want to congratulate Miklos Santo and Matt Schlapp on the great job you do with CPAC Hungary. You know how I feel about Hungary, and you know how I feel about CPAC. I really respect and love them both. I also want to pay a very special regard to the leader of Hungary, Viktor Orban, who's a great man and highly respected by everybody. He's done a brilliant job of leading, and he's a very, very special person. And as far as CPAC is concerned, all over the world, they're respected as an organization. They have conservative values, but the conservative values are very good values, and that I can tell you. They want strong borders, they want law and order, they want all of the things that you want. They feel strongly about the military. It's got to be fair, it's got to be just, it's got to be all of the things that you want to make a country great and to make your life great. So I just want to thank everybody, and again to Matt and Miklos and all of the people, all of my friends there. We appreciate you being there, and enjoy it. Enjoy your lives. I'll see you soon.
What a fantastic man! Annyira jó látni, hogy még Donald Trump is Magyarország mellett van.
És ha már Donald Trumpnál tartunk, a CPAC Hungary főszónoka volt az első kormányfő, aki már majdnem 10 éve kiállt Donald Trump mellett. Trump pedig a kampányában őt említette a legtöbbször pozitív példaként. Donald Trump tavaly novemberben ismét győzött. Ezzel Magyarországnak erős szövetségese lett nyugaton. A CPAC Hungary főszónoka vezetésével Európában szövetségre léptek a patrióták. A munka java azonban csak most jön. Újra nagyjá kell tenni a nyugatot. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Orbán Viktor, Magyarország miniszterelnöke.
Tavaly itt álltam, és azt mondtam, Donald Trump fogja megnyerni az amerikai választásokat. Megnyerte. Jövőre Magyarországon lesznek választások. Van-e több kérdés? Jó napot, barátaim, régi és új CPAC-esek, Isten hozta önöket, welcome back everyone. Nagyszerű társaságunk van az idén. Európában ma ennél jobb társaságot senki sem tudna összegyűjteni. Köszönöm, hogy együtt lehetünk. Ma itt vannak Európa legerősebb, patrióta, szuverenista politikai vezetői. Sőt, sokan itt vannak Amerikából is. A legkeményebb, a legelszántabb és a legtapasztaltabb vezetők. Olyanok, akik évtizedek óta küzdenek a nemzetközi politikában a hazájukért. Olyanok, akiket rengeteg támadás, durvaság és lejárató kampány támad meg. Olyanok vannak itt, akik tudják, hogy szenvedés nélkül nincs győzelem. Akik tudják, hogy a győzelemért nem csak meg kell dolgozni, de meg is kell érte szenvedni. Éppen úgy, ahogy Trump elnök úr példája mutatja. Az európai liberálisok és progresszívek a felét sem bírnák ki annak, amit a mi vezetőink elviseltek. Ők kibírták, talpon maradtak, ha kellett felálltak, és győztek. Az európai liberálisok fele ennyi támadástól sírva fakadnának, elszaladnának, és a progresszív újságírók szoknyája mögé bújnának. A mi vezetőink nem csak talpon maradtak, hanem fantasztikus dolgokat is véghez vittek a saját országaikban. Itt van barátunk Matchlap, aki az álhatatosság megtestesítője. Ő formált globális márkát a CPAC-ből. Ha ez a konferencia közeledik, a világ liberálisai mindenhol behúzzák fülüket és farkukat, és visszavonulót fújnak. Ő volt az, aki felismerte a Biden korszak idején, hogy a konzervatív szellemi megújulás forrásvidéke Közép-Európában van. Ő jött rá, hogy amit mi itt kicsiben, Magyarország méretben megcsinálunk, azt meg lehet csinálni nagyban, Amerikában is. Ő hozta Magyarországra a CPAC első európai gyűlését, neki és Szántó Miklós barátunknak köszönhetjük, hogy ma itt lehetünk. Köszönjük szépen! És itt van velünk Irakli Kobakidze, aki a nemzetközi patrióta mozgalom georgiai hőse. Megnyert egy választást az egész világ, az egész liberális világ ellenében. Lemosta a progresszíveket. Ilyen verést ritkán kapnak. És közben megcsinálta Európa legnagyobb gazdasági növekedését. És barátaim, mindezt úgy, hogy közben az országa 20%-a az orosz medve talpa alatt van. Nem engedte, hogy Brüsszel belepréselje őket a háborúba. Nem engedte, hogy ők legyenek a 2. számú Ukrajna. Micsoda győzelem, micsoda siker. Isten hozott, Irakli. És itt van a mi macedón hősünk, Krisztián Mickoszki. Úgy nyerte meg a választást, barátaim, hogy egész Brüsszel az ellenfelét támogatta. Ő a mi várkapitányunk, aki Európa déli határait védi a migráció ellen. Vivát Macedónia! És ma, hölgyeim és uraim, beszélni fog hozzánk Robert Fico miniszterelnök úr is. Ne feledjétek, ő közülünk a legkeményebb. 5 lövést kapott. Szinte kiuggatták. A felhervegelt, fellázított, liberális banda 5 golyót eresztett bele. És ma itt van velünk, harcol, mintha mi se történt volna. Ilyet még nem látott a világ. Ő Európa legnagyobb visszatérője, köszönjük Robert, hogy példát adsz nekünk. És itt van, jön majd Andrej Babis, Csehország volt, és leendő miniszterelnöke. Kedves Andrej, micsoda harcaink voltak évekig, hosszú éjszakában nyúlóan Brüsszelben. Az óriási többségben lévő migrációpárti miniszterelnökök ellen kellett harcolnunk. Andrzej, ma Magyarország egy migrációmentes övezet. Ez Andrej Babis nélkül nem sikerülhetett volna. Köszönjük és várunk vissza! És köszöntöm Santiago Abascalt, a mi spanyol hősünket. Barátaim, ma Spanyolországban kell elszenvednünk a legbrutálisabb elnyomást, igaz, a franciák és a németek se panaszkodhatnak. De ami Spanyolországban folyik, az példátlan. Ha fair verseny lenne, már régen a Vox vezetné Spanyolországot, és ez a pillanat már nincs messze, kedves Santiago, üdv kapitány! És azt kérem, barátaim, hogy öleljük kebrünkre Mateusz Morawieckit. Ő egy igazi csatatérről érkezett. Vasárnap elnökválasztás Lengyelországban. Éljen Navrocki. Ha tudni akarjátok, barátaim, ha tudni akarjátok, hogy milyen az igazi liberális demokrácia, akkor kérdezzétek meg őt. Lengyelországban hihetetlen dolgok történnek. Lábbal tipornak minden európai szabályt és minden alkotmányos elvet. És Brüsszel ezt tűri. Mit tűri? Támogatja. Micsoda szégyen. 35 éve vagyok az európai politikában, de ilyen szégyenteles dolgot, amit a lengyelekkel tesznek, amit a PiS-szel tesznek, még életemben nem láttam. A brüsszeli vezetésnek már csak ezért is távoznia kellene. Isten hozott, Mateusz. És itt van velünk Alice Weidel elnökasszony, aki a Szuverén Nemzetek Európája pártcsaládot képviseli. Elnökasszony, az ön látogatása nekünk különösen fontos. Mindannyian tudjuk, hogy a mi legfőbb brüsszeli ellenfelünk egy német, Herr Weber. Hungarofób, kicsinyes és bosszúálló. És nekünk magyaroknak jó látni, hogy vannak rendes németek, akik jobban szeretik a hazájukat, mint Brüsszelt. Isten hozta, elnök asszony. Barátom, és van egy harcosunk Ausztriából is, Herbert Kickl. Az ő meghívására Bécsben raktuk le a patrióták alapkövét, amire ez a nagyszerű párt azóta felépült. Ha lenne igazság, ma Ausztria kancellárját Herbert Kiklnek hívnák. Ő nyerte meg a választást, csak ellopták tőle a kancellárságot. Kedves Herbert, lehet, hogy a politika nem igazságos, nem mindig igazságos, de hidd el, van benne morális egyensúly. El fog jönni a te időd, és nagy ünnepséget csapunk majd Bécsben, amikor Ausztria visszatér a patrióta országok klubjába. Isten hozott! És van itt valahol egy ember közöttünk, aki Európa legbátrabb harcosa. Rendkívüli megpróbáltatásokat kell elviselnie. Sohasem beszél erről. Nem mondja, mert szerény, meg mert holland. Tudjátok, a hollandok azt hiszik, személyes érzelmekről beszélni valami illetlenség. A mi holland hősünk állandó életveszélyben, fenyegetések árnyékában él. Testőrök védik, nincs egy nyugodt pillanata, talán csak itt Magyarországon. A fanatikusok fekete listáján az első helyen áll, miközben saját baloldali progresszív honfitársaitól sem kap egy jó szót, csak támadásokat. Egy ember, aki nem panaszkodik, csak szolgál. Rendületlenül és tapottat sem hátrálva. Isten hozott, büszkék vagyunk rád, Geert Wilders. És vannak velünk franciák, izraeliek, közel-keleti keresztények, házelnök Paraguayból, Tony Abbott Ausztráliából, mind kiváló harcos és remek emberek. Titeket is köszöntelek, Isten hozott benneteket Magyarországon. Barátaim, micsoda változás egy év alatt. Valódi civilizációs fordulat. Donald Trump győzött, a Trump tornádó végig söpört a világon, és teljesen megváltoztatta. Visszaadta a reményt a világnak. Nem fulladunk bele a woke tengerbe. Nem lepnek el bennünket a migránsok. Ő visszaadta a normális élet reményét. Visszaadta a béke reményét. Sokan vannak, akik segítették őt. Gratulálunk azoknak, akik ott voltak a fantasztikus amerikai győzelemnél. Ez a nyugati világ valaha volt legnagyobb visszatérése. The one big beautiful comeback. És az micsoda pofon, kedves barátaim, micsoda pofon a baloldalnak, hogy nem csak visszatért, hanem azt csinálja, amit megígért a választóinak. Én is elhűlve nézem. Ilyet lehet. Ez nem csak Magyarországon lehetséges. Trump elnök első 100 napja igazi igazság szérum nem csak Amerikának, hanem az egész nyugati világnak. Illegálisan jöttél? Menjél haza. Eltörölte a gender rendeleteket. Száműzte a kritikai fajelméletet. Kitiltotta a woke ideológiát a hadseregből. Nekiesett a mélyállamnak. Leleplezte a globális, liberális hálózatot. Kiderült minden igaz, amit gondoltunk. Fedett ügynökök, árnyékintézmények, pénzmosógépezetek, politika és politikusok pénzelése idegen országban, így Magyarországon is. Itt áll előttünk meztelenül az egész soros birodalom, a király meztelen. Elég ronda látvány. Barátaim, a fény végre bevilágít a legsötétebb zugokba is. Van is riadt sipítozás, itt is, Magyarországon is. Itt az új törvény, aki politikával foglalkozik, nem fogadhat el pénzt külföldről. Ez ilyen egyszerű. És visszatért a béke reménye is. Reméljük, hamarosan nem kell naponta százaknak meghalniuk a frontvonalon. Reméljük, nem kell szétlőni városokat. És reméljük, hogy nem kell dollármilliárdokat beleölni egy megnyerhetetlen háborúba. Donald Trump győzelme és a liberálisok bukása olyan, mint egy álom. Az Egyesült Államok megmenekülhet. És visszatérhet az amerikai álom. De mi lesz velünk? Mi lesz az európaiak álmával? Nekünk is volt egy álmunk. A mi európai álmunk arról szólt, hogy ha mi európai népek összefogunk, akkor nem lesz többé háború. Akkor jólétben és biztonságban élhetünk. Dolgozzunk együtt. A szuverén államok fogjanak össze, és hozzuk létre a világ legbiztonságosabb és legfejlettebb kontinensét. Ez volna az Európai Unió, az európai integráció. De barátaim, ezt az álmot elrabolták. Brüsszel rabolta el. Kisiklatta a jövőnket. Az európai álom helyett ma egy rémálmot kapunk. Az európai emberek nem érzik magukat biztonságban a saját országukban, a saját városukban, a saját utcáikon. Idegenek lettek ott, ahol 20 éve még otthon voltak. Az egyszerű matematika, ellakják tőlük a városaikat. Ez nem integráció, ez szervezett népességcsere. Az európai jólét helyett tönkre mennek a vállalatok. 2-szer, 4-szer annyit fizetünk a villanyért és a gázért, mint az Egyesült Államokban. A Green Deal, a zöld átállás megöli a gazdaságainkat. Lassan egy paródiává válik. És most, amikor egy nehézsúlyú amerikai elnökkel kellene tárgyalni kereskedelemről és vámokról, kiderül, hogy nekünk csak pehely-súlyú vezetőink vannak. És oda az európai szabadság is. Európában eldurvultak a dolgok. A legdurvább hatalmi harc zajlik. Nem ismernek se Istent, se embert. Le Pent bírósági ítélettel zárják ki az elnökségi versenyből. Salvinit bíróság elé rángatják. Az AfD nemzetbiztonsági eljárás alatt áll. A patrióták rendezvényeit erőszakkal akadályozzák. Kommunista, baloldali verőlegények támadnak a jobboldaliakra. J.D. Vance-nak igaza van. Ma Európában nem kívülről fenyegetik a szabadságot, hanem belülről akarják megdönteni. És mindenki látja, hogy baj van. Az egész kóceráj inog és roskadozik. Változtatni kell, ez így nem mehet tovább. Ezt az ellenfeleink is tudják. Barátaim, 2 terv van az asztalon. Az egyik a liberális, a másik a patrióta terve Európának. A liberális terv a régi, kulturális alapzatú keresztény Európát meghaladottnak tartja. Túl akarnak rajta lépni. Évtizedek óta dolgoznak, hogy új identitást fabrikáljanak a kereszténység és a nemzet helyett. Először, jól emlékszem, a jóléttel jöttek. Ereszd el a hagyományaidat, és akkor Európa lesz a boldog és korlátlan fogyasztás világa. Aztán jött, ez nem vált be, aztán jött, hogy Európa lesz a befogadás kontinense. És oda jutottunk, hogy a belga-izraeli foci válogatott meccseit Brüsszel helyett Budapesten kellett megrendezni. És most Trump győzelme után itt az újabb ötlet. Európa a globális, liberális birodalom védő bástyája akar lenni. Amerikából a liberálisok Brüsszelbe menekülnek, Washington után Brüsszel az új Mekkájuk. Barátaim, de Brüsszellel még nem is az a legfőbb baj, hogy progresszív, liberális bürokraták uralják. A legfőbb baj az, hogy Brüsszel háborúpárti. Miközben az Egyesült Államok végre békepárti lett, Brüsszel beleragadt a háborúba. A liberális terv szerint Európát a háborúra hivatkozva centralizálni kell. Ha háború, akkor még több Brüsszel, még kevesebb szuverenitás. A liberális terv szerint Európának a háborúra hivatkozva új gazdasági modellt, egy háborús gazdasági modellt kell építenie. A háború az ő fejükben a gazdaság motorja. Közös eladósodás, központi irányítás és háborús kassa. Ennek a liberális tervnek a kulcsa Ukrajna. Az ukrán állam gyorsított Európai Uniós tagsága az alkalmas ürügy Európa háborús átszervezésére. A liberális terv egy háborús, centralizált és eladósodott Európához vezet, ahol nincs szabadság, de van engedelmesség. Na ez a baj Magyarországgal. A magyar szabadfajta szabadon tenyészik, és nehezen hajlik a térdünk. Engedelmesség és alávetés helyett inkább a saját feje után megy. Nekünk is van egy tervünk. Egy patrióta terv. Ez 4 pontból áll. Először is békét akarunk. Nem kell új keleti front, ezért nem kell Ukrajna Európai Uniós tagsága sem. Másodszor, szuverenitást akarunk. Nem akarunk közös adókat, nem akarunk közös hitelfelvételt, és nem akarunk központi gazdasági irányítást. És nem akarjuk, hogy a pénzünket egy harmadik ország háborújába küldjék. Harmadszor, meg kell védenünk a szabadságot. Vissza kell adni az embereknek a politika, a gondolkodás és a vélemény szabadságát. És negyedszer vissza akarjuk venni Európát a migránsoktól. Keresztény kultúrát akarunk, nemzeti alapon álló iskolákat, félelem nélküli utcákat és városnegyedeket. Büszkék akarunk lenni a nemzeteinkre. Ez a patrióta terv. Hölgyeim és uraim, kedves barátaim, az európai politika ma és még néhány évig arról szól, hogy melyik terv győz. Ezt a csatát először mindenkinek otthon kell megnyernie, és utána közösen Brüsszelben. A tavalyi európai parlamenti választás fényes siker volt. Ha összeadom a 3 jobboldali frakciót, nagyobbak vagyunk, mint az LPP. Persze a politika nem csak matematika, de a távlat világos. Összefogás kell lassan, lépésről lépésre, biztosan. Mire eljön a döntő csata ideje, egységesnek kell lennünk. De most először, kedves barátaim, mindenkinek otthon kell nyernie. A lengyeleknek, kedves Mateusz, most vasárnap. A cseheknek, kedves Andrej, ősszel. Nekünk jövő tavasszal, és aztán a franciáknak is, és akkor megvagyunk. Akkor kezdődhet Brüsszel visszavétele a patrióták kezébe. Ehhez szükségünk van Amerikára. Szükségünk van Trump elnök sikeres kormányzására. Szükséges az amerikai és a brüsszeli liberális összeesküvés, a transatlanti mélyállam szétbontása. Szükséges az amerikai liberális pénzcsapok elzárása, vagyis az európai és az amerikai patriótáknak szükségük van egymásra. A küldetés világos. A küldetés világos, a feladat nem bonyolult. Haza kell menni, és mindenkinek meg kell nyernie a maga választását. Csak győzni kell. A többi megy magától, mint a karikacsapás. Amerika után mi európaiak is visszavesszük az álmainkat, és el fogjuk foglalni Brüsszelt. Tegyük újra nagyjá Európát. Hajrá Magyarország, hajrá patrióták, Isten óvja Magyarországot!
Köszönjük szépen, miniszterelnök úr, nagyon szépen köszönjük, és tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, kérem, hogy maradjanak továbbra is velünk, hiszen egy rövid szünet után érkezik még a színpadra Andrej Babis, Miri Regev izraeli miniszter, de lesz Dave Rubin Report, Orbán Balázs is itt lesz velünk, sőt az amerikai veterán és kongresszusi képviselő is beszédet mond, aki szerint eljött az ideje, hogy az ukrán vezetés végre komolyan megkezdje a béketárgyalásokat. Most egy negyedórás kávészünet következik, frissüljenek fel, networköljenek, és várjuk Önöket vissza a CPAC Hungary színpadán.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we take a 15 minutes coffee break and we look forward to welcome you back with big names. Andrej Babis, Miri Regev, Dave Rubin, Balázs Orbán. See you soon. Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, kérem foglalják el ülőhelyeiket, illetve ha még nem jöttek vissza a rendezvényterembe, akkor kérem jöjjenek vissza a rendezvényterembe. Ugyanis érkezik a színpadra Andrej Babis, Miri Regev, izraeli miniszter, de lesz Dave Rubin Report, sőt az amerikai veterán és kongresszusi képviselő is beszédet mond, aki szerint eljött az ideje, hogy az ukrán vezetés komolyan megkezdje a béketárgyalásokat. Kérem, jöjjenek vissza a rendezvényterembe, és üljenek le. Nagyon szépen köszönöm. Folytatjuk.
Az erős vezetők békét teremtenek, a gyengék háborút indítanak. 3 éve élünk a háború árnyékában, miközben ezrek halnak meg Ukrajnában. A nyugati vezetők és brüsszeli politikusok inkább a konfliktus folytatásában voltak érdekeltek, mint a békében. Most pedig Ukrajna uniós csatlakozását sürgetik, figyelmen kívül hagyva a gazdasági és biztonsági következményeket. Magyarország ezzel szemben a béke pártján áll. Hiszünk benne, hogy egy erős, egységes Európa csak békére épülhet. Szerencsére az új amerikai vezetés is érti ezt. A béke hangja ma Donald Trump, nekünk pedig támogatnunk kell ebben.
szépen. Következő előadónk, aki jelenleg Csehország legnépszerűbb politikusa. Az ANO elnöke, a Patrióták Európáért egyik alapítója. Pragmatikus államférfi és a szuverén nemzeti politika bátor képviselője. Csehország egyik legsikeresebb üzletemberéből lett sikeres pártelnök, de volt miniszterelnök is. Ekkor bizonyította, hogy a nemzeti érdek mindig lehet az első helyen. Hölgyeim és uraim, fogadják nagy szeretettel Andrej Babist!
Jó reggelt, Magyarország! Jó reggelt, patrióta társaim! Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say what an honor and privilege is to speak to you here today in Budapest. CPAC Hungary is not just another political gathering. Since its first event in 2022, it has grown into a meeting point for a global revival. A global revival rooted in sovereignty, freedom, prosperity, security, and the renaissance of the Western civilization of both sides of the Atlantic. The theme of this year's conference, The Age of Patriots, couldn't be more timely. We are standing at the historic crossroads in a time marked by deep divisions and mounting tensions. The liberal global order is under strain. The elites who built and profited from this system now look on in disbelief, confusion, and anger at its falls apart. But they have only themselves to blame. They betrayed the citizens who trusted them. They turned their backs on the voters who put them in office. They eroded the very foundation that once made Europe proud, strong, and great. They wanted to replace the love of country with hollow globalism, bury common sense under endless layers of bureaucracy, replace centuries of tradition with social engineering, substitute natural population growth with mass migration, sacrifice prosperity for green ideology, limit free speech and freedom of information. It is ironic, since the European Union started as a noble vision, a promise of freedom, peace, and prosperity through cooperation among sovereign nations. It stood for free movement, open markets, and mutual respect. A union that celebrated the diversity of histories, languages, and cultures. A Europe that served its people, not ruled over them. Instead of partnership of free nations, the EU is becoming a machinery of centralization. Today, Brussels no longer listens. It commands. It doesn't reflect the will of nations. It overrides it. Instead of protecting freedom, the European institutions are regulating it out of existence. Instead of empowering citizens, they empower unelected bureaucrats and activist networks. The more diverse Europe becomes in voices, cultures, and opinion, the more the Commission strives to crush that diversity into the single ideological mold. National sovereignty is not seen as a virtue to protect, but as an obstacle to overcome. Democratic disagreement is slandered as populist or extremist. The message is clear: obey or be punished, and isolated. This is technocracy without a soul. Europe doesn't lack treaties, reports, or regulations. It lacks leadership. It lacks vision. It lacks courage. Let me give you 3 examples to illustrate what Europe has become. First, the Digital Service Act. Under the guise of fighting disinformation, it brings censorship in through the back door. Platforms are pressured to remove not just illegal content, but what Brussels calls harmful, vague, subjective terms that can mean anything and nothing. Under this law, dissent can become punishable offense. I never thought I would see the day when people in Europe are being investigated or even jailed for opinions expressed online. This isn't about safety, it's about silencing. Second, the Green Deal. What began as an environmental effort has morphed into top-down social experiment. Emissions rule that burden industry, small businesses, and even ordinary citizens and families. Bans that cripple the car industry, policies that hurt ordinary people while pretending to save the planet. While China expands its coal and nuclear power plants, we make ourselves poorer, imagining others will follow. This is not sustainability, it's economic self-sabotage, dressed up as an environmental virtue. Third, the Migration Pact. Solidarity, they call it, but real solidarity is voluntary. This is coercion. The pact imposes migrant quotas and fines on states that refuse to comply. It strips nations of the right to control their own borders. A loss of sovereignty, it treats migration not as a policy to be managed, but as a force to be accepted. But uncontrolled migration is not compassion, it's negligence. It undermines cohesion, public safety, and national identity. All of these points to deeper problem. The elites in Brussels have replaced merit with ideology. They have substituted freedom with surveillance. They have abandoned culture in favor of identity politics. They walk of value but undermine the very foundation of our civilization: family, community, tradition, faith. They no longer defend our heritage, they apologize for it. Instead of protecting Europe, they deconstruct it. This is why we need a renaissance, not just of policy, but of principle. We need a European Union that returns to its roots, a community of nations, not a supranational entity. A union that respects diversity rather than erasing it. A union where freedom means choice in markets, in speech, in daily life. We must reclaim Europe, not from outsiders, but from insiders who have forgotten that Europe is. Europe is not Brussels. It is Prague, Warsaw, Budapest, Rome, Paris, Madrid. It is the voices of citizens who want to be heard. It is the right of nations to govern themselves. It is the right of families to raise children without ideological interference. It is the right of individuals to speak, worship, and live without fear of punishment for having the wrong opinions. The age of patriots has begun, not because we want to divide Europe, but because we want to save it. We want a Europe where cooperation is voluntary, where leadership means accountability, where progress is grounded in reality, not ideological zealotry. Ladies and gentlemen, the tide is turning. We must stand firm. The challenges are great, but the cause is greater. It is the cause of freedom, of sovereignty, of family, of our future. So let us stand together as patriots. Let us fight for Europe our children deserve. And let us never forget a Europe that forgets its people is a Europe without future. Thank you.
Babisnak. Hölgyeim és uraim, következő felszólalónk héberül tart előadást. Kérem, használják a tolmácskészüléket. Izraeli előadónk pályafutását 3 erős alappillér határozza meg. A nacionalizmus, a hazafiság és az izraeli szuverenitás védelmének megingathatatlan képviselete. Egy olyan politikus, aki sosem hátrál meg, ha a nemzeti érdekekről van szó. Büszkén képviseli népét a Knessetben a Likud párt tagjaként, és jelenleg Izrael közlekedésért, infrastruktúráért és közlekedésbiztonságért felelős minisztere. A színpadon, hölgyeim és uraim, Miriam Regev miniszterasszony!
שלום לכולם, בוקר טוב. ראש ממשלת הונגריה, חברנו היקר של מדינת ישראל, ויקטור אורבן. פגשתי כאן קודם את ראש ממשלת גרוזיה, אירקלי קובאחיזדה. פגשתי כאן גם את ראש ממשלת צ'כיה לשעבר, אנדרי בביש, שאנחנו מאחלים לו בהצלחה גדולה בבחירות באמצע אוקטובר. נשיא סיפאק מאצ'לאף, נשיא סיפאק הונגריה מיקלוס סנטו, נשיא הפטריוטים סנטיאגו אבסקל, סגנית נשיאת הפטריוטים חברתי דוקטור קינגה גל, חבריי חברי הכנסת קלנר אריאל, חברים יקרים, מכובדיי כולם. בימים שבהם העולם מטלטל בין חושך לאור, אין דבר חשוב יותר מקשרים של חברות אמיצה בין מדינות. חברות שמבוססת לא רק על אינטרסים, אלא גם על ערכים, אומץ ועמידה איתנה. הונגריה, בראשותו של ויקטור אורבן, אינה בעלת ברית איתנה של מדינת ישראל, וביתר שאת מאז הטבח הנורא ב7 באוקטובר ומלחמת חרבות ברזל. כאשר הכריז בית הדין הפלילי הבינלאומי על צווי מעצר לראש הממשלה נתניהו, בודפשט הגיבה בפרישה מהארגון, ובמקביל אירחה את ראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו בהונגריה. אני מבקשת מעל במה זאת בשם העם בישראל להכיר תודה לראש ממשלת הונגריה ויקטור אורבן, לממשלת הונגריה ולכלל העם ההונגרי על כך. כפטריוטית ישראלית, כשרה בכירה וחברת הקבינט המדיני-ביטחוני בממשלת ישראל, היה לי חשוב לקחת חלק בכנס הזה, המהווה פלטפורמה חשובה למאבק נחרץ נגד אנטישמיות הגואה בכל העולם, נגד הטרור ונגד ציר הרשע שבראשו עומדת איראן. כאן בבודפשט היפהפייה ובכל רחבי הונגריה בראשותו של ויקטור אורבן, בני עמים מרגישים חופשי לשוחח בעברית, לא נאלצים להסתתר ולהסתיר סימנים יהודיים. לאור תחושת הביטחון הזו, הפכה בודפשט לאחד היעדים האירופאים המועדפים על תיירים ישראלים. יותר מ250,000 ישראלים מבקרים בהונגריה מדי שנה, אוכלים במסעדות כשרות, בבתי הכנסת מתפללים ונמצאים במרכזי תרבות. הונגריה, ידידה קרובה של ישראל, היא גם דורשת וגם מקיימת בעמידה הנחרצת במאבק באנטישמיות. כחלק משורה ארוכה של צעדים אסטרטגיים שאותם מוביל אורבן, מונה השר לענייני האיחוד האירופאי, ידידי דוקטור יאנוש בוקה, כשליח הרשמי של המדינה לצורך תיאום מאמצים לאומיים ובינלאומיים על מנת להיאבק באיומים אנטישמיים ההולכים ומתעצמים יד ביד עם תהליכים מואצים של חדירתו של האסלאם הקיצוני אליהם. רק לאחרונה התבשרנו על דוח חדש סודי שהוזמן על ידי ממשלת צרפת, המגלה נורות אדומות מעבבות באשר לעוצמת חדירתו של האסלאם הקיצוני לצרפת. לפי הדוח קיימת תוכנית גלובלית לעגן את משנתו של האסלאם הרדיקלי בחברה הצרפתית דרך חינוך מגיל צעיר, עזרה כלכלית לעניים ועמותות חינוך וספורט. קצרה ידו של החוק הצרפתי המפריד בין דת למדינה כדי להיאבק בתופעה מאפשרת להפיץ ולהטמיע את חוקי האסלאם הקיצוני ולהעצים את חדירתם המוסתרת לחברה הצרפתית. אני קוראת מעל במה זו לנשיא צרפת מקרון לפקוח את עיניו גם אל מול מצאיו של הדוח הזה המזהיר מפני השתלטות של האסלאם הקיצוני על צרפת וגם אל מול האנטישמיות המתגברת בצרפת. מקרון זכור, לא רק היהודים מאוימים על אדמת צרפת, אלא גם צרפת החופשית שחרדה על דקלה את הערכים חירות, שוויון ואחווה. לצערי האיחוד האירופי פעם אחר פעם פועל בהחלטות אנטישמיות ובסנקציות כנגד מדינת ישראל וכנגד מדינות נוספות באיחוד האירופאי. אנחנו חייבים להבין שיחד אנחנו חייבים לשנות את הקונספציה באיחוד האירופאי. זאת ההזדמנות להודות לדונלד טראמפ, נשיא ארצות הברית, המעצמה הגדולה ביותר ובעלת הברית הטובה ביותר של מדינת ישראל. דונלד טראמפ נאבק ביד קשה באנטישמיות הגואה בארצות הברית בכל התחומים, ובעת האחרונה נוקט צעדים חריפים כנגד אוניברסיטאות שהן מוסדות הדגל של האקדמיה האמריקאית. מאבקיהם באנטישמיות של הנשיא טראמפ, של ראש ממשלת הונגריה ומנהיגים נוספים ברחבי העולם חייבים לשמש דוגמה לכלל העולם החופשי. ציר האור חייב להתאגד נגד ציר הרשע. ציר התקווה חייב להתעצם אל מול ציר האופל. בראש ציר הרשע עומדת איראן, המהווה סיכון מרכזי לשלום בעולם. מתן אפשרות לאיראן לפתח נשק גרעיני משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. מדינת ישראל מתמודדת בשבע חזיתות מאז הטבח הנורא ב7 באוקטובר, טבח שבו נאנסו, נשרפו, נחטפו ונרצחו בני ובני עמנו, תינוקות, פעוטות, ילדים, נשים ואנשים בכל הגילים. בתי הצעירה מיכל הייתה במסיבת הנובה ותודה לשם היא ניצלה, אך לצערי חבריה נרצחו שם. באותו יום נורא שבו חגגנו את יום שמחת תורה נחטפו 251 אנשים, השבנו 197, אך עדיין 58 חטופים נמצאים בידי החמאס. אלה חלק מהתמונות של הילדים הקטנים, של התינוק ביבס ושל נשים ונערות שנחטפו ונרצחו על ידי ארגון החמאס. אנחנו מחויבים להחזיר את כל החטופים הביתה, חיים וחללים כאחד, ולהכניע את ארגון החמאס. החמאס לא יישאר בעזה. בהנהגתו של ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו חיסלנו את ראשי ארגוני הטרור של חיזבאללה וחמאס, נסראללה ויורשיו, יחיא ומוחמד סינואר ורבים מבכירי הארגונים הנפשעים הללו. יצאנו למתקפת ביפרים שהכריעה את האיום בלבנון, חוסל משטרו של הצורר בשאר אסד בסוריה, ואנו במאבק נחרץ מול כל הקמים עלינו לקלותנו. אתמול תקפנו פעם נוספת את החות'ים הנשלט בידי את החות'ים בצנעא בתימן, ארגון החות'ים הנשלט על ידי איראן. הם צריכים להבין שמי שלא יבין זאת בכוח, יבין זאת בעוד יותר כוח. וכפי שאמר ראש ממשלתנו נתניהו, החות'ים הם רק סימפטום. הכוח העיקרי שעומד מאחוריהם הוא איראן, והיא האחראית לתוקפנות היוצאת מתימן. איראן היא איום קיומי על העולם המערבי, על העולם החופשי, ועלינו להתאחד כולנו כדי לא לאפשר להם להגיע לפצצה גרעינית. אני רוצה להודות לכל מי שנמצא כאן בכנס החשוב הזה. ביחד אנו פועלים כדי לשמור על העולם החופשי, על כך שלכל אחד יש דעות משלו, ועלינו להביע אותם מתוך כבוד, מתוך אחווה ומתוך אהבה, לא מתוך שנאה ולא מתוך הסתה. שמעתי את נאומו של ויקטור אורבן ושמחתי לשמוע את הדברים המאוד ברורים שאומר ראש הממשלה כנגד האיחוד האירופאי, ויחד עם בעלת בריתנו ארצות הברית נפעל כדי לשמור על העולם כעולם חופשי ועולם משוחרר מדעות קדומות. בימים אלו העם היהודי עומד לפני חג מתן תורה, חג השבועות. זה החג שבו אנו בעצם שמחים עם ספר התורה, הספר התנ"ך, הספר העתיק ביותר. תורתנו הקדושה תמיד פעלה לפי מצפון מוסרי שהנחיל לעם היהודי לעולם כולו. אנו ממשיכים להכניס סיוע הומניטרי לתושבי עזה למרות שהם מריבים שם את חטופינו. אנו מושיטים את ידינו תמיד לשלום, אך מצד שני יד שנייה אוחזת בנשק כדי שבני האור יגברו תמיד על בני החושך. מכאן אני שולחת חיזוק למשפחות השכולות, למשפחות החטופים, לכל מי שנמצא באותם מקומות חשוכים, ומתפללת יחד עם כולנו שהאור ינצח. בנימה אישית ומקצועית, כשרת התחבורה של מדינת ישראל בימים לא פשוטים של מלחמה, אני מקפידה לשמור על שמיים פתוחים. צר לי שחלק מחברות התעופה החליטו לא לטוס לישראל. אין שום בעיה להגיע לישראל. ישראל היא מדינה חופשית, מדינה של שלום, מדינה שיודעת להגן על אזרחיה, ומדינה שיודעת להגן על התיירים שמגיעים ליהנות מיופייה של מדינת ישראל ומיופייה של ירושלים. אבל זו ההזדמנות להודות לחברת וויז ההונגרית על כך שהיא ממשיכה לטוס לישראל, והיא אפילו חושבת להקים בייס של החברה במדינת ישראל. לסיום אני רוצה להודות לחברתי דוקטור קינגה גל, שמהווה דוגמה לנשים רבות ופורצות דרך. אני פונה שוב מעל במה זאת לכלל העולם החופשי. יחד ניאבק באנטישמיות ובציר הרשע, יחד נעמוד ונפעל על פי המצפון האנושי המוסרי, ויחד נישא תפילה, עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום על כולנו. תודה רבה לכם.
Itt a patrióták kora. Ez pedig most annyira így van, hogy a következő percekben a Patrióták Európáért pártcsalád képviselői fognak arról beszélgetni, hogy milyen kihívásokkal kell megküzdeni nap mint nap Brüsszelben, hogyha valaki a nemzeti érdekeket akarja képviselni a globalistákkal szemben. Előtte azonban fogadják sok szeretettel a panelbeszélgetés moderátorát, Gál Kingát, a Fidesz külügyekért felelős alelnökét, európai parlamenti képviselőjét, a Patrióták Európai Pártcsalád alelnökét.
Kedves barátaim! Öröm számomra, hogy itt lehetek ma ennyi kiváló patrióta társaságában. Köszönet az Alapjogokért Központnak és Szántó Miklós főigazgatónak, Matchlepnek, hogy idén is megszervezték a CPAC Hungaryt, a konzervatívok legfontosabb seregszemléjét Európában. Soha ilyen pozitív, ilyen sokan együtt nem voltunk CPAC-ken az elmúlt 4 évben, mert olyan hátszelet adott nekünk a Donald Trump elnök győzelme. Közel 1 év telt el azóta, hogy a 3 pártvezető, Andrej Babiš, Herbert Kickl és Orbán Viktor a patrióta kiáltvány elfogadásával meghirdették az új politikai mozgalmunkat. Idézem, visszavesszük intézményeinket, és olyan irányba tereljük az európai politikát, amely a nemzeteinket és népeinket szolgálja. Előtérbe helyezzük a szuverenitást a federalizmussal szemben, a szabadságot a diktátumokkal szemben, és a békét, írja a kiáltvány. Ez a kiáltvány azóta a programja és politikai krédója a patrióta frakciónak és a patrióta pártcsaládnak. Büszkék lehetünk arra, amit az elmúlt 1 évben elértünk. Létrehoztuk az Európai Parlament 3. legnagyobb frakcióját, és megalapítottuk a patrióták pártját, melyet már a 13 ország 15 pártja alkot. És ez még csak a kezdet. Európa szerte egyre erősebbek vagyunk, ahogy ezt bizonyítják a patrióta pártok sikerei az EP választásokon és az azóta lezajlott nemzeti, regionális választásokon Európa szerte. Mindenhol megerősödtünk, és mindehez megérkezett a hátszél az Atlanti-óceán felől, nekünk fújó eres szelek jönnek, mióta Trump elnök vezeti Amerikát. Itthon Európában előbb francia, majd osztrák, FPÖ-s barátaink nyerték a parlamenti választást, és legerősebb párttá váltak, még akkor is, ha nem tudtak kormányt alakítani, mert nem engedték őket. Legutóbb pedig portugál szövetségeseink értek el történelmi sikereket. Ahogy csegás barátaink is fogalmaztak, ez azért sikerülhetett, mert a patrióták egész Európából mögöttük voltak. Innen is gratulálunk Ventura barátunknak és a Csegának Portugáliában. Lengyelországban büszkék vagyunk Baszák barátunk pártjának sikereihez, és most pedig szurkolunk a konzervatívoknak az elnökválasztás 2. fordulójában. És örülünk, hogy itt vannak velünk konzervatívok, itt van velünk Morawiecki, volt miniszterelnök úr, itt vannak velünk a szuverenisták vezetői, együtt egyre erősebbek vagyunk. A küldetésünk, hogy erőforrás legyünk pártjaink számára Brüsszelben és a belpolitikai csatatereken egyaránt, és hozzásegítsük ezeket a pártokat a választási győzelemhez. Ősszel Csehországon a sor. Sok sikert kívánok Andrej Babišnak és Ános barátainknak a cseh választásokon. Mi vagyunk a változás éllovasai Brüsszelben is. Mi vagyunk a von der Leyen bizottság és a brüsszeli globalista elit egyetlen valódi ellenzéke. Mi vagyunk az egyedüliek, akik kigerik mondani az igazságot, azt, amit az európai emberek gondolnak. Nemet mondunk az Európai Bizottság elhibázott politikáira, így az elhibázott migrációs paktumra, vagy a Green Dealre. Átláthatóságot és elszámoltathatóságot követelünk az európai intézményekben. Feltárjuk a magukat civil szervezetnek álcázó politikai aktivista hálózatok finanszírozását is, akik gyengítik a tagállamok határvédelmi erőfeszítéseit. A gazdák érdekei ellen dolgoznak, és demokratikusan megválasztott kormányokat támadnak. Nem fogjuk engedni, hogy Európában USAID 2.0 legyen. Megvédjük a nemzeti szuverenitást a brüsszeli centralista törekvésekkel szemben. Mielőbbi tűzszünetet és békét szorgalmazunk Ukrajnában. Rámutatunk Ukrajna gyorsított csatlakozásainak kockázatára, és csak mi Magyarországon kérdezzük meg az emberek véleményét erről, a mindannyiunk életét és Európa jövőjét meghatározó kérdésről. És mi vagyunk azok, akik a józan észt képviseljük a woke ideológiával szemben. Egyre erősebbek és szervezettebbek vagyunk, Ezért ellenfeleink félnek tőlünk, és mindenáron akar saját intézményes rendjüket, vagy virálságokat felhasználva el akarják hallgattatni a sikeres patrióta politikusokat, ahogy ez most Franciaországban történik Marine Le Pennel. De európai emberek millióit nem tudják elhallgattatni. Győzni fogunk, mert mi képviseljük a változást, amire az európai emberek vágynak, és amire Európának oly nagy szüksége van. Együtt újra a béke, a biztonság és a jólét otthonába tesszük Európát. A jövő a patriótáké, és ez a jövő 1 évvel ezelőtt elkezdődött. És engedjék meg, hogy angolra váltsak. And now let me welcome on the stage some of great friends from the Patriot group in the European Parliament, fellow Patriot fighters with whom we fight together in every day, big fights, day after the other. Harald Wilimski from the Austrian FPÖ, Andrej Knotek from Czech ANO, and Jorge Buxade from Spanish Vox. Thank you all for being here. Please. Harald, the Euro Commission and the left-wing majority in Brussels regularly attack member states that have right-wing sovereignist governments. They don't shy away from intervening in matters of national sovereignty or even elections. In Austria, many were hoping for a political turnout. The FPÖ came out as the strongest political force. However, it was eventually kept out of the government, to a large extent due to pressure coming from Brussels. How do you assess the situation in Austria, the future of patriotic forces, and the lack of respect for national sovereignty in Brussels? Harald.
First of all, you are completely right. This European Union and the European Parliament is a madhouse, and we really have to fight against it. Firstly, I want to say thank you very much for having us here, and this CPAC meeting is giving great positive energy to all of us. Secondly, I want to state that the speech of the Prime Minister was amazing. It was great. He really is not only a gentleman and a sir, he is a political leader that gives hope to all of us. And answering your question, I want to have a short throwback and that what happened last year. Last year in Austria, we had the European elections, and we as Austrian Freedom Party came in first. By the way, I was the front runner. It was big success for our party. It was great, and after that, we were able to introduce in Vienna our alliance, the Alliance of the Patriots, where it was introduced to the public by the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, by Mr. Babiš, and by the president of the Austrian Freedom Party, Herbert Kickl, and it really gave hope for all the European political issues. And after that, there took part in Austria the national elections, where our party president, Herbert Kickl, who also was the front runner for this election, came in even stronger than we came in at the European election. And a huge success, 29%. And after that, normally in Austria, if you came in first, you are given by the Austrian president a so-called mandate to form a coalition, to start negotiations about forming a coalition. And this Austrian president is something like an emperor. It's the Austrian system where the president is a relatively strong man after an election, because he can decide whom he will give a mandate to form a coalition and whom not. And he refused to give us the mandate to form a coalition. And in Austria, the Social Democrats, the Conservatives, by the way, in Austria, we do not have real conservatives. They are, like in the United States, rhinos. They are Republicans in name only. They are left guys. And the Austrian liberals. And those three, they failed in forming a government. And after that, we were given the mandate of forming and building a governmental coalition in Austria, but we realized after a couple of days, to answer your question, that the European system, Mr. Manfred Weber, all the influential European guys, they intervened, they called the Austrian president, they pressured the Austrian conservative parties not to go into coalition with us, and so nevertheless the Austrian Conservative Party stopped negotiations with us, and they set up a coalition between three loser parties, the Social Democrats, the Conservatives, and the Liberals. And how we, as alliance, not only in Austria, but as an international alliance, can look into a brighter future. So my personal point of view would be to focus on three pillars. The first pillar is to be strongly against illegal migration and also to fight the abuse of asylum. There is no need to give asylum to people from Arabia or Africa, firstly. Secondly, we should work on shifting back competences from the international level in Brussels back to the national level, to the houses of parliaments in our country, and even to strengthen direct democracy. And the third thing, and I also think we can agree on that, is to fight against that what we call in the European Union the Green Deal. From my personal point of view, I support Donald Trump. He's speaking about the green scam. To act against all these things, to strengthen Europe's industry, to strengthen mid and small-sized enterprises. That would be the future, to strengthen the whole continent, to give power not even to the continent as a whole, but to all the great states of this wonderful continent. And if we, as an alliance, follow this principle, I'm fully convinced that we will succeed, we will prevail, and we will be the future for our continent. And I am proud of being a very, very, very small part of this big alliance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Harald. Thank you for nice words. Big applause for Harald. Andre, over the recent years, the European Commission has made a series of faulty decisions. One notable example is the European Green Deal that has caused serious damage to the European economy, competitiveness, harming our farmers, manufacturers, and businesses. Very recently, it was revealed that the Commission has been funding political activist groups to push the Green Deal. What are patriots doing to uncover similar scandals in Brussels and to change the course of the harmful economic policies to boost the EU's competitiveness? Andrzej, please.
Thank you very much, Kinga, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Budapest. Hello, CPAC, and I'm really proud to be part of this community. Hello. Kinga, you have pointed a very important, huge thing. We are talking about approximately 7 billion euro that has been sent from the Brussels bureaucrats, from the European Commission, towards the non-government organizations. They have been paid from public money, and the European Commissions, the Brussels elites, they have created a network of NGOs that are activistic, that are political. They are paid from public money. They have huge access towards citizens, towards public, and they have no legitimacy. And they claim themselves to be like a civil society. But at the end, what they are doing, they are just defending the European Commission's wrong policy. Imagine we are talking about 7 billion euro. What infrastructure, hospitals, or support to young families could be. And here we can see the big hypocrisy of the corrupt Brussels elite. They create wrong policies in Green Deal, migration, or policies related to social engineering. And instead of correcting or repealing those legislation, they use public money to manipulate the public itself to maintain the support for their weird politics. And I would like to assure, on behalf of the Patriots Europe group, representing all of us, and all other conservative and sovereign forces in the Brussels, that we have not and we will not let that go. We raise questions. We have initiatives. For example, recently we have gathered enough signatures to have a special inquiry committee on transparency and accountability. Of course, a majority in European Parliament must vote in favor of this. We, as patriots and conservatives, sovereignists, we are ready. So, the name that has been spelled by Harald, Mr. Weber, and the EPP, that promised before the European elections to people that they will do changes, they will change Green Deal, they will change migration, and they will be transparent, they will have now to show whether they are able to deliver. We will see, I think next month, something like this, whether they will support our initiative. And also what we do, we inform people. We, as a patriots, we are doing our investigation how not only the money from European Commission, but also from third countries, USAID or Open Society funds or others, are being invested to manipulate public meanings towards specific political direction. And this is the reason why it's very useful that our Patriots for Europe here, and also our conservative forces. And one more element, if I may add, thanks to our strong programs, thanks to the fact that Patriots are more and more stronger during national, regional, and other elections. Yesterday, for example, we received a very positive message from Portugal. Second strongest political party is coming from the Patriots now in Portugal. We are making a pressure on those so-called EPP, People's Party, because always when we have our good proposal, they have to decide whether they support our proposal, and the proposal then has a good majority in the European Parliament and in Brussels, or they stick to the Brussels Hydra, the power they are used to, the corrupt power they are used to, which is the left, which is the ultra-green, and which is the Vogue. And of course, whatever they do wrong, we are here to expose them and to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrei. A big applause to Andrei Kotek. Thank you. Dear Jorge, what we face together, it's another failed policy of the European Commission, and it's the migration policy, the Migration Pact, which is not a solution, but it is the problem itself. It is further encouraging migration to Europe while we already have the crisis at the external borders, threatening the security of our citizens. As a notable example, the southern borders in Spain have been under severe pressure for years. What is your experience of the EU's failed migration policy in Spain, and what can patriots do to fight illegal migration?
Thank you, Kinga, for the question. It's my third CPAC Hungary, my first CPAC Hungary in English. I do apologize for my English. And let me begin with a clear idea. Hungary was right from the start. You saw the real threat of illegal immigration while other countries still sleeping. You acted strong, you acted fast, and now Hungary is one of the safest countries in Europe. I have come to Hungary many times, and every time I feel the same. Order, calm, safety. People walk peacefully. Children and families play in the parks. And it would be a tragedy if, for the European people, for the Hungarian people, if this ever change? Because in my home city, for example, Barcelona in Spain, or many other cities across Europe, things are very different. Let me tell you a personal question. When I was a child, when I was 11 or 12 years old, I used to play basketball in the public courts. All of us were neighbors. All of us met each other. We felt safe. We had fun. But when I go back to Barcelona during election campaigns, I do not recognize my city. I do not recognize my neighborhood. These public cards in the States are taken over by gangs, most of them violent gangs, most of them illegal migrants. And they are aggressive. They do not respect our people. They do not respect our countries. They do not respect our laws, our traditions. This is the real face of the illegal immigration in Spain and in many countries. And it is the most serious problem facing Europe, I think, socially. I want to be very clear about that. I don't like the word migrant. Birds migrate. Dolphins migrate. But human beings not migrate. This is not natural. This is not spontaneous. It's promoted and paid by the globalist elites and obviously directed, organized by mafias of human trafficking. These mafias make a lot of money with the human trafficking. These mafias make money turning Europe into chaos. And they have the help of NGOs, fake NGOs. These NGOs pretend to be humanitarian, but they are picking people at sea, they are guiding them to our coast, they are making a lot of money with this question. And what is doing the socialist government in Spain? Pues Pedro Sánchez, with the cooperation of the so-called opposition, Partido Popular, is going to legalize 800,000 illegal immigrants. They are going to amnesty 800,000 crimes against our borders. They began with 500,000, then 600,000, now 800,000. And what is doing European Commission? European Commission is attacking Orban, is attacking Hungary. The man who protects our borders, the man who defends Europe is attacked by European Commission. But Pedro Sánchez is protected by European Commission. And what is we can do? Well, we must say no, enough. They are importing security, they are importing Africa, they are importing Sharia, they are importing expenses, subsidies, taxes for Europeans. And the plan, first, support always those countries that protect Europe, Hungary, Italy, or the new governments in the future in Europe. Second, punish the governments and organizations that open the borders to the chaos. Third, destroy the mafias of human trafficking with weapons, with police, with army, with navy, with all our means. For prosecute NGOs and all these politicians that help them, and the most important decision, to start a massive program of massive deportations to their countries of origin. This is not ideology, this is common sense. We are not against helping people in real need. We are against importing chaos. We are against losing our identity, losing our Christian identity. We must protect our family, our children, our countries, our truth, our faith. This is our duty. Let me finish with a message of hope. We are not alone. We are many. We love our countries, and we will fight for our countries with trust and courage. Europe without fear is possible. And together, the patriots, we will make it happen. We make Europe great again. God, fatherland, and family. Thank you, Hungary.
Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. A big applause for Jorge. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge Buszade. Thank you, Ondrej Knotek. Thank you, Harald Wilimski. I'm proud to be colleagues and work and fight together in Brussels. And you can count on us. And on many of our colleagues who are sitting there in their chairs, you can count on the Patriots group in the European Parliament. Together, we will win. Together, we will bring the change. Thank you.
Az amerikai veterán és kongresszusi képviselő szerint is eljött az ideje, hogy az ukrán vezetés komolyan megkezdje a béketárgyalásokat. A politikus szerint Zelenszkij Fehérházban tett látogatása után egyértelművé vált, hogy Ukrajna is jobban járna egy olyan vezetővel, aki háborús törekvések helyett a békéről tárgyalna, és értékelni az Egyesült Államok törekvéseit. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Abe Hamadeh!
Wow, this is amazing, Hungary. It's good to be with you. You know, this time last year, believe it or not, I was labeled as one of the most dangerous candidates running for office by George Soros. Can you believe that? And in many ways, he was right. I'm dangerous because I'm a threat to their agenda. I'm a threat to their corruption, and I'm a threat to their power. We understand what the globalist agenda is. But in many ways, I'm a danger because I speak the truth and I don't fit their narrative. You see, I'm the son of immigrants, and they expect me to be a part of their woke ideology. But let me tell you, I'm a proud American who served my country in the military overseas and in the Middle East. And I served under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And I got to see firsthand what a difference in leadership looks like, what strong and weak leadership look like. Under President Trump, what we had was that our allies respected us and our enemies feared us. Under Joe Biden, we saw him alienate our allies and embolden our enemies. It's truly shocking, but in many ways, when I got back home from my overseas deployment, I no longer recognized America. And that's what prompted me to run for office. You know, when I got back home to America, it looked like another country. We had BLM flags. We had the LGBTQ agenda. We had the COVID. Remember the COVID times, the tyranny of COVID, what the medical community, the trust the scientist community did to us. And unfortunately, we had a wide open border, and we saw 20 million illegal immigrants cross our southern border in such a short amount of time under Joe Biden. And that's when I knew I had to run. Over the last 4 years, we were under attack by the same forces that threaten Europe today. If you look at what they did to President Trump, they tried to bankrupt him, they tried to jail him, and they even tried to kill him. But he came back triumphantly on November 5th. And now we are seeing them use the same playbook here in Europe. Look at what they're doing in France, and Germany, and Britain, and Brazil, and Korea even. This is a global war that we are fighting. And now they are targeting you. Now, I hope you understand that. Every single one of you here today is a threat, and you are a target. because they see you as a threat to democracy, as so they call it. They are targeting you because you are awake to what is happening. The global elites no longer have a monopoly on the media. And the reality is that those who claim to defend democracy the most are the biggest threat to democracy. They will go to whatever lengths to destroy it to advance their Marxist agenda. But so long as the people fight back, there is hope. Look what we witnessed in America. In November, if Kamala Harris won, America would not be the same. And we gave hope to the rest of the world that the people still have power and that we can reclaim our country. And that's what President Trump's victory represented. It wasn't just a victory for the United States, it was a victory for freedom-loving people all across the world. But if you look at and under President Trump's quick leadership, we are ushering in a new golden age. You see, in Congress right now, I'm leading the charge on election integrity. I know it better than most how corrupt elections can be in so-called democracies. When the leftists take control, they use every mechanism, every tool to solidify their power to crush their opposition. They hijack elections, they weaponize the rule of law, they flood our cities with crime and illegal immigration. And that is why it's imperative that we have free, fair, and honest elections. And if you see what's happening in Europe, those who are in charge of democracies and elections, they are going to be threatening right now the people. And we have to be cognizant and aware of what's happening. But as you can imagine, when I first entered Congress, I entered Congress just a few months ago. I go there, I'm walking through the halls of Congress, and if you look at the Democrats, the leftists over there, you see not just an American flag. What do you see now? You see the BLM posters. You see the LGBTQ flag all over the halls of Congress. It is truly shocking. And that is why I've led legislation to ban any flag that is not the United States of America's flag and our state flags in the halls of Congress. It's amazing that I even have to do this, but that's what the Marxist ideology is. They're trying to replace every nation. Another thing that happened when I first entered my office in Congress, I had these newspapers on my desk. Of course, we had the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, we had some other fake news newspapers. But what's shocking to me is we had the China Daily newspaper. I don't know if you've ever heard of the China Daily, but it is owned by the Communist Chinese Party. And I said to my staff, how is the Communist Chinese allowing to have their newspapers distributed to the members of Congress? So quickly, in 2 months, we were able to ban the China Daily newspaper in Congress because we know how the threat of the Communist Chinese is not just to America, but it's a global threat. But there's so much work that needs to be done. We have President Trump's back in Congress. He needs it. And here in Hungary, what an honor it is to have Prime Minister Viktor Orban here representing and leading this great country. In many ways, Hungary is the first and last line of defense for Europe. And that's a tall order for Hungary, isn't it? I mean, this is a nation of 10 million people taking on the mantle for freedom. And in so many ways has inspired movements all over Europe. And I give great credit for that. And why is that? It's because the history is written all over your buildings here. I had a chance to go to the House of Terror Museum, and I got to see firsthand where the Soviets, the Nazis, you look at throughout the history, the Mongolians, the Ottomans. Hungary has been defined by so many different competing interests, and yet it endures with the same traditions, values, and faith that the people are fighting for. Now, over the last 15 years, Viktor Orban has held firm for our shared values of truth, justice, tradition, and culture. And you've protected your borders at a great cost. I just discovered that you're being fined $1 million every single day to simply secure your borders. Isn't that shocking? But let me tell you, that price is worth it. Your safety, your identity, there is no price to pay for that. And in Arizona, where I represent, we border Mexico. We had to see the effects of illegal immigration on our southern border. They poured in fentanyl coming in from the communist Chinese, killing so many young people. We saw them taking so many jobs. We saw them being a burden on society. And look how fast President Trump was able to secure our southern border. 99% reduction in border crossings within the first few weeks of his presidency. Now, Europe must decide if the 21st century will be defined by Western values or dictated by the communists and Islamists. Hungary has a historic opportunity to reignite the flame of freedom on this continent. Some say Europe is lost. But so long as we have people like you fighting for truth, fighting for sovereignty, and fighting for justice, we have a chance. And if you don't fight back right here, right now, you will never get another opportunity. This war is a global war, and we need brave patriots like you to fight on all fronts to save Western civilization. So let it be said, when the history is written down, that Hungary led Europe's greatest comeback. And we can't do this on our own in America. America first doesn't mean America alone. Our freedoms are worth fighting for. So be honored. You know, some people might despair. They say, you know, there's a lot of bad things happening to us right now. But God placed us here on this earth at this moment for this exact reason. There's a reason why you're all here. Use that to inspire and motivate you every single day. And so long as we remain united in this fight, we will win. And we are with you now and forever. Thank you, CPAC. Thank you, Hungary. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Most egy híres amerikai műsorvezetővel, republikánus politikai kommentátorral folytatjuk. A népszerű és elismert Dave Rubinnal és a Dave Rubin Reporttal. Dave Rubin a rövid beszéde után Orbán Balázssal, a miniszterelnök politikai igazgatójával beszélget majd. Fogadják sok szeretettel!
Thank you. It is wonderful to be here at CPAC Hungary. I must say that I watched the opening video intro of some of the mainstream media coverage of this event. And first, a very warm welcome to all of you right-wing extremists. It's great to be here with you. Very exciting. And if you guys are right-wing extremists, I think the other thing that they said in that package was that you had fringe international commentators here with you. So that means that's me. So I think we're in pretty good company. What do you think? Seems like it. Right-wing extremists and fringe media people. I think that means that we're all for free speech. That's basically what that means. It means we're for free speech and we're for law and order and we're for sovereign nations and secure borders and we actually respect political dissent and we're willing to debate ideas. And, you know, I obviously come from America where we are ground zero for this fight. You know, what happens in America translates across the rest of the globe. And I know, having traveled quite a bit in the last year and spoken to people in hundreds of countries, that particularly in Europe, there is an assault on free speech right now that probably is the single biggest issue on the globe more than anything else. We've got immigration issues, there are economic issues, there are security issues, but the assault on free speech, the attacks that we are seeing across Europe, where if you tweet a meme or you say something against the government or you make an unsavory joke that you're going to have police show up at your door, this notion, I think, attacks the very bedrock of the ideas that we are here to defend today. And I'm particularly honored to be here in Hungary. This is my second time here. And it's interesting, Hungary, which is a country of, I think, 9.7 million people, a fairly small country, that you guys, if America is the epicenter of all of this for the globe, that Hungary has become the epicenter of freedom for Europe. You're doing it right here. You really are doing it right. And one of the things that I think I'll discuss with Balázs Orbán in a few minutes is that when you do things right for a while, it doesn't seem that exciting, right? People stop remembering that things could be a lot worse. And I can tell you, having been involved in the culture wars in America for the past decade plus, that all of the things that we're fighting, you know, this crazed sense of wokeism, whether it's related to the transgender nonsense, whether it's related to race, or whether it's related to borders, or any of these things, these ideas are hacking away every single day. They are hacking away at our basic freedoms. My very good friend, who I'm sure many of you know, Douglas Murray, often says that one day the barbarians will be at the gates and we'll be debating what gender pronouns to call them. And I think that's right. We have decided to debate things we were supposed to put to bed decades ago while the barbarians are at the gate. And until we become serious again, and maybe this is a function of success, a function of Western values, a function of classical liberalism, which really for 200 years has led the globe, the idea that individuals matter, and that we can be free, and that free trade is good, and that capitalism is good, and all of these things. We got so fat on those ideas to some extent in the West that we forgot how to defend them. And to see a place like Hungary start becoming that epicenter of defending those ideas. And I know it's not easy. It's not easy. I read what they say about Hungary. I read what they say about your prime minister. I see the same video that you see. And all of that, of course, is to the backdrop of what I started with, which is that much of the fight about free speech and all of these Western ideals, it's being so mismanaged by a mainstream media layer that is lying to us about almost everything. You know, we're only a few years out of COVID, where we were all told that if you walked into a restaurant, you had to have a mask, and if you sat down, you could somehow take the mask off. Or if you got the vaccine, you were not going to get nor transmit COVID. Or from an American perspective, we were told that Donald Trump was a Russian plant, or that he said that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville debate. We have been hit with lie after lie after lie. And if I'm proud of one thing that I've accomplished in my life, it's that I've been fighting those lies from a media perspective really since the beginning. But it is not because I am somehow from the future or anything else. It's just because this internet, this phone that we are walking around with that now has access to more information than our parents and grandparents and forefathers could have ever imagined. We have access to information. And through that information, we can finally pilfer a little bit of truth. The mainstream layer that has lied about so many of these things, that has distorted this, that will do reports like we saw at the beginning of the conference, claiming that this is some sort of far-right event, or that any of the ideas that we'll be speaking about here for the next 2 days are racist or bigoted or something like that. It's completely absurd, and I would say it's 180 of the truth. If you want to find out who the racists are, well, from an American perspective, you might want to listen to our progressive wing of the Democrat Party that basically has taken over the party, that wants racism in our schools, that tells us that our founding was evil, that wants college admissions to be based on the color of skin and these things. And that's what we must fight. We have to fight it at every possible level, whether you're in Hungary and you have to fight the European Union as it pertains to borders, whether you're in America and you have to fight the mainstream media as they lie about Donald Trump, or any combination thereof. That's what we have to fight. And that is why I'm so absolutely proud to be with you today. And on that note, one of the things that I've been able to do in the last decade or so of doing this is sit down with extraordinary people from all over the world. And one of the great things about doing that is you start realizing that the same issues that I'm talking about here today are happening all over the globe, that there is this interconnectivity that did not exist before the internet, that what happens now in Australia, as I just talked to former Prime Minister Tony Abbott, is connected to what's happening here in Hungary, and it's connected to what's happening in the United States, and that's connected to Canada and all over the world. And as those connections come together, as we fight to be sovereign nations in a world that's getting ever more interconnected and globalized, that means the fight's going to be that much harder, because we're going to see that our friends across the pond or wherever are dealing with the same things we are, and it makes the monster seem that much bigger. But I think what we're doing here today, the ideas that you guys believe in, and what I believe that Balázs Orbán and Viktor Orbán and Donald Trump and so many others are fighting for, is the right for you, the individual, to live freely in a nation that will defend your culture and your freedom and your beliefs and your values. And why don't we take a moment and welcome Balázs Orbán to the stage, Political Director for Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. Good to see you, my friend. All right, Balázs, I've been in Hungary for only about 12 hours. I think I've interviewed you 7 times, so we will try not to make this repetitive. Well, what did you think about my remarks there? That there's a globalization happening, that much of the good stuff and the bad stuff emanates from the United States. And now I would say much of the good stuff emanates from this very small country that only a few years ago, really very few people were talking about.
First of all, I agree with you. I'm very proud of it. But this is what I told you before, that we Hungarian patriotic politicians, we do not think that our job is to save the world. We do think that our job is to save our country. And this is where our focus is. But as you just described, the world is changing. And what happens outside Hungary, it affects the everyday life of the Hungarians. Like 20 years ago, it was unimaginable that, you know, something happened in the Middle East. The liberal democracy building paradigm of the American foreign policy is blowing up the Middle East, and like there is a civil war, and just hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people starting to flee, and they knock on the doors of the Hungarian people and want to enter the country without any permission. It was unimaginable for the Hungarian people. But now we live in a world when bad decisions are affecting the everyday life of the Hungarians. And for this reason, we have to act in a coordinated way together with our partners, and we have to stop those bad people who are, without democratic permission, doing the bad decisions and want to destroy our life.
How do you guys here in Hungary deal with the media component of it? Because, you know, everyone here saw that opening montage, and I just have no doubt that when we look at X, Twitter later today, we will see the same headlines over and over about this far-right conference.
Yeah,
and
but
the
it's
races.
because of you.
It's mostly because of me, and I apologize.
Authoritarian talk.
You know, I wrote the #1 best-selling book in America, Defending Classical Liberalism, and they somehow have me pinned as a far-right maniac. You know, but as I said earlier, we're in good company here.
Ridiculous.
But how do you deal with that from a media perspective here? Is the Hungarian, you know, you have the Hungarian media, and then you have the worldwide media. Are they kind of in lockstep, or do you see a difference there?
Yeah, so 10 years ago, it was quite hard to describe for us what is going on in Hungary, because as you mentioned, it's a language which is only spoken by approximately 12 million people, and when the globalists used their own media to try to discredit Hungary, and they launched the big campaign against Hungary, and all the others, good-hearted, good-willing people were saying, look, this is what I read in the news, and I don't speak the language, so I have no idea. But then I think something changed. When Trump came and the average American citizens and Western European citizens after the migration crisis, they realized that liberal media is lying and they are spreading the same kind of fake news about Trump, about the migration issue, and about all the politicians who were in their way. Then they realized that most probably it's the same issue with Hungary and with Prime Minister Orban. And this is why we are very grateful that there are some important new type of media figures like you and many others who are saying that, okay, Hungary requires justice and we have to go there and see, we have to do some ground research and we have to see what is going on there and show it to the world that it's not an authoritarian dictatorship. This is exactly this is a normal country, not a perfect country, but a normal country where you have strong conservative leadership for 15 years, and it means that there are no migrants, there is law and order on the streets, and there is economic opportunity and freedom for everyone who is here in this country. It's so simple, and this was a game changer, and I think the situation of us, for us, is much better than, I would say, ever before in the modern time of sovereign Hungary. And we are very grateful to you and your partners as well.
What would you...
Give a big applause to them.
Well, thank you. You know, it's ironic. I don't feel I'm owed thanks or anything else. I like being around people that are fighting for the right things. And when I met you about a decade ago, neither one of us had beards at that time, and we were just kids. But I thought, here's someone.
I'm leading now. Yeah. So.
But I thought, here's somebody fighting for his country and doing it honestly and earnestly. And so I don't know that I deserve thanks for that.
No, I mean, it's just. I think it's being reasonable and being normal. And this, unfortunately, we're living in a world where it requires appreciation. Well, being reasonable and being normal.
Is that the funny part of what's going on right now? So when the media will take a conference like this and they'll clip things in a certain way and all of the things that we know that they do, that if you were to take what happens at, say, a conservative conference like this in Hungary, led by Viktor Orban, who they say all these things about, that actually what you will get here in reality is a plurality of ideas, that not everyone in this room is going to agree about everything. And that's the disconnect between what happens sort of in the room versus the way things are covered.
Yes, that's true. Yesterday we had an event at one of the Scruton cafe houses, and next to it there is a Marxist bar. It's called Red Ruin. So they live in peace and harmony next to each other. So and you know, like you can feel yourself at home in Hungary, and this is what lacks in many Western European big cities. And this is what was lost by the United States in the last years. And I hope that it can be restored. You have to feel yourself at home in your hometown, in your home country. And this is what this is what democracy means. So it's not an abstract term. It's a practical thing. Whether you think that the government is serving you, it's fighting because of you, not against you, and they are trying to provide better service, better quality of life, better environment for you and for your family. And this is the basic pillar of democracy. This mindset needs to be restored in every single Western country, because if it doesn't happen, then the rest of the world will proceed and will be much more developed and nicer than the Western part of the world.
Now, you guys have an election coming up in about 10 months, and it seems to me that one of the things that you're going to have to deal with from a conservative perspective is that things are pretty good here. It works pretty well. You've secured the borders. Your economy is certainly doing better than most of Europe. But selling to people the idea that things could be worse, it's sort of like you become a victim of your own success in some way. How do you message that properly? Is that part of the messaging?
Oh, it's the problem is not with messaging. It's not a campaign issue. Our problem is the everyday reality, what we're living in. So, like like from the United States to see what's going on in Europe and what bad role the European Union and the supranational institutions are playing in Europe, it's almost unrecognizable. But we are living here. So the bad news and the bad thing is that the leadership in Brussels, the transnational institutional leaders, they are the same ones who made the bad decisions in the last years. We all Europeans are suffering from the consequences of the bad decisions. And they have new plans. And they want to execute those new bad plans, which are about how to continue the war, how to destroy the economy, how to not dealing with the rising energy prices, and they use every resources they have. Financial resources, legal resources, political resources. They're even campaigning in this country as well for one side, for our opponents. They're campaigning actively for our opponents. So they want to overthrow the government, and they want to have a government which is executing their decisions. And this is a real danger. And you can lose, and we can lose our country very easily. So for this reason, how to avoid it, how to defend our country, and how to change the leadership in Brussels, it requires joint efforts and community. It's not about messaging, it's not about advertising, it's about bringing together the people who are originally behind the right-wing political movement in Hungary and explaining them that this is the time, this is the moment where we have to destroy our country because Brussels wants to take it over and we don't want to let it happen. So let's fight together.
You told me something rather extraordinary earlier today, that your country is fined, what did you say, €1 million a day because of the closed border situation. I mean, that is, as crazy as things are, the idea that just because you've decided to run your nation as you see fit, that you have to pay, in essence, pay a tax.
It's crazy, isn't it? And my problem is that when I'm mentioning it to my American friends, I once mentioned it to Vice President J.D. Vance as well, and he told me that, $1 million per day, it's a pretty good business. If you let those people in, it would cost you more. And I told him that, look, you are right on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like, it's a nonsense. It's a most undemocratic, corrupt decision which was ever made by the European Union, that not helping a country which is defending the European borders, but putting sanctions on it. It's crazy. So this is why I'm saying that it's not just about elections or party political differences, but we have to destroy this mindset of Brussels, destroy this mindset of the European transnational globalist leadership, and it requires joint action for all the sovereigntist conservative forces in European countries.
What else would you like to see from Donald Trump and from America as it pertains to that? I mean, obviously we have a new administration. The world is very, very different than it was just 5 or 6 months ago. But is there something that you're not seeing maybe from the American administration, or something that you'd like Trump to message that would help deal with what's going on in Brussels?
My prime minister made a peace mission last year. He went to Kiev, Moscow, Beijing, Washington to the NATO summit, and then they met with Trump. And then he wrote a report, which is publicly available, so everybody can read it. And he said that the reality is that those two parties who are fighting, the Russians and the Ukrainians, based on different reasoning, but they don't want to stop fighting. So we need mediators from outside. If we want to stop the killing, we need neutral outside mediators, not big countries who are ready to make proxy war against each other through smaller nations, but we need neutral outside mediators who are trying to convince both parties to sit down and stop the killing. And actually this is what President Trump is trying to do. And he had remarkable achievements. Like 2 months ago or 3 months ago, no one was expecting that direct talks between West and Russia is possible. No one was thinking about that again, after 3 years, negotiations, direct negotiations and prisoners exchanges between Ukrainians and Russians is possible. And Donald Trump made it possible. So we don't have expectations, but we are praying for him to be successful. Because if he is successful and he can end the war, it will be very complicated. It's a very complex diplomatic process. But if he succeeds, then it will be a big win for Hungary and for the entire European continent.
Unfortunately, we only have about a minute left, so let me ask you one last thing. Conservatives are usually quite good at looking at the past and trying to take the good things from the past and bring them into the present. But at the moment, with all of the issues that we've discussed here, are you hopeful right now that these things will be solved, that Hungary will be able to maintain its border, that Brussels will be pushed back, that America will be able to lead a Western society into the future?
I'm extremely optimistic. So, because Hungary, honestly, among us, all Hungarians know what I'm talking about, lost the 20th century. But I think we have pretty good chances to be the winners of the 21st century. We just have to have a good vision, a bold leadership, and the community which is ready to defend itself and ready to fight for what is important for Hungary. And then it's going to be easy peasy.
Let's keep fighting, my friend. Balázs Orbán, thank you very much, everybody.
Dave Rubin.
Thank you.
Rubin Show and to Mr. Balázs Orbán. Hölgyeim és uraim, a szuverén nemzetek joga, hogy saját sorsukról maguk döntsenek. De ez nem csupán egy elv, hanem a modern konzervatív gondolkodás egyik alappillére. De mit tehetünk akkor, amikor ezt az elvet megpróbálják kívülről kikezdeni? Amikor kormányok, NGO-k vagy nemzetközi szervezetek túl messzire mennek, és már beavatkozásról beszélünk. Most következő panelbeszélgetésünk pontosan ezt a témát járja körül. Külföldi befolyás a nemzeti politikában. 3 kivételes vendég lesz saját országából, 3 kivételes vendég hoz a saját országából hiteles és első kézből származó tapasztalatokat itt a CPAC Hungary színpadán. Kérem, köszöntsék nagy szeretettel Chris Farrellt a Judicial Watch-tól, az Egyesült Államokból, Ariel Kalnert, izraeli parlamenti képviselőt, László Andrást, a Fidesz európai parlamenti képviselőjét, a politikai korrupciós USAID források feltárásáért felelős kormánybiztost, és Kocskovics Zoltánt, az Alapjogokért Központ geopolitikai elemzőjét, a beszélgetés moderátorát.
Hello, CPAC! This is my 4th CPAC Hungary, and you are the best one yet, I can tell you that. Thank you for coming. Now, the subject is serious, but let me start by reminding you of an internet meme that you may have seen. It's about our courageous intelligence officers fighting an endless battle against the insidious spies of the enemy. Now, the joke obviously refers to our language's ability to infuse different emotional meanings to words that essentially mean the same thing. But by the end of this panel, I hope that you will realize that it's not only that. The joke is also funny because it's true. And with that, let us begin. Let's start with a sort of a warm-up question, but an important one. How is classical intelligence work, conservative intelligence work, is different from the 21st century's postmodern version of spying? Chris?
I think a lot of people have the idea that spying traditionally was stealing secrets, and of course that's part of espionage. But a much broader and frankly more important part of intelligence operations are influence operations. Sure, stealing your opponent's secrets, it's a foundation of the business, but influence operations are far more important and far more effective. And in the day now of information operations, and we see those sorts of things going on all the time, particularly even now with Hungary being a target of information operations, that is the great shift. And people are being manipulated and psychologically conditioned and propagandized in ways that they don't even know. They're not even aware it's being done to them. And that in and of itself is an incredibly effective clandestine intelligence operation.
Yeah, Chris, you mentioned the fact that there is an ongoing intelligence operation against Hungary. It's no secret that even allies do some spying on each other. It does happen when it's about finding out secrets. But we have seen more and more recently when liberal countries are actually driving offensive intelligence work, PSYOPs, information warfare against allied but more conservative nations. Right now, Hungary is suffering an information and special operations attack from the side of Ukraine, which is aimed at disrupting the Hungarian public discussion about Ukraine's fast-tracked admission to the European Union. Should we accept that this is the world we live in, and should we accept some help from our friends and allies when we are suffering such an information attack, Chris?
Well, I think, it raises the question of if Hungary is under attack from a foreign power in the form of soft warfare, information operations, isn't there an obligation among NATO allied countries to come to the defense of Hungary? That's a very grave question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so what will be done if Hungary is being subjected to soft warfare in an information operation attack? How will the NATO allies respond under Article 5?
Ariel, Israel has suffered information attacks, especially from liberal Western European countries, but also during the Biden administration from some elements of the American government. How was your response? How did you control and manage the situation?
First of all, yes, of course, it's, in Israel, we have NGOs, non-government organizations, while there are basically FGOs, foreign government organizations. They receive millions, hundreds of millions of euros and dollars received over the past decade in order to influence the Israeli opinion, to appeal to our Supreme Court, afterwards to prepare reports to the UN, to Hague, to other places, to criminalize Israel, to criminalize our soldiers. We're in a war with the most fanatic and barbarian regime and organization and we see that this all operation and these all organizations are not authentic organizations. From Israel. They present themselves as human rights organizations, while there are political organizations, very controversial organizations, and we need to fight against such influence and such abuse of the Israeli democracy. And I proposed, I have a bill, and it's now in legislation process, to first of all to tax in 80% all foreign government investment into NGOs in Israel. NGOs should not be FGOs, and I also think that the European taxpayers' money can find better goals to invest its money than in controversial organizations in Israel. Secondly, the fight, or we need to globalize this anti-globalism fight, because this liberal, progressive views, let's see, they want to homogenize the humanity. They want, which is a very imperial view, and we should protect our sovereignties, our democracies, democracy for the people, by the people, of the people, like Abraham Lincoln defined it. My legislation is to tax them in 80%. They should not, such organizations that receive, again, foreign government money should not use our justice system. They should not have standing in our Supreme Court. 1,000 appeals over the last 8 years were made by such organizations. Basically, it means every 3 days an appeal to our Supreme Court. It's a bottleneck. It creates bottleneck. Again, we should unite forces all over the world and to protect the sovereignty of each nation, because this is how democracy should work.
Absolutely. Isn't it surprising that even in Israel they don't like it when foreign countries finance influence operations within Israel? Shocking, right? The same thing is going on right now in Hungary. There's a public debate about this. András, you work closely with our American partners trying to uncover one of the most perhaps insidious influence machines in the world. That was the USAID, which was masquerading as an aid organization, when in fact it was a monstrous agency, both in terms of financing, size, and intent. Can you share what you found out working with our American friends?
Thank you. I think what Ariel touched upon is extremely important, because we not only see a change of nature of how foreign influence operations work, we also see that the kind of organizations which do these influence operations also changed. So you asked originally in the question, what is the difference between classical or conservative kind of influence operations and spying? Well, the big difference is that now a lot of it is outsourced to private entities, to entities like Ariel mentioned, like pretending to be civil society organizations or non-governmental organizations, but they're in fact contractors, subcontractors to state agencies or state governments, and there's also private money going into this. And I think compared to the United States and compared to Israel, a special situation for Hungary is, okay, we're also members of the European Union. What about EU money coming the same way into Hungary, into political influence operations into Hungary? And no one is willing to have this debate. If we see the reactions I think in Israel, we see the reactions here in Hungary, and the reaction in Brussels to our draft law on the transparency of public life in Hungary. We see that the left and the liberals and the globalists simply do not want to have this conversation. Why don't they want to have this conversation? Because they are the beneficiaries of these influence operations. So I think we need to look into more and more how internet has made all these kind of political influence operations cheaper and much more wide scale. How the organizations are changing, because what we see also in the USAID scandal, that it's not only foundations, it's not only NGOs, it's also consultancies and other companies. So it's all kinds of entities which are engaged in this kind of activity. And that's why we should share information, we should share experience. And to be honest, I think the Trump administration deserves a big thank you from all conservatives and patriots around the world, because they are now doing a very important job of uncovering this network, of reviewing this system, and saying that we want to have bilateral relations on fair terms, on discussing between governments bilaterally, as it should be in diplomacy, and not through the back door, not through shady networks, not through shady money, but saying that, these are our interests, where can we find common interests, how can we cooperate in the future? And as you said, we need to also exchange some of these experiences, what's going on in one country or the other, and when we have these legislations in place, in effect, then discuss, what are the consequences. We also need to have this debate within our own countries, because they do affect our political debates here at home, and in Israel, and in the US, and in other countries. But we also need to exchange experiences with our counterparts.
Yeah. There's an old American saying that if it's too dirty for the CIA, let USAID handle it. So people in Washington basically knew what USAID was doing. I think we all in this room knew what USAID was doing, but right now at least this is out in the open, and thank you for your fantastic work doing that. And let us thank the Trump administration and Elon Musk for uncovering this, laying this whole thing completely bare for everybody to see. But one of the biggest problems with this, the dirtiest tricks with this, is that these organizations like the USAID or the Brussels organizations, intelligence operations, influence operations, rely on domestic agents of influence. That is very clearly the case in Israel, and it is very clearly the case even in Hungary. What do you think, gentlemen, we can do about that? What does Israel do about that?
So, first of all, you know, Albert Einstein used to say that if you give me a problem and 1 hour to solve a problem, I will invest 55 minutes to understand and to define the problem, and the last 5 minutes I will solve it. So, first of all, to define the problem is a very, very important thing, and a conversation like we have now, and debate like we have in all other countries, and of course what has been done by Trump's administration till now, and just till now, it's very, very important, so people will be aware of such of the problem that such a domestic, very, very human rights, or I don't know, whatever they call themselves, most of them call themselves, define themselves as human rights organizations, but basically they are not. What to do? My bill is to tax them 80%. I don't know anyone who will invest in even in $1 if you know that 80% of it will go to the state. So first of all, to tax them, to follow the money. This is the challenge, because sometimes it's all mixed up, and there's the private money and the government money. But this is the first stage we can do in Israel. And the second thing is most important thing, I think, to work together, as you mentioned, to share information, to copy and paste legislation, to back up one each other, because these countries, these states, or these regimes that invest the money, they don't want to stop it. They want this influence. They want this influence. They want to influence our society, your society. So you need to back up one the other when we have these fights.
Okay. As we are drawing to the end of the panel, let's speak a little bit about the future. Do you foresee an eventuality when nations return to a more classical form of intelligence work and stop with the psyops, with the influence of operations? Is that even possible? And if it is, what is it that we should do to achieve that, Chris?
The short answer is no. Not going to happen. Influence operations are really at the bedrock of all that is done in the intelligence world. They'll only become more sophisticated. The real threat, the most insidious threat, is the domestic threat that Ariel mentioned, because it's a false flag hiding in plain sight. So you have this Hungarian group pretending to be Hungarian, and they're not, and that's the real problem.
Anders?
Yeah, I agree with Chris that this is not going away. This is here to stay, and it's going to grow even bigger. That's why, first and foremost, as you said, for identifying the problem, we need to have transparency on what is actually going on in terms of foreign money flows. And I'm not talking about international trade, of course, or anything, but going towards groups which have a big influence on our country's domestic political life and debates. I think that transparency is absolutely necessary, and then we can define the problem to the degree where we can have a discussion afterwards about the seriousness of penalties and consequences on moving forward. Otherwise, we'll just become, basically, our domestic political life will be reduced to the political discussions the foreign financiers want us to have, instead of discussing the real issues which are important to Hungarians, which are important to Israelis, Americans, or whoever, because we're just going to be having the debates which they want us to have, instead of having the debates we want to have about our own future. So I think that's very important. Another aspect which I see going forward, and which is already kind of the present, is that this has become no longer necessarily a government influence into other countries' government operations. This has become very much a party political divide in this kind of activity, because what we see is that the left has this vast network of massive funding and organizations across the world, and this has become a partisan matter in terms of they no longer represent national interests, they represent ideological and political interests, and we need to root this out from our domestic debates.
And that's why CPAC is here, and that's what we are all fighting for. Thank you, gentlemen, for a fantastic panel.
Van akinek Szlava Ukrajini, a következő előadónknak pedig dicsőség Magyarországnak. Nagyon nem mindegy. Ahogy az sem, hogy honvédelmi minisztersége óta Magyarország hadereje sosem látott fejlődésen ment keresztül, mert a békéhez erő kell. A CPAC Hungary színpadán Szalai Bobrovnicki Kristóf.
Jó napot kívánok! Jó napot kívánok, patrióták! Üdvözlöm Önöket Budapesten! Ugye Önök csak érzik, hogy itt valami mélyen félrement. Nem csak a politikában, nem csak a hírekben, de a valóságban is. Amit igaznak hittünk, ma kétségbe vonják. Amit becsültünk, ma szégyenítik. Amit megvédenénk, azt ma eltörölnék. És mindez sajnos nem a véletlen műve, ez egy tudatos szándék eredménye. És éppen ezért nem is hagyható szó nélkül. Ezért is különösen nagy megtiszteltetés számomra, hogy újra itt állhatok Önök előtt Budapesten, a CPAC Hungaryn, Európa legnagyobb konzervatív seregszemléjén. Mert ez nem csak egy rendezvény, ez a szellemi honvédelem terepe. Az utolsó helyek egyike, ahol még világosan kimondhatjuk, van igazság, van rend, van haza. És van, amiért érdemes kiállni, még akkor is, ha ezért támadnak bennünket. Hisz mára már az igazságot vívott harc nem egyetlen csatatéren dől el, több fronton zajlik, köztük a digitális tér rejtett színterein is. Algoritmusok szelektálnak, új beszél uralkodik. És mindez persze a tolerancia nevében, a szabadság zászlaja alatt. De a szabadság nem a hazugság szabadsága. És mi itt ma nem kérünk abból a világból, ahol már azt sem lehet kimondani, ami egyébként nyilvánvaló. A szavainkat kiforgatják, az értékeinket relativizálják, a történelmünket átírják, és a gyermekeinknek azt tanítják, hogy ami erény volt, az ma bűn. Ami tegnap még büszkeség volt, mára már szégyen. Ezt Margaret Thatcher már 1975-ben is látta, amikor a következőket mondta. Az értékeink ellen indított szándékos támadás tanúi vagyunk, egy szándékos támadásé azok ellen, akik az érdemeket és a kiválóságot helyezik előtérbe, egy szándékos támadásé nagyszerű örökségünk és múltunk ellen. És milyen igaza volt? Mert bár a kommunizmus, ahogyan ismertük, mára megbukott, öröksége és szelleme ma is velünk él. Vagy ahogy mifelénk mondják, a kommunizmus nem vész el, csak átalakul. Új nevet kapott, új zászlókat és platformokat, de a cél ugyanaz. Gyengévé tenni, megosztani és kifosztani bennünket, hogy végül feladjuk önmagunkat. És élnek közöttünk ma is olyanok, kik egykor esküdtettek, majd hátat fordítottak mindennek, ami közös. Elárulták a családjukat, a barátaikat, a saját közösségüket. Építeni sosem tudtak, így csak a rombolás marad nekik. Ez az egyetlen céljuk, az ártás. Eszközt látnak benne, pont, mint a régi bolsevikok. De van egy rossz hírünk számukra. Bármennyire is akarják, mi most sem hátrálunk. Megvédjük közös örökségünket és elért eredményeinket. Nem futamodunk meg, és győzni fogunk újra. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! A hidegháború után sokan hittük, hogy a szabadság végleg győzött. De ma már tudjuk, sajnos nem a béka kora jött el, hanem a szellemi és erkölcsi elbizonytalanodás időszaka. A győzelem mámorában a nyugat nem megerősödött, hanem önmaga ellen fordult. Elkezdte kérdőre vonni a saját történelmét, szégyellenni a hőseit, lebontani a határait, és elfelejteni, hogy a szabadságot nem örökségként kapjuk, hanem napról napra meg kell azt védeni. Ám miközben egyes országok a múlttal hadakoznak, mi patrióták egyre tisztábban látjuk, hogy az identitás nem tehertétel, hanem tartás, hogy a nemzet nem elavult eszme, hanem jogúformáló erő, hogy a szuverenitás nem akadálya az együttműködésnek, hanem előfeltétele annak, és hogy a határaink nem kirekesztenek, hanem a közösségünk természetes önvédelmi reflexei. Ezért mondjuk ki itt, a CPAC Hungary színpadán is. A globalista világmodell megbukott. A jövő a patriótáké. Azoké, akik hisznek abban, hogy a nemzet jövőjét nem birodalmi központokból írják, hanem itthon, a saját hagyományainkra, kultúránkra és közösségeinkre építve formáljuk azt. Akik nem kérnek bocsánatot azért, mert hollandok, amerikaiak vagy éppen magyarok. Mert mi nem egy multinacionális vállalat, nem egy globális társulat vagyunk, hanem húsvér emberek, élő közösségek, családok és nemzetek, akiknek van történelmük, van nyelvük, van földjük, van hazájuk, és van hitük, és van jövőnk is, ha kiállunk érte. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves barátaim! Honvédelmi miniszterként pontosan látom, hogy a világ mennyire törékeny lett. A háborúkat ma már nem csupán fegyverekkel vívják. A frontvonalak ma a fejekben húzódnak. A kultúránkat, a hitünket, a gondolkodásunkat támadják. Mert tudják, ha el tudják venni az igazságot, ha át tudják formálni az identitásunkat, akkor fegyver nélkül is legyőzhetnek minket. A 21. században sem csupán a katona feladata a hazavédelme. E küldetés közös. A haza szeretetének üzenete ott kell, hogy legyen mindenhol. Ott kell lenni az iskolákban, a médiában és a családokban egyaránt. A katonai erő persze fontos, de önmagában kevés, hiszen kell mellé nemzeti öntudat, erkölcsi tartás, jellem és hűség is. Ezért döntöttünk úgy, hogy újjáépítjük Magyarország védelmi képességeit. Mert a békéért nem könyörögni kell, hanem biztosítani azt. Mert ebben a hadseregben nem zsoldosokra, hanem hazafiakra van szükség. Olyanokra, akik ha kell fegyvert fognak, nem a háborúért, hanem a béke garanciájaként. Újjáépítettük a magyar haderőt, de nem fenyegetésből, hanem tiszteletből. Mert tudjuk, a haza nem védi meg önmagát, nekünk kell megvédeni a hazát. És a jó hír az, hogy már nem vagyunk egyedül. A világban egyre több a hazafi. Egyre többen mondják ki, elég volt abból a világból, ahol a gyengeség erény, a rend bűn, a hazaszeretet szégyen. A patrióták nem csak visszatérnek a közbeszédbe, hanem mostantól formáljuk is azt. Nem lábjegyzetek vagyunk a történelemkönyvekben, hanem a következő fejezet írói. Ezért találta meg otthonát ez a konferencia itt Budapesten. Mert mi nem beszélünk róla, de meg is élhetjük a konzervatív értékek nem a múlt romjai, hanem a jövő alapjai. És most, amikor a világ új rendje formálódik, nekünk is formálnunk kell azt. Nem kívülről irányított világot, hanem olyan rendet építünk, amely a nemzeti szuverenitásra, a közösségi felelősségre és az emberi méltóságra épül. És ugyan vannak politikai pártok és szereplők, akik ma is inkább Brüsszel elvárásait lesik, onnan remélnek kis hűbéres hatalmacskát, nekünk egyértelmű. A hazához való hűség nem lehet alkutárgya. Mert aki elárulja nemzeti közösségét, csak azért, hogy külföldön tapsot kapjon, és annak hátán aztán választást akarjon nyerni, az nem bírál, hanem elárul. Ezért sem mindegy hát, hogy kik képviselik ezt a hazát. Ez a CPAC egyik valódi üzenete. Ezért mondjuk ma, hogy elérkezett a patrióták kora. És ahogy korábban sem féltük kimondani, most sem fogjuk. A rend nem ellenség, hanem szabadságunk feltétele. A haza nem szégyen, hanem összetartozásunk forrása. A nemzet nem korlát, hanem lehetőség. A biztonság nem luxus, hanem alapjog. A béke nem magától értetődő, hanem közös munkánk gyümölcse. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Ez hát a mi időnk. A felelősség, a karakter és a hazaszeretet ideje. És ha teszünk érte, a jövő is a miénk lesz. Mert a békéhez erő kell, és ezért folytassuk a munkát együtt. Köszönöm szépen, hogy meghallgattak.
Köszönjük szépen miniszter úr előadását. Következő panelbeszélgetésünk középpontjában egy olyan érték áll, amely talán sosem volt aktuálisabb, mint ma, ez a szuverenitás. De mit is jelent valójában a szuverenitás a 21. században? Hogyan tudnak az országok ellenállni a szuverenitásukat korlátozni kívánó külső és belső nyomásnak? És vajon képes-e Európa visszatalálni a nemzetállami alapokhoz? A beszélgetésben ezekre a kérdésekre is választ kapunk. A színpadon Ed Corrigan, a Conservative Partnership Institute vezetője, Jerzy Kwasniewski, a lengyel Ordo Juris elnöke, Gerolf Annemans, az Európai Parlament képviselője, Belgiumból a Patrióták Európáért Board tiszteletbeli elnöke, a beszélgetést vezeti Lajkó Fanni, az Alapjogokért Központ elemzője.
Dear friends, hi CPAC Hungary. We're back again for the 4th time, and you can see now 4 patriots here on the stage of CPAC Hungary. We are now in the era of global instability and also with the war on Europe's doorsteps. And now what do globalists do? Well, they again unite, but not to defend peace and not to defend prosperity, but to suppress those who dare to stand for national sovereignty. Patriotic leaders and movements across Europe and the United States face growing political, legal, and also financial pressure. How? Whether they are withheld EU funds, whether they are some media smear campaigns, or even politically motivated legal proceedings. The goal is clear: to eliminate patriotic resistance. Mr. Annemans, you come from the heart of EU politics. What experiences do you have concerning suppression on patriotic movements and parties? And what do you think, how can European movements ensure that the European Union is built on the respect of nation states and rather than a supranational control?
Well, my message, if you ask it like that, my message to everyone at our side is: the battle is fierce. It's not a rose garden, it's not a walk in the park, it's a fierce battle. You're speaking to someone who already in 1989, alas for my age, had to suffer from the so-called cordon sanitaire, which was designed in Belgium all political parties came together, signed a document saying we will never do or never speak and never handle with a Vlaams Blok in those days, because after that they started a fierce battle in courts. The European Union and the globalists use any means to combat us and to harshly go against us. And one of the means, the most important means, is the courts. They abuse and use laws. If necessary, they change them. In Belgium, they changed even the constitution just to be able to bring us in front of courts. And in the end of a procedure that took almost 10 years, the party Vlaams Blok, that was the biggest party of the country 3 weeks later, was banned. We were prohibited. We were declared by the highest courts a criminal organization, so-called because of racism. So we had to found a new party, which immediately became the biggest party of the country. The battle is fierce, but you have to go on. Churchill said it to all of us in another context, but it is very useful. Never give in. Never, never, never. In things great or small, in things large or pity, never, never give in. And that's my message to all of you. Don't underestimate the opponents. They use anything against us.
We have some patriotic friends in Poland who never, never give up. And they are ahead of a very important election this Sunday. So Poland is electing. So I'm turning now to Mr. Kwasniewski. You know, and we know that the European Union has clearly signaled its preferences, and they have their own means how to influence the political climate in Poland as well. Now that the Tusk government has also taken power in the last few years, there are increasing concerns about violations of legal norms and also constitutional safeguards. From your perspective, how is the principle of national sovereignty being threatened, both by external EU interference and now by domestic actions under the new government?
Yes, Poland since 2023, when the Donald Tusk government took over the power in October, is a stage for a dress rehearsal. We are being victim of a so-called militant democracy, as it is called by Donald Tusk government and Adam Bodnar, Minister of Justice. Not only the militant democracy instrument, but also the so-called transitional justice. While, of course, militant democracy means no democracy is there, and transitional justice means that there is no justice, especially for those under the cordon sanitaire. So the cordon sanitaire in Poland has been already implemented by the European Union before the elections, with European funds being withheld from the Polish government, just like in Hungary. Yes. And the Polish voters being victimized and targeted by an intensive propaganda by European Union with European Union efforts, just in order to support the liberal coalition. Just after the liberal coalition took over, a few days later, for the first time after the Marshall State introduced by the communists in the 80s, the broadcasting signal of the public television went down, because the public television was violently taken over by the forces of the government. Few days later, the Prosecutor General of Poland office, the National Prosecutor's Office, was taken over by force by the government without consent of the President of the Republic that is required under the Constitution and under the law. 2 months later, Ursula von der Leyen visits Poland and says, I see a rule of law being reintroduced in Poland. I see that rule of law is back and democracy is on track. So the funds, especially the COVID funds, will be back at the disposal of the Polish government. So it is this double standard approach, and it starts with double standards and approach. The European Commission provides double standard basis in the European law and practice of European law, and then they offer their direct support to one of the sides of the political struggle. So it is all about steered democracy, controlled democracy. Of course, afterwards, this new coalition brings in all the tools of the militant democracy, meaning that they are enabled to waive all constitutional guarantees and to waive all freedom, basic freedoms, not only freedom of speech, but also political freedom, with full support of the European Union and full support of the international gremias, international committees, just in order to secure that the conservative side will never be back in power. And that is just what we are experiencing now. You mentioned the presidential elections. We have the second round on Sunday. All hell broke loose. We have all the powers of the Europe, all the media of the Europe, attacking the conservative candidate, Karol Nawrocki. We have the German media, we have the international media, all very active in the propaganda against the conservative candidate, while at the same time the government withholds tens of millions of dollars of public funding to Law and Justice Party, public funding that is promised by the law to all political parties in Poland, but withhold only from Law and Justice, against the decisions of the Supreme Court and against the decisions of the bodies responsible for elections, just in order not to allow them for an unequal competition in the elections. Well, what's the solution? The solution is just one way. Do not bow down before them. Do not serve them. We need to be brave, we need to be bold, and we need to provide full protection, bold protection to the elementary Western civilization values, and then our nations will vote for the patriots, and we'll break down the cordon sanitaire, and we will be back in power.
Let it be this way. There is someone from the United States who was brave enough to continue. Yes, clap please, this is very moving. There is someone from the United States who was brave enough to, even after so many legal and also political pressure, he didn't bow down, he stood high, and he won the election. But Donald Trump has actually found himself in a very, very fragmented international climate. And he often emphasizes how diplomacy is important, but diplomacy which is backed by strength. What do you think? How effective can this approach be in this international climate? Also comparing to the European Union politics and how the European Union deals with its diplomacy, and what are the real prospects for achieving peace, lasting peace through such a strategy?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that question, for the panel, and I echo the comments about the importance of staying strong in these types of situations. And I think to President Trump's experience, I think, as you mentioned, he went through this 4 years of darkness and persecution and 90 indictments or however many charges of crimes, kangaroo courts coming against him. This morning, Prime Minister Orban in his remarks talked about the suffering and kind of connected it to what ultimately could be victory. And I feel like that's a big part of why we take such an example from these Central European countries who lived under the communist bloc, and why does leadership come from places like this? And I think it does go to, you go through those periods of suffering and you come out the other end stronger and more vigilant to defend your rights. And I feel like we take example from the extraordinary leadership of Hungary, dealing with under the boot of the European Parliament, and hopefully we get a good result in Poland, just basically the standing strong there. In terms of the strategic policy that President Trump is engaging in, and you look at the victories that he's had, a victory in the Middle East, victories in basically a kind of dealing with the situation in Yemen and North Korea, and now he's taking that same approach to the Ukraine situation. I feel like what has been missing in foreign policy, and this is in the deep state in Brussels as well as in Foggy Bottom, is there's a belief that everything needs to be taken from a moralist standpoint, that there's good and there's evil, and that we need to just basically agitate. But basically what President Trump is doing is taking a very strong stand in favor of American security interests and peace. And I think he wants to get to a peaceful resolution, and I hope that he can get there, but both sides have to come to the table, and I think he's going to be ready. And as Prime Minister Orban has been leading in this area to try and get to a place where we can have a peaceful resolution. But this is where I think we need to be getting to on the world stage generally, is trying to get to national culture and rights being protected and defended, but also peaceful solutions where we can.
European citizens also want peace, but it seems that leaders of the European Union they focused more on accelerating Ukraine's accession to the European Union rather than working on peace and de-escalation. From your perspective, Mr. Annemans, why is the European Union pushing forward with enlargement in the middle of the war, especially when it appears that it goes against the core interest of European stability and also competitiveness?
Well, as I explained, don't underestimate that they can and want to use any means that they have. All tools are in the basket, and they use them. And their final goal is, don't forget that, an empire. They want to fund an empire. And the Brexit discussion was about the ever closer union, yes or no? The British said no and went out of it. But there is another aspect, the ever closer and ever bigger union. They want to enlarge it. They want to enlarge the competences, they want to enlarge the territory, they want an empire as big as possible. So the opening up by standing up and voting in favor of the membership of Ukraine of the European Union without asking anyone of the people, without any approval or a referendum, is madness. It's clear and present madness, but they go on with it, as they have always been going on with this empire, the building of this empire. And so we have to be aware that these people are dangerous because they are pushing us in an agenda that is madness. Of course, we are in favor of solidarity with what happens with for the Ukrainian people, because now apparently Russia miscalculated their effort to change the regime. Europe miscalculated the possibility of, with sanctions, etc., to change the regime. And so apparently the victims are the Ukrainian people. So we are behind them, but their solution is not becoming part of this empire. The solution is a less empire or even no empire. We have a cooperation model, and we had that from the beginning. It has been transferred from the Treaty of Maastricht into this empire idea with a president and a national hymn, etc., in that direction, with every time more competences and now more territory. It's madness. We should stop them, and that's why it's urgent that we take over.
Mr. Kwasniewski, you have mentioned the experience of what Hungarians and Polish people have with EU institutions, and we can see that that there's a growing tendency of how the EU is trying to put even more and more financial pressure on national governments or national parties, and also either through financial pressure or through political messaging. And in your experience, what do you think? How does this trend threaten democratic legitimacy within member states? And what are the lessons that other sovereignist and patriotic parties can learn from the Hungarian and the Polish experience?
You just mentioned this grab on power by European Union after Maastricht. And of course, the only use of this power, of the super state, as Guy Verhofstadt says, the new growing super state.
I apologize for Guy Verhofstadt being a Belgian, me too.
Apologies accepted.
There's no reason to
we all know that Guy Verhofstadt presented 267 amendments to the European treaties 2 years ago. And with all those amendments, like amending US Constitution, the European Union is being changed into a single centralized state, with all the power also on budgetary issues taken by the Brussels from the sovereign countries. So if we already experience this double standards method, this modus operandi of putting pressure by budgetary means on independent sovereign countries, just imagine what will happen if Brussels takes over all budgetary issues of European Union.
If you allow me to add something, in the European Parliament we have been voting reports, not only the Verhofstadt report but also the Bresso-Brok report, where you see that I deliberately reduce the powers of the Council into an advisory body of the Parliament, and that the European fanaticism in the Parliament and in the Commission is brought into power, and the only power.
And the next step, already mentioned in those 267 amendments, is to take over military spending, is to also to take over the command over military forces of Europe. And openly it is presented as a challenge against NATO by the co-authors of the report. And then there will be no more sovereignty, no more nation states, just a single super state with a capital in Brussels. And then the pressure we are mentioning, the pressure we are fighting back, we are trying to regain our independence, will change into the single government without any level of democratic control, without any level of accountability. So what we are doing now, we are fighting against that, and we are fighting against it also providing program as think tanks from Hungary, from Poland, Matthias Corvinus Collegium, Center for Fundamental Rights, or the Juris Institute, providing programs to European patriots with our reports, for instance, the Great Reset report, with detailed program how to change European Union in order to bring back the cooperation of sovereign states, the flexibility needed in European Union, and also the consent of every country being needed to develop the programs of cooperation.
As you've mentioned, the European Union likes to position itself as an empire, and also there is someone who likes to sparkle in the position of being an empress, who is Ursula von der Leyen. What do you think, from the United States perspective, what way does the European Union has as a whole in today's international climate, and what kind of relations could the United States government have in the last few weeks since Donald Trump is in power with the European Union?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of parts to that question, and that is a lot of the trade policy and so forth obviously flows through the European Union. I think there's Donald Trump is always looking for a big, beautiful deal, and so there's probably some work to be done there. But I think that there's even more power oftentimes in the relationship with friends, like Hungary and so forth. And so hopefully we'll see some, developments in energy and other sectors that can help there. But going to some of the comments that we've been talking about, just to give a little bit of a white pill or a ray of sunshine here, is that listen to the way American Democrats talk today about the last election, and the inward soul searching that they have, and the way they're talking about. What I think you see is that they now understand that the hubris with which they approached the wokeism and the tyranny and the way they persecuted President Trump and the January 6th and all this stuff that they just manufactured, it backfired on them. And it resulted in a wave election in favor of President Trump. And so my hope, and I think that maybe one way to think about this, is that at some point the European voters are going to see what's happening here, and hopefully we'll start to see some of these countries turning around, and hopefully that starts in Poland this weekend.
Thank you. Patriots, they have to stick together, and Mr. Annemans is coming from the Patriots for Europe group, where European patriots are actually gathered together to have real power in the European Parliament. And what do you think, as someone coming from the heart of EU politics, do you believe that the current institutional mechanisms are systematically designed to suppress sovereign and nation-first voices in the European Parliament?
Well, as I already said, they have designed certain things to compete us or to abolish us, like the Article 7 procedures, and the fact that Hungary is sanctioned with withholding their money, etc. On the other hand, don't forget that they use any mean, not only the ones they designed, but any mean to blackmail our voters and to position them as extremists. That's why they use the words like extremist, far right, etc. It's to scare off the middle voters. They have seen, and then it was the worst of their fears. They have seen that we have reached these center voters, people that want to vote for the golden middle way, peace, prosperity, economic freedom, etc. And they say to these voters, these are extremists. And they use systematically these words and these positioning of us being extreme and far right, just to scare off these people. And we should be aware of that mechanism, because it is the opposite. We are reaching the middle voters, and we are reaching the majority. And they're trying to put us in a corner of the minority, and so it's the opposite of what they say as they act and say we do this for democracy in Poland, in Hungary, etc. It is for the opposite. They try to compete electoral votes. Marine Le Pen, Romania, all actions against democracy. So they use the word democracy to do the opposite, for competing the opposite. And that's their meanness, and that's why I always say, don't underestimate them, and our battle should be like their battle, a fierce battle.
We are running out of time, so I would have one more question to Mr. Kwasniewski, as you are in front of a very important day. What message do you have for the Polish people ahead of Sunday, and what message do you have for patriots across Europe who are ahead of elections, either this year or next year?
We need to stay strong on values. We need to stay strong on sovereignty, on family, on life, and on freedom. And in order to stay strong, we need to vote. We need to go and vote, and we need to elect those who will provide us with opportunity to provide support to our sovereignty and to our nation states.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all.
Nos, tehát a nemzeti szuverenitás ma már egyáltalán nem adottság, hanem küzdelem kérdése. Kiváló előadóink segítettek megérteni, hogy hogyan vívják meg ezt a harcot a különböző országokban. Hölgyeim és uraim, most pedig egy ebédszünet következik. Jó étvágyat kívánunk, és a délutáni programunk 45 perc múlva folytatódik. Na de érdemes lesz velünk maradni és visszatérni, mert hogy olyan nagy nevek érkeznek a CPAC Hungary színpadára, mint Robert Fico, Herbert Kickl, Mateusz Morawiecki, vagy Jair Netanyahu és Brian Laib. Úgyhogy érdemes lesz visszajönni, jó étvágyat kívánunk, frissüljenek fel, networkingeljenek, érezzék jól magukat, de aztán térjenek vissza a konferenciaterembe. Viszontlátásra addig is!
Ladies and gentlemen, we take a 45 minutes lunch break. Enjoy your lunch and networking time. See you soon. Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, folytatjuk a délutáni programunkat. A CPAC Hungary színpadán olyan nagy nevekkel, mint Robert Fico, Herbert Kickl, Mateusz Morawiecki vagy Jair Netanyahu. Úgyhogy érdemes lesz a továbbiakban is velünk maradni. Akik még esetleg nem jöttek vissza, kérem jöjjenek vissza ide a rendezvényterembe, foglalják el ülőhelyeiket, és mindjárt folytatjuk.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We continue our afternoon program with big names on the stage. Robert Fico, Herbert Kickl, Mateusz Morawiecki, Jair Netanyahu and Brian Laib will all be here soon. And now, let's watch a video together.
A 21. század politikájának valódi törésvonala nem baloldal és jobboldal között húzódik, hanem a globalisták és a szuverenisták között. A globalista oldal célja, hogy a nemzeti döntéshozatalt kiszervezzék Brüsszelnek, a multiknak és a soros hálózatoknak. Hazánkban ennek egyik új arca a baloldal frissen felfuttatott szereplője, aki már is Brüsszel elvárásainak megfelelően látott hozzá a szuverenitás lebontásához. A globalisták határok nélküli világot akarnak, ahol nem a nemzetek döntenek, hanem egy távoli elit. Ők háború és migráció pártiak. Kérdés nélkül csatlakoztatnák Ukrajnát az EU-hoz. Ők akarják meghatározni, mi a jó és mi a rossz, helyettünk. Mi, szuverenisták hiszünk abban, hogy migrációról, családról, határvédelemről nem Brüsszel, hanem mi döntünk. Magyarország és az Orbán kormány évek óta ennek a harcnak az élén áll. Ma pedig velünk van Amerika, és Európában is megszületett az új realitás, a Patrióták Szövetsége. A CPAC Hungary ezért nem csupán konferencia, ez az ellenállás színpada, mert nem mindegy, milyen világot hagyunk a gyermekeinkre.
Idén a CPAC Hungary színpadán köszönhetjük azt az osztrák politikust, akinek vezetésével Ausztriában tavaly választást nyertek a patrióták, ám a balliberális roncskoalíció élén Manfred Weber helyi szövetségeseivel nem engedi őket a kormányzás közelébe. Hogy miért? Mert a politikus és pártja a magyar kormányhoz hasonlóan szembeszáll Brüsszel háborúpárti törekvéseivel, és nem támogatja Ukrajna gyorsított uniós csatlakozását. Nagy tapsot az osztrák szabadságpárt elnökének, Herbert Kikelnek!
Hallo Ungarn, hallo Budapest, geschätzte Gäste, liebe Freunde, aber vor allem verehrte Patrioten aus Europa und aus der ganzen Welt. Es ist mir eine große Ehre und es ist mir eine Freude, heute hier in Budapest zu Ihnen sprechen zu dürfen. In dem Land, das für die allermeisten von uns längst zu einem Symbol, vielmehr noch zu einem Inbegriff des Widerstands geworden ist, der Unbeugsamkeit. Ungarn zeigt uns allen, ein Nationalstaat, er kann standhaft bleiben, wenn er es will und wenn er den Mut dazu hat. Ich danke CPAC Hungary, ich danke Ministerpräsident Viktor Orbán und ich danke dem großartigen ungarischen Volk für seinen Mut, für seine Tapferkeit, denn Tapferkeit bedeutet für seine Überzeugung, für seine Überzeugung, auch Verwundungen hinzunehmen. Und ich bedanke mich für die Standhaftigkeit. Ich bedanke mich aber auch für die Bühne hier, für die Gelegenheit, von hier aus zu zeigen und nach Europa, nach Brüssel hinauszurufen, die Patrioten stehen auf, wir erheben uns, heute und hier beginnt unser politischer Fight Club. Jawohl! Und Fight Club, das klingt nach einem Filmtitel, nach einem Blockbuster, nach einer neuen Netflix-Serie. Aber es ist nichts davon, sondern es ist unsere politische Realität. Es ist die Welt, in der wir leben. Und die Fronten sind völlig klar. Auf der einen Seite die dunkle Seite der Macht, die Globalisten in ihrer ideologischen Ignoranz und Arroganz, in ihrem System des Machtmissbrauchs, in ihrer Geringschätzung und in ihrer Verachtung gegenüber dem Volk. Und auf der anderen Seite wir alle, die Patrioten, die Verteidiger von Heimat, von Freiheit, von Tradition, von Wahrheit, im Schulterschluss mit unseren Völkern. Wir sind hier nicht zusammengekommen, um belanglos miteinander zu plaudern und uns unverbindlich auszutauschen. Nein, wir sind hier, weil wir wissen, wir alle haben einen Auftrag. Wir sind im politischen Ausnahmezustand, denn die Globalisten haben ihre Handschuhe längst abgelegt. Sie kämpfen schmutzig, sie kämpfen dirty, sie kämpfen nur nach ihren eigenen Regeln. Und jetzt liegt es an uns, es liegt nur an uns, den Verteidigern der Nation, der Identität, der Wahrheit, ihnen mutig die Stirn zu bieten, sie zurückzudrängen, ihre Anmaßungen zurückzuweisen, ihre Pläne, ihre Strategien und ihre Taktik zu durchkreuzen und am Ende für unsere Heimat zu siegen. Es liegt nur an uns. Bei mir zu Hause in Österreich, da hat unsere Freiheitliche Partei, die längst zu einer Bewegung geworden ist, gezeigt, was Entschlossenheit bedeutet. Wir haben uns aufgerichtet, wir sind angetreten gegen eine Übermacht, David gegen Goliath, wenn man so will, gegen eine Europäische Union, die nicht verbindet, sondern unterdrückt, gegen eine Einheitspartei, die nur noch Einheitsmeinungen und Einheitslösungen duldet, gegen eine Monokultur des Ungeistes, gegen Massenmigration, gegen Gender-Umerziehung, Klimakommunismus und gegen die Mainstream-Medien, die die letzten Verbündeten und Beschützer dieser verirrten Politikerkaste sind. Ich nenne die Mainstream-Medien immer ihre Herz-Lungen-Maschine, die sie noch künstlich am Leben erhält. Und unser Widerstand und unser Kampf, er hat uns nicht kleiner, sondern er hat uns größer. Er hat uns stärker gemacht. Und zum ersten Mal in der Geschichte unseres Landes ist es uns bei nationalen Parlamentswahlen gelungen, die stärkste Kraft zu werden. Und ich verspreche, dass auch der letzte Schritt, der jetzt noch fehlt, dass es nämlich einen freiheitlichen Regierungschef mit einem freiheitlichen Programm in Österreich geben wird, dass dieser Schritt kommen wird. Sie können uns nicht stoppen. Und warum ist das so? Warum ist das so? Weil wir nicht für die selbsternannten Eliten sprechen und handeln, sondern für das Volk. Ich sage immer, fühlen, wie die große Mehrheit der Bevölkerung fühlt. Denken, wie die große Mehrheit der Bevölkerung denkt. Sprechen, wie die große Mehrheit der Bevölkerung spricht. Und handeln, wie die große Mehrheit der Bevölkerung handeln würde, wenn sie an unserer Stelle entscheiden könnte oder in einer ähnlichen Situation zu entscheiden hätte. Das ist gute Politik. Das ist Politik auf Augenhöhe mit dem Souverän. Und diese Hinwendung zum Volk bedeutet die Abwendung von den Globalisten. Die erste Frontlinie im Kampf gegen die Globalisten verläuft gegenüber Brüssel. Die Europäische Union, wie sie sich heute präsentiert, man muss eigentlich sagen, wie sie sich gebärdet, ist ja nur mehr ein Zerrbild ihrer Ursprungsidee von einem Europa der Vaterländer. Brüssel ist zu einem seelenlosen Machtzentrum verkommen, degeneriert, mutiert, das die Völker und die Staaten umerziehen will und die Bürger nach den Bedürfnissen der Bürokraten konfigurieren möchte, anstatt ihnen zu dienen. In der Einwanderungspolitik, aufgezwungene Umverteilung, Resettlement-Programme, Empfangskomitees statt Grenzschutz. In der Klima- und Energiepolitik, Bürokratismus, Verbote, Verteuerung, Versorgungskrisen, alles im Namen eines weltfremden Ökofanatismus. Und in der Rechtsprechung die Untergrabung nationaler Souveränität durch EU-Gerichte und supranationale Vorschriften. Überall Zerstörung, soweit das Auge reicht, im Namen eines angeblichen Fortschritts. Liebe Freunde, liebe Mitstreiter, unser Kampfauftrag und unsere Mission lautet, ein Europa der Vaterländer, ein Europa der Selbstbestimmung, ja natürlich, aber niemals um keinen Preis ein Europa der Fremdbestimmung. Daher weg mit dieser Zwangsbeglückung und zurück zu Recht und Vernunft. Wir bleiben die Herren in unseren eigenen Häusern. Und bedenken wir, während man uns mit Krieg und mit Dauerkrisen ablenken und in Angst halten will, läuft im Hintergrund ein anderes, ein gefährliches Projekt, lautlos, skrupellos, schleichend. Es ist der Aufbau einer digitalen Diktatur. Und was tut man in Europa mit Kritikern dieser Agenda? Was macht man mit ihnen? Man zensiert sie, man stempelt sie als Extremisten ab, man punziert sie als Sicherheitsrisiko, man delegitimiert sie. Wer widerspricht, wird gecancelt, wird diffamiert, wird wirtschaftlich vernichtet. Im Namen der Sicherheit, haha, im Namen der Sicherheit will man unsere Chats lesen, unsere Konten sperren, unsere Bewegungen verfolgen. Man will wissen, wann wir wo mit wem was gesprochen und gedacht haben. All das ist die totale Kontrolle. Sie nennen es digitale Identität, Chatkontrolle und soziale Verantwortung. Wir nennen es beim Namen. Es ist die totale Überwachung. Die Bürger sollen in dieser Vorstellung gläsern und nackt sein. Das Imperium selbst hüllt sich in Dunkeln und hält alle Fäden in der Hand. Unsere Mission lautet: Schluss damit. Verteidigen wir die heilige Privatsphäre als zentrales Bollwerk unserer Freiheit. Und nun komme ich zum wahrscheinlich zentralsten Punkt unserer gemeinsamen patriotischen Bewegung, zur Migrationsfrage. Migration ist kein Schicksal, auch wenn man uns das immer wieder weismachen will. Aber es ist sehr wohl eine Schicksalsfrage. Ich glaube, es ist die Schicksalsfrage des Kontinents. Migration entscheidet darüber, ob Europa Europa bleibt. Migration entscheidet darüber, ob Wien, Berlin oder Paris in einigen Jahren noch österreichische, deutsche, französische Städte sind, ob sie europäische Städte sind oder nur noch tote Kulissen einer untergegangenen Zivilisation und Kultur. In der Frage der Migration geht es um tatsächliche Kipppunkte, wo Vorsicht in allen Bereichen geboten ist. Und ich sage eines ganz offen an dieser Stelle: Was sich in Europa abspielt, ist kein Zufall. Es ist das Ergebnis einer Agenda, einer bewusst gesteuerten ethnisch-kulturellen Transformation. Denn Migration wird nicht gestoppt, nein, sie wird organisiert, gefördert und verklärt. NGOs sind keine edlen Hilfswerke, sie sind Teil von Schleusernetzwerken mit politisch-ideologischem Auftrag. Integration ist eine Lüge, weil sie darauf hinausläuft, dass sich die Mehrheit an die Minderheit anpassen soll. Und unser Sozialstaat, er dient immer weniger denen, die Verantwortung übernommen haben für sich, für ihre Familien, für ihre Heimat. Er wird umfunktioniert zu einem All-Inclusive-Club für Menschen, die über tausende Kilometer zu uns kommen, um unsere Errungenschaften auszunutzen. Als freiheitliche österreichische Patrioten sagen wir: Österreich ist kein Einwanderungsland und es darf auch niemals eines werden. Illegalität darf sich niemals lohnen, weder durch Aufenthaltsrecht noch durch Geldleistungen. Asylzentren haben ihren Platz nicht innerhalb Europas, sondern außerhalb unseres Kontinents. Kriminelle Ausländer sind konsequent abzuschieben und der Sozialstaat gehört unseren Staatsbürgern und hat nicht Völkerwanderer zu servicieren. All das heißt Fairness, und Fairness bedeutet, dass die eigene Bevölkerung im Zentrum und an erster Stelle steht für die politischen Entscheidungen. Das ist keine Fremdenfeindlichkeit, das ist Gerechtigkeit, und das heißt Verantwortung zu übernehmen für sein eigenes Land. Wer sein Land liebt, der schützt seine Bürger. Wer die Bürger preisgibt, ist ein Verräter. Meine Damen und Herren, Sie sehen, unser politischer Kampf ist nur vordergründig einer um Prozente. Das ist er natürlich auch. Aber diese Prozente, die wir bei Wahlen erreichen, sie sind nur das Mittel, sie sind nur das Werkzeug. Im Inneren und im Kern ist es ein Kampf um Prinzipien, um Wahrheit gegen die Lüge, um Identität gegen Auflösung, Entwurzelung und Entfremdung, um Souveränität gegen Bevormundung und Unfreiheit. Und die gute Nachricht ist die frohe Botschaft, die Menschen wachen auf, immer mehr und immer öfter. Und sie finden sich mit ihren Sorgen, Nöten, mit ihren Wünschen und Hoffnungen in dem wieder, was wir kritisieren, was wir planen und was wir vorantreiben. Es baut sich gegenwärtig eine große Welle der Freiheit auf, die über ganz Europa hereinbricht. Überall wächst der Widerstand. Überall wächst der Widerstand gegen diese pervertierte Form des Brüsseler Imperialismus, der sich gegen die eigenen Mitgliedstaaten und deren Bürger wendet. Und die Repression des Systems gegen diese Welle der Freiheit, die strukturelle Gewalt, die zur Anwendung kommt, sie ist kein Ausdruck von Stärke, sie ist ein Zeichen der Verzweiflung und der Hilflosigkeit. Der Wind hat sich gedreht und ist zum Sturm geworden und er bläst den Globalisten mitten ins Gesicht. Das Zeitalter der Patrioten ist angebrochen, überall in Europa. Gut so. Wir, die sogenannten Populisten, die bösen Populisten, wir haben Recht behalten. Wir waren die Warner. Jetzt haben wir die Antwort. Wir waren die Außenseiter. Jetzt sind wir die Hoffnung der Mehrheit. Liebe Freunde, wir sind gekommen, um zu bleiben und wir sind gekommen, um zu siegen, als Hoffnung für all diejenigen, die sich nicht einschüchtern lassen, als Verteidiger unserer europäischen Zivilisation und als Stimme für unsere Kinder, die noch gar nicht geboren sind, aber die ein Recht darauf haben, in einer gesunden, sicheren, freien und friedlichen Heimat in intakten Familien groß zu werden. Für uns steht fest, der Bürger ist kein Untertan. Unsere Länder sind keine Filialbetriebe einer übergeordneten Konzernzentrale in Brüssel. Unsere Gesetze sind nicht weniger wert als die Regeln der Europäischen Union und das Volk ist kein Störfaktor in der Demokratie, sondern das Herzstück. Und in diesem Sinne, lasst uns fighten. Ich danke Ihnen, ich danke dem stolzen Gastgeberland, danke Ungarn und ich rufe Ihnen zu, aus ganzem Herzen und mit fester Überzeugung, es lebe ein starkes Europa der Vaterländer, es lebe das Zeitalter der Patrioten, fight, 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 and knock the globalists out. Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Ezt a lelkesítő beszédet. Hölgyeim és uraim, most következő felszólalónk az ECR főtitkára, a Fratelli d'Italia parlamenti képviselője, aki kitartóan küzd a jobboldali pártokra aggatott címkék lerombolásáért. Elege van az uniós bürokrácia túltengéséből. A színpadon Antonio Giordano!
Dear friends, being here with you today is a real pleasure. And being here in Hungary, a place where young people face the tanks with their bare hands on one of the strong frontiers of Europe is an honor. To speak as a Secretary General of the ECR party is a privilege. But to speak on behalf of Fratelli d'Italia is really a great responsibility. We are all friends, but we must be aware that we are very different. We speak different languages. We live by different traditions. We are shaped by millennial cultures. We come from roots that run deep and carry the memory of centuries. And yet, this diversity is not a weakness. It is what makes us stronger, because we are united by a heritage of faith, family, freedom, and responsibility. When we stand on enduring values, our unity is not fragile, is unshakable. Yes, we are different, but what unites us is stronger. We want to defend our nations and respond to the real needs of our people. Citizens are not asking for theories. They want results. Leaders who listen, who act, and who understand everyday struggles. Our mission is to deliver pragmatic solutions without losing our principles. Journalists are always asking if we believe in Europe. Certainly. But the Europe we want is a community where unity does not mean uniformity, where voices matter, the past is respected, and values stand above convenience. To be patriotic today means knowing who we are and moving forward with confidence. Sovereignty is not will of isolation. It is strength with openness, identity with dialogue, and leadership with trust. This is our vision, a Europe of nations free, strong, and sovereign. And in this common journey, I want to strongly evidence the leading role of my dear President Mateusz Morawiecki. He led Poland through some of the most challenging years in modern European history, the pandemic nightmare, and then a war on our doorsteps. With clarity, strength, and his strong sense of duty, he stood firm for his people and for Europe's security. Today, together with Vice President Carlo Fidanza, Marion Maréchal, and George Simeon, he is engaged to continue shaping a new conservative vision for Europe as president of the ECR party. A vision that defends national sovereignty while promoting responsible cooperation among free nations. And let me say that in this path, Giorgia Meloni has shown the way. She governs with dignity, strength, and coherence, never compromising her principles, yet always keeping dialogue open and building bridges where others build walls. Her leadership brought together a broad center-right coalition with parties from different European families. She proved that it is possible to keep united different identities without losing direction, and that order and stability can coexist with a firm conviction. Italy, under her leadership, is a model of a strong, clear, and inclusive government, respecting political differences. In the management of immigration, she is tracing paths that are appreciated and that inspire many states. And that model is being recognized across Europe and beyond. And she is not alone. Across Europe, conservative leadership is gaining strength. In Italy, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Belgium, conservative prime ministers and political leaders are showing that there is a different way to govern. One that respects nations, protects families, defends sovereignty, people, instead of running behind nonsense and ideology. From Giorgia Meloni to Bart De Wever, from Peter Fiala to Viktor Orban, a clear message emerges. Europe must move forward, by recovering pride in its roots, making its institution reliable, and the courage of making decisions based on the reality and common sense. These leaders prove that conservatism is not nostalgia. It is responsibility, vision, and the will to serve. Sovereignty does not mean isolation, and Giorgia Meloni is the deep proof of that. With the Mattei Plan for Africa, Italy is taking a leading role in the Mediterranean region, supporting cooperation, development, humanity, and mutual respect. And at the same time, Italy supports strategic projects like the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor. The message is clear. We defend our identity, but we are not open to the world with realism and confidence. This is open sovereignty, being firm in who we are and still able to engage globally, to propose dialogue without being naive, to cooperate without being dependent, to lead without losing our roots. And beyond our continent, we have seen a call for renewal in the West. President Trump marked a turning point with a message that inspired many. Put your nation first, defend your values, and build on your own strengths. Of course, Europe and America have different paths. And yes, in these times, we observe with attention and sometimes with concern the evolution of American policies. But let one thing be clear. We are and remain indivisible allies. The ties that unite our histories, our values, and our people are stronger than temporary doubts. And we trust that what today seems uncertain will soon become clear again. We reject the logic of woke ideology and the cancel culture that denies history and undermines common sense. We want to make the West strong again, not just economically, but culturally and morally. Friends, we are not here to reduce our identities, but to focus on the common ground of our shared mission. Built on love for our nations, respect for our peoples, the seriousness and consistency of our commitments, and the honor and dignity that bind us. This is and will be even more our strength. Thank you very much.
Harcosok klubja. Mi, szuverenisták és a globalistákkal szemben állunk. Teljesen máshogy képzeljük el a világot. De hogy mennyire így van ez? Erről is fognak beszélgetni a következő percekben. Anders Vistisen, aki Dániából érkezett, és a Dán Néppárt egyik legkiemelkedőbb képviselője. Roger Köppel, svájci médiavállalkozó. A Die Weltwoche heti lap kiadója és főszerkesztője. Schaller Baros Ernő, a Fidesz EP képviselője, a Patrióták pártcsaládjának tagja, aki pedig a beszélgetést vezeti, Kovács Attila, az Alapjogokért Központ politikai tanácsadója.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to join this panel today. Let's start with the European party politics in this fight between sovereignists and the globalists. Early July, it will be 1 year that the Patriots for Europe has been founded, and today it's one of the biggest EP groups in the European Parliament. And how do you see the last year? How do you see the activity of the Patriots in the European Parliament, in and outside of the European Parliament, in the European political scene?
So first of all, thank you for the question, and thank you for all to you that you are here with us today, and especially the organizers of CPAC Hungary. We need these gatherings, conservatives need these gatherings, so thank you so much again. For a patriot, let's say honestly, party politics and political decision making is in the nation state, without any questions. But at the same time, we have a European Parliament. And in the European Parliament, what we see for the last year, since the Patriots were founded by Prime Minister Orbán and his fellows in Vienna, we see that the political landscape in Europe changed. We have now 85 MEPs sitting in the Patriots group, and the sheer number means that we are the third biggest and third largest group in the European Parliament. And they fear us because they see after the win of Donald Trump in the United States of America for the last year, that the Patriots' voices are stronger on each side of the pond. So we are working together with our Danish friends, of course, and our voice is louder than before in Brussels.
Anders, let me turn to you now, and let's go to national level. How do you see, from a Danish perspective, what are the key topics of this fight between globalists and sovereignists? Is it migration, or is it changing today? How is the political agenda changing in the European Union?
I think that's a very simple answer. Migration is the core issue that ties our patriotic movement together. I think it's said many times, but migration is destiny. If you just open your borders like most of Western Europe have done, then you gradually change pieces of your society that you can never have back. In Denmark, we are talking about black spaces on the map. That's not meaning things eroding into the North Sea or the Baltic Sea. That is meaning areas of our cities, our major cities, that are becoming no-go zones. No-go zones for the Jewish population, for females, for people of Christian origin, simply because we have allowed too many Islamists to set foot in our country. And the worst thing about that from a Danish perspective is that we are not the country that is worst off. It's much worse in Sweden, it's much worse in Germany, in France, in Great Britain, in Belgium, in the Netherlands. So we are sort of a gateway between the sensible Eastern countries who have not allowed this irresponsible migration to happen, and the Western countries who are in a very, very peculiar situation where the migration have almost become irreversible. And that is why it's so important that we're working together, prompting up these socialist and liberal narratives that all migration is good, and we just need more and more uncontrolled Middle East, North African migration in Europe.
Thank you. Roger, you are the only one here in the panel outside of the European Union. From a Swiss perspective, and being a former politician who dealt with European issues, how do you see the current political situation and the last decades that finally ended up in today's political situation?
Yes, Attila. Well, first of all, it's always great to be in Hungary, the epicenter of resistance and common sense in this strange institutional construction of the European Union. I mean, it's really interesting when I follow this conference now for the second time. In Switzerland, we started to discuss these issues here, migration and the European Union as an intellectual misconception, as something that doesn't work. We started to discuss this in the 90s already, because it's always the same question, which is also here: who makes the laws in our own countries? Who is the chief in our own countries? Who defines the national interests? Is that a group of non-elected bureaucrats and functionaries who decide things that are diametrically against the interest of the people, as far as migration is concerned, as far as prosperity is concerned, as far as security is concerned? We have now a war in Europe. I mean, you have to imagine that. I mean, the EU was built to prevent wars, and so they didn't fulfill on their promise. And in Switzerland, we are sovereignists from 1291. I mean, we are natural-born sovereignists. We defend our democratic order, but we are also open towards the world. We are not against anybody. We are for Switzerland. And therefore we see that this patriotic movement, it seems to resonate our Swiss debates we had in our direct democracy since 30 years. So we are the secret vanguard of reason and common sense, and we're looking with great pleasure that other countries follow up in the meantime.
In this regard, what would you say like best practice for a nation to resist European institutions, for example? Are there best practices, are there recipes in this fight?
It's very simple. Just say no. Just say no. And then you will notice that this whole avalanche of anger that comes then, there is not so much behind it. So first of all, you have to say no. That's the most important thing. I think the word no is the most important word in democracy. Democracy is the form of government to say no. No to the politicians, no to the governments, no to some international institutions, and yes to your own country. Just say no.
And let's get back to European politics. Patriots hasn't been awarded the positions in the European Parliament it deserved when the European Parliament was founded, like in a committee, presidency, etc., etc. How do you see the potential allies of Patriots? What is the relationship now with the ECR, with the EPP? How do you see the potential or real cooperation with the Europe of Sovereign Nations, EP group? How do you see this constellation?
First of all, let me be very clear. It's not important for the electorate of the European Union and the European continent if Anders Vistisen or Anu Shalabaros is, I don't know, vice chairman of a committee. Honestly, nobody cares. It's a simple question, of course, of democracy, what the socialists, communists, the liberals and the Greens always doing in such questions. They regard themselves as Democrats, and of course they are not respecting the democratic will of the people. Sorry, but the same happened in the Bundestag in Germany for 2 legislative periods now. What they are doing with the AfD is a joke and a fraud against democracy. What Europe needs is a very patient but loud voice that the European Commission is not a government. The European Parliament is not a sole law-giving body. Basically, decisions should be made by the nation states in Council. That is what we are advocating for. And secondly, what we say is, at the same time, we have enough. The European electorate had enough, because you always see the backroom deals in the European Parliament between socialists, the EPP pressed to the center, always going to the center and to the left, and the Greens. And it's bad. We saw that in Germany, we saw that in Austria, we saw that in every country where the Greens got the power, that basically it was harmful for the European economy, it was harmful for the European families, it was harmful for the European people. And the people had enough from the woke nonsense that came through Brussels, that comes through the soft power of Soros and all his organizations. So what we have to do now is find deals to work together on the conservative side. And yes, we have to work together with the ECN. We have to work together, of course, with the ECR. We had very good friends with the Italians, with the Polish in ECR as well. We have to work together. And yes, we have to talk also common sense into the EPP. It has no future to make your deals always with the left. No future at all.
Anders, Prime Minister Orban said today in the morning that the election of Donald Trump in the United States brought a new era, or has brought a new era for patriots. And a new chapter began in this fight between globalists and patriots. From a Danish perspective, how do you see it? And I take the opportunity here now that in recent months when I heard about Denmark, it was more about Greenland. This very particular topic, how do you see the situation broadly with the advent of Trump, and particularly the situation in Denmark?
I think, generally speaking, we are on the stepping stone of a seismic shift in policies. Like we saw the liberals coming forward in the middle of the 1800s, we saw the social democratic forces taking over in the beginning of the last century. I think one of the slogans here is that we are now in an age of patriotism, where the conservative right will rise as a common sense project that will unite between countries of the West. And that is also why I think the important thing is that we work together towards our common goals instead of bickering internally. And I think that goes across the Atlantic, and it goes internally in Europe. When I began out in European politics 11 years ago, we were told that there were certain fractions, parties we could not work with, but my mantra has always been that when Viktor Orban came and was attacked by the European Union, regardless that I was not in the same group as the Fidesz at that point in time, I would defend the Hungarian government to rule in Hungary as they choose to do, with support from their people, the Hungarian people. Because I knew if I didn't defend Mr. Orban in Europe 11 years ago, they would attack Denmark when we tried to limit migration. And I think it's awful that we have a regime in Brussels who talks about rule of law, who talks about democracy, but fines Hungary to protect our borders. Every day Hungary is still fined for the fact that you are keeping out illegal migrants. That is insane. And just to add on to that, when the European Union do their own rigged opinion polls and ask who in Europe is most fond of the European project, the countries with most opt-outs, with most restrictions on the European Union membership are the happiest. Maybe in Brussels they should reflect a little bit about the fact that Denmark, Ireland, other countries who are not in the migration scheme, who are not having the common currency of the euro, who doesn't believe in a federal European army, are the countries that are more happy than most federalist ones. And just from a purely Danish perspective, and I will end up with that, is we have been told by the Europeans that we are the most reluctant partner. The Danish people have voted no for more European integration on 4 separate occasions. And I say, no, Danes don't hate the European Union more than anyone else. We just have a constitution that obliges the politicians to ask the people. Because every time the people is asked, in France, in Ireland, in Holland, Netherlands, and so on, whether they want more Brussels or less Brussels, the answer is unified. They want less Brussels and more national state.
So practically Danes has already applied the recipe from Switzerland. Roger, let me continue with you in a little bit broader perspective. In the last year, we have seen elections in the United States, Germany, Austria, Romania, Poland, Portugal, etc., etc. How do you see the changing political landscape in the European Union? We see in many member states that the Brussels-backed liberal mainstream parties are fighting with the patriots. How do you see the current stance of this
I
fight?
think what we see now is some kind of conservative revolution. And the vehemence and the impact of this revolution shows you that our countries have marched in the wrong direction. And it's more and more people start to realize that they have been betrayed by their politicians, that these politicians that didn't fulfill the interest of the people, but they were just, helping their own interests. And we see a huge backlash against this. Now Switzerland has a completely different system, and I would say we have more incremental change. We are, due to our direct democracy, to our neutrality, to our federalism, which means that the cantons have a great power, not the centralized government. This means that these kind of very strong man politicians are fortunately not needed in Switzerland. But still we have the same problems. We have also, like all the countries, especially Germany, Switzerland, the United States, they just were too successful, they had too much money, and they became decadent. They thought they could solve all the problems with money. They thought they could bring in the whole world of migrants that they couldn't cope with. And now, it's the great backlash of reason, the backlash of common sense, and it's the counter-revolution of conservatism, and the age of common sense starts again, until people get crazy again, the leftists will prevail, but now it's the time for the conservatives to clean up the mess that the left and the green have left us to clean up.
Let's talk, Ernő, Roger, a little bit about the politics of the German-speaking countries in Europe, because you mentioned already Germany, the example of Germany, and also the Austria, that the will of people seems to be neglected, has been neglected. How can patriots fight against this phenomena? What do you think? What can be the way out?
Look, we see what happens here in my country, in Hungary. There is an opposition party supported by Manfred Weber, by the EPP, and pushed towards a success that is never coming. But what we see in the German-speaking world, the same happens. Normal people, normal everyday people, since the Second World War, voted for the EPP parties in Germany, for CDU in Austria, for the ÖVP, or social democratic parties and movements, see what happened to their countries. They see what it was promised. Migration year by year, month by month, week by week, people coming from all around the world. That will make your life better. You will live better. Your GDP will be higher. Your kids go to better schools. The next generation in your family will live better than your ancestors. And it's not happening. It's a lie. And what you see now, that in my opinion, but of course, I'm not living in Germany, I'm not living in Switzerland, I'm not living in Austria, but at the same time I realize, as I travel this country since my childhood, is that you can see that these countries changed. And I'm utterly afraid that these countries change for good. And the problem is that the people realize that. And when I see the Freedom Party of Austria, for the first time in history, a patriot party, winning an election, it's the outright against every push of the mainstream media, every push from the EPP, every push from European organizations and institutions. That is a sign. And you see that in Germany as well. Times are changing, times are shifting, people are shifting in mind, and they realize and see that change has to come now, because if it's not happening, then it's over. This game is over. Their countries, their society changes for good. And it's the last gaps, it's the last hour. We have to work together and stop this nonsense, stop illegal, and honestly I have to say, stop uncontrolled migration to this continent.
And
Roger,
I think I would like to add one aspect in a non-Swiss, undiplomatic way. I think we have to realize that the European Union is the opposite of democracy. It's basically undemocratic, and you see these tendencies now, how they treat the opposition, how they treat politicians who are not part of the mainstream. And this is essentially much harder than I thought it would ever be possible. And Germany somehow, it seems to me, I spent quite a lot of time in Germany. Germany is now some kind of battleground for the soul of Europe, you could say, where you have very, very strong attempts to silence the opposition. And I have a great admiration for politicians who are ready to go against this very fierce attacks that they have to endure. And this, I really have to say that Viktor Orban, I know him now for 12 years or something. That's the first time I interviewed him 13 years ago, I think. And he has been an extremely important inspiration. And I see how the Germans, the conservatives in other countries look up to Hungary. Switzerland is too small, you know, we are a bit sidelined, but it's very important. And we just have to see that the European Union, in its current form, it cannot survive. It is the opposite of our democracy, it's the opposite of our values. It just, you know, they push aside everything that is precious to us, and this needs a very strong fight and thick skin and a lot of positive energy to go on. But these forces, they cannot win. I mean, the patriots, whatever you call them, the Democrats, the sovereignists, they will win this battle because the other side is too weak at the end of the day.
Anders, CPAC is the global meeting of patriotic political forces. From your experiences, what recipe, what best practice, what advice would you give to those political forces who fight globalists around the world?
I think what CPAC Hungary has succeeded in doing, I think actually it's instrumental in gathering the Patriot fraction, who is now the third largest force in the European Parliament, is to bring together people with national conservative patriotic backgrounds. And we get to know each other, we have a cup of coffee in the back room, we meet with all your great patriots who have shown up here to show you support, and that have created a lot more dialogue that today is used for our shared fight against undemocratic measures. And I think the greatest atrocity here is that this revolution in Europe comes from the fringes, not from the heartlands of Germany, France, and these German-speaking countries. And I see wokeism as the biggest threat here to the European mentality. But the German wokeism has a particularly evil component, and that is the weaponization of the past. So every time there's a common sense party rising in Germany, partially also in Austria, the fascist, communist background of these countries are used as an attack mechanism. But who is acting as the fascist in this world? Who is the one threatening to fire people who have voted for a democratically elected party in Germany? Is it the AfD who wants to fire policewomen or men who have worked, who are voted for the CDU or for the SPD? No, it's the other way around. And therefore, I think to save Europe, we need to save Germany, and it has to be the countries around Germany, like the example of Hungary, the example of Denmark, the example of other countries, Switzerland also, that can show the way for Germany to come back to common sense. And we need the largest country in the European Union, in continental Europe, and the strongest economy to come back, because otherwise this recession in economy, in migration, in cultural decline will just continue. We need actually a strong Germany to prevail as Europeans.
Let it be the last word. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. And the discussion of CPAC continues. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Európa ma hanyatlóban van, fogalmazott nemrég a következő felszólalónk. Majd hozzátette, hogy ha nem tud a kontinensünk irányt váltani, akkor skanzen lesz. A szavának pedig súlya van, hiszen ő maga is vezetett egy országot. Hölgyeim és uraim, üdvözöljék a CPAC Hungary színpadán a volt lengyel miniszterelnököt, Mateusz Morawieckit.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let me greet you first in Hungarian. Üdvözlet minden magyar barátosnak, if this was more or less okay. The title of our panel, or the title of this session is Fight Club. I don't know who of you watched the movie, the film Fight Club, but the first rule of the Fight Club was, you do not talk about Fight Club. Well, we are going to break this rule, because as far as the globalism versus sovereign countries, sovereign states, this very issue is concerned, we have to speak up loudly and clearly. So we will be breaking this rule. Sovereignty matters, borders matter, identity matters, and common sense matters. Hyperglobalism is finally dead. Welcome to the era of regional resilience. Europe faces many threats, but the greatest challenges, probably the greatest challenge for Europe, for the European system, is Europe itself. Europe which suffocates free speech, which punishes innovation and weakens our defense. And basically, we have to deal with those internal issues before we really will be able to address the external problems, the external ones, like Russia, like illegal migration and distribution of illegal migration, like the expansion of the world of Islam, or China. Let me now outline these new structures of global capitalism after the recent changes very briefly. Protectionism is no longer a dirty word. It's a kind of rule. It's a kind of new name of the game, with China subsidizing everything and protecting its market for the last 20, 30 years on the back of the transatlantic world. But quite recently also, the tariffs imposed by President Trump also marked the era of protectionism. So the gap between the global north and the global south is also deepening. What seems to be the end of the globalization era in the global north means the dawn of new globalization for the global south, but with China as the main guarantor, partner, and sponsor. So quite a change before our very eyes. The next element, next factor is the illegal migration. We probably faced the biggest human migration in the history of humankind in those times. And it's worth noticing as well that global capitalism is mutating. Whether we discuss the platform capitalism like Robert Reich is saying, or surveillance capitalism, Shoshana Zuboff, or we talk about the new Middle Ages, one thing is certain: the platforms, digital platforms, gain at significance. And nation states, sovereign nation states, become weaker and weaker vis-à-vis those platforms, those international, multinational corporations. And we have to take this into account while discussing those very basic issues about globalism versus sovereign states. I dare to speak to you today, not just for Poland, but I believe I speak for many people, many nations, rediscovering this simple truth. Sovereignty is not a memory of the past. It is and it must be the key for the future. For 30 years we were told open borders, open markets, open society, open data. This is the only way going forward. And yes, it did bring some prosperity, but at the same time it brought a lot of new challenges. The open society, open borders, open data. You can imagine what kind of challenges there are. And Poland knows all too well what kind of threats and costs this era of last globalization brought with it. And I'm sure my Hungarian friends and friends from Czech Republic, from all the Central Europe, know this very well as well. But today the global system, once a fast highway, looks more like a fragile web. And supply chains are breaking, tech monopolies are on the rise, and geopolitical tensions gain momentum. So let's be honest, the global order as we know is over. The age of hyper-globalization is giving way to a new era, the era of regional resilience. The era of globalists, I believe, and I hope, is also over. Now we must choose, build real autonomy, real strategic autonomy, sovereignty based on sovereign states, or be reduced to actors in someone else's play. Globalization must be reconsidered. It doesn't mean we have to close, we go back to autarky. We have to reconsider the rules of globalization. We need fewer illusions and more balance, and fewer dependencies and more control. International institutions like the European Commission usurped huge powers into their hands, not given to them, not transferred to them in the Treaty of Rome and Treaty of Lisbon. They are taking those powers, utilizing the weakness of national states. The European Commission is sticking its nose everywhere. It's sticking its nose in the sovereign states, and they have no rights to decide about many things, but they have been actually able to do so based on the relative weakness of sovereign states within the European Union. And we have to change it. Let me now focus briefly on sovereignty in the era of digital age. Today, 90% of global data flows through foreign-controlled infrastructure in Hungary, in Poland, but also in Germany and in other countries of the European Union. Let me put it simply. Data, the lifeblood of the modern world, flows through cables and servers we don't own. So I think it's a food for thought for all of us. Chips made in East Asia control our future, and public systems are on foreign servers. AI, quite a popular topic recently. I try to connect AI and sovereignty, those two dimensions. Look, let me put a following thesis in front of you, a following point. The sovereignty is also about deregulation, deregulation in the European Union. Why is that? Look at AI. We have the thickest rule books on AI in the European Union. We have the most stringent manuals about the AI. But meanwhile, we don't have the AI in the European Union. Why is that? Because of the red tape, because the over-regulation in the European Union, and sovereign states have to ensure that the future is in our hands and not in the hands of the European Commission. If we don't do this, we will be under huge competitive pressure from other regions abroad. So sovereignty is not about isolation. Sovereignty, it's about building strong foundations so we can trade, partner, innovate without giving our identity. And what is the deepest structural issue in the European Union? I call it the impossible trinity. This is a fundamental dilemma, a catch-22 type of dilemma for the European Union. And it means that we cannot simultaneously go after three major objectives. The defense, enhancing defense system, we all know it's needed these days, and it also determines the power of each sovereign country. Number two, the Green Deal. And number three, maintaining the welfare state in the European Union. We can concurrently go after 2 out of 3, but we cannot achieve the 3. I could have quantified this, but because of lack of time, I'm putting this argument and this thesis in front of you. That's the major dilemma, impossible trinity. We have to choose 2 out of 3. And my choice is simple. Let's go after stronger Europe, welfare state, innovative Europe, but less of this Green Deal madness which is right now in front of us. And Europe has to change completely its the way how it is operating. And I tell you, there are many ideas, but I'm going to briefly mention on a couple of those. First, we have to have broad-based deregulation in many sectors. Second, implementation of the freedom to provide services. Yes, freedom to provide services, even if included in the Treaty of Rome, has not been implemented. Number 3, promotion of small and mid-sized entrepreneurship. And number 4, bold industrial strategy, which I call designed and crafted in Europe 2030. So a couple of closing statements, a couple of closing remarks, dear friends. The question is not whether we should engage with the world. It is how do we engage without losing ourselves, without losing sovereignty. Yes, we will trade. Yes, we will travel. Yes, we will cooperate. But we won't give up right to choose how we grow, whom we welcome to our sovereign states, and what values we pass on. History is our compass. Technology is our tool. Sovereignty is our foundation. And regional resilience is the way forward. We need a liberation from this madness of illegal migration. We need a liberation from the Green Deal. We need a liberation from censorship. And we need a liberation from the leftist ideology. Dear friends, once more, regional resilience, regional collaboration, coalitions of the willing, respecting rights of sovereign states, this is the way forward. Alien Hozofhios Tabarok Kozoti Baratshak. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. Hölgyeim és uraim, most egy igazán különleges és személyes Q&A beszélgetés következik. Színpadunkon 2 olyan vendég, akiknek véleménye, tapasztalata és személyes történetei nem csak érdekfeszítőek, de nagyon is aktuálisak a világpolitikában. Jair Netanyahu, Izrael egyik legszókimondóbb és legismertebb politikai influencere, aki mindig nyíltan vállalja álláspontját, és akinek személyes történetei nélkülözhetetlenek ahhoz, hogy megértsük a Közel-Kelet bonyolult konfliktusait. Vele szemben pedig Brian Leib, aki nem csak elismert szakértő és elemző, de jó barátja Magyarországnak és a magyaroknak. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage of CPAC Hungary, Jair Netanyahu and Brian Leib.
Good afternoon, Budapest. Before we begin this very important conversation, I'd like to ask everyone in the audience to please rise for a brief moment of silence in memory of the 2 Israeli diplomats that were brutally murdered in Washington, D.C. last week, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky. Thank you. May their memories be a blessing, and may we never, ever become numb to the evil forces in this world. Thank you again. So listen, it is an absolute honor to be back here in Budapest for CPAC Hungary. Today, we stand at the crossroads between sovereignty and globalism. And this conversation with my dear friend Jair Netanyahu could not be more urgent than it is today. As nation states, we face unprecedented internal and external threats, and we gather here as patriots to affirm that national identity, regional security, moral clarity still matter. So let's jump right into the Q&A with our special guest here today. Yair, why do you believe that Israel's war is not just a regional conflict? but the frontline battle of Western civilization against barbarism. You know, you have the so-called Free Palestine movement has become a vehicle for this Red-Green Alliance. Islamists, radical Marxists, who seek to destroy the West from within. If Israel falls, what is going to stand in the way for Europe and America being next?
Thank you, Brian. I want to just say first that such a pleasure to be here in CPAC and in Hungary and in Budapest. I almost feel like at home when I'm in Budapest and in Hungary. I've been here so many times, and every time I enjoy the city and the people so much. Thank you. And really, as a conservative, as an Israeli, and as a Jewish person, there isn't almost anywhere in the world that I feel as safe and welcome as I am in Hungary and in Budapest. And I want to thank to the Hungarian people and Prime Minister Orban for the steadfast support to Israel and the great alliance we have between our countries. And we are deeply appreciative for the support of Hungary to Israel. So thank you for that. Following up your question, Brian, it's important to understand that the riots and the so-called protests of the pro-Palestinian title that we see in the West, that we see in Western Europe, that we see in North America, it's not really about Israel and it's not really about the Palestinians. The Palestinian flag is the new version, updated version of the hammer and sickle communist red flag. It's the symbol of the desire to destroy the Western civilization as we know it. And Israel is the beginning, but it's definitely not the end. They call the Islamists in the Middle East, call Israel the small Satan, America the big Satan, and Europe is the middle-sized Satan, yeah, somewhere in between. Geographically, though, it's closer to the Muslim world. And there is this phenomena of this red-green alliance. If you're not aware of this term, red is the color of Marxists and the updated version of Marxism, which is woke, progressive, all of that stuff. And green is the color of Islamists. So both of these ideologies want to destroy the Western civilization, the Judeo-Christian culture that we all are a part of. They have different reasons why they want to destroy it. The Marxists want to destroy the Western civilization in order to build this utopian Marxist society that can only take place after the current society is destroyed. The Islamists want to have a Sharia Islamic world, but they have the same goal, which is the destruction of Western civilization. And Israel is just the first target because they think it's the easiest because we are the smallest. And in their plan, once they're done with Israel, they're going to come after Europe and they're going to come after America. And the Islamist protests in the Middle East, they chant, after Saturday comes Sunday. First we take care of the Jews, then we're going to take care of the Christians. And you see in the protests, the pro-Palestinian protests, the pro-Israeli protests, for example, in America, they wave the American flag. They sing the American national anthem at the end of the rally. In Britain, they are waving the Union Jack and they sing God Save the King. But in the pro-Palestinian protests in the UK, in America, they burn the American flag. They burn the British flag. If it's in Germany, they burn the German flags. They burn the French flag. It's not really about Israel, and it's not really about the Palestinians. It's the desire to destroy Western civilization.
Yeah, you touched on something very important there. First, they come for the Saturday people, i.e. the Jews. Then they come for the Sunday people. So why is, Israel so important to the Christian community, in your opinion? And maybe briefly tell the audience a little bit more, what happened to Bethlehem after the Oslo Accords?
So I guess we all know the importance of Israel to Christianity. Our roots, we have common roots. Jesus was born and raised as a Jew in the province of Judea his whole life. And all of his disciples were Jewish, and St. Paul was Jewish. But besides that, Israel is the only safe haven for Christianity and Christians in the Middle East. Throughout the Middle East, the Christians are being ethnically cleansed and persecuted, and most of them have already fled the region. The only country in the Middle East that Christian population is not declining but is rising is Israel. And this holy city of Bethlehem, where Jesus Christ was born, it's a great example for the importance of Israel as the guardian of Christianity and Christians in the Middle East. Up until the Oslo Accords in 1993, Israel controlled Bethlehem, and the population was 80% Christian, the population of the city, 80% Christian. In 1993, Israel gave the control to the Palestinian Authority, and they immediately started persecuting the Christians in the city. And now, in 2025, the Christian population of Bethlehem is around 10%.
Wow. Shocking. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about foreign influence. Qatar has poured billions of dollars into American universities, transforming elite institutions into echo chambers, woke campuses that are all anti-Western, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, and anti-Judeo-Christian values. How do you think we allowed this influence to happen from both Iran, Qatar, other bad actors, to take such deep root in the education system in America?
It is a big problem, and a lot of people assume that Qatar is exactly like other Gulf countries, like the UAE or Saudi Arabia. It is not. It's a Muslim Brotherhood regime, which has been outlawed in most Arab Muslim countries. It's outlawed in Saudi Arabia, it's outlawed in Egypt, it's outlawed in the UAE. The Muslim Brotherhood ideology is the ideology of Hamas, the organization, of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and all these other nice organizations. And they are the chief sponsors of all of these organizations. The headquarters of Hamas is in Qatar, which is the equivalent of Afghanistan hosting bin Laden and Al-Qaeda after 9/11. Qatar is interested in the destruction of Israel, of course, but it's not its final goal. It's interested of submitting all of the West to the Sharia Islamist point of view that they believe in. And this is why they are the biggest funders of European elite universities and American elite universities. They're putting a lot of money into the media, into social media as well, into politics, and they are brainwashing European youth and American youth to hate Western civilization, to hate their countries, to hate their heritage, their Christian heritage, and their national pride, to lose faith in their national pride and patriotism. So it is a big problem, not just for Israel, but for the entire West.
Let's briefly touch on Iran. We all know Iran chants death to America, death to Israel, as you said, big Satan, little Satan. It is relentless in their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They have been since the regime changed power in 1979. I think we can both agree that it's one of probably the greatest threats, not just facing Israel, not just facing America, but facing the free world as a whole. How do you think we should handle that nuclear threat with Iran? If you could wave a magic wand, what would you do?
So first of all, it's important for Europeans to understand that Iran is not just Israel's problem, it's all of the Western civilization problem. It's a Europe problem, it's American problem. This regime that took control in 1979 after the Islamic Revolution has a radical Shia Islamist ideology, which is no different than Al-Qaeda and ISIS and any other terror organization. Yes, they are Shia and they are Sunni, but Hezbollah is a Shia terror organization that they are funding, and the Houthis. And it's like having a terrorist organization holds nuclear weapon. Israel is already way in the range of the existing missiles of Iran that will be able to carry a nuclear weapon. But they're not satisfied with this. They are building long-range missiles, intercontinental missiles that can reach to the eastern coast of the United States and, of course, can cover all of European soil. And when you have a radical Islamist regime holding the world as a hostage for their whim because they have a nuclear power and they threaten a nuclear World War III that will probably be the end of humanity. For every time they're not happy about something, this is something that will not only affect Israel, it will affect the daily lives and the peace of Europe, of America, and of the entire world.
Couldn't agree more. It's such a major threat, and it's been such a major threat for a long time. And I think your father and a lot of the leaders in Israel have done a remarkable job doing what has to be done. So your father should be very proud of what he's done so far.
Thank you. I agree.
So let's close, Yair, with another critical long-term threat, the deep state. We have the deep state in America. We see the deep state in Israel. Israel is fighting on three fronts. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, and you also have its own deep state. President Trump imposed sweeping sanctions on the ICC. Prime Minister Orban withdrew Hungary from this jurisdiction when he welcomed your father here in Budapest just recently. And in the United States, we have unelected judges that are attempting to override the will of the people and sideline President Trump. Similar things are happening in Israel against your father. What do you make of these deep state threats to the sovereignty of all of our nations?
So, first of all, I want to thank Prime Minister Orban and President Trump for fighting against the ICC. The ICC is the head of the snake of the globalist deep state network. They're trying to uproot the sovereignty of democracies and Western countries and prevent them to be able to fight terrorism and to protect themselves. It's not just Israel's problems, it's a problem of all democracies facing terrorist threats, which include Europe and America for sure. Mm-hmm. And President Trump, America is not part of the ICC, but they put sanctions on the ICC, and we're deeply grateful for that. And we're deeply grateful for Prime Minister Orban for withdrawing Hungary from the ICC. It's a courageous move, and it is the right thing to do. And we thank him for that, and to the Hungarian people. There is a trend in all of Western world, which is Europe, Brussels, EU, in America, and in Israel, which is unelected bureaucrats, unelected judicial officials, if they're judges or if they're prosecutor, that they think they know better than the public. They know better than the voters, whether it's the American voter or the European voter or the Israeli voter, and they are trying to establish a regime which is not a real democracy, but it's an oligarchy, a regime of the elite, a regime of unelected, educated, they see themselves educated, enlightened elite that rule the country instead of the people. This is very dangerous. This is a problem that Israel is facing. I think not a lot of people are aware of, but the severity of the deep state problem in Israel, it's even worse than America, worse than Brussels. It's very bad. We also face a problem of European taxpayer money, German taxpayer money, EU taxpayer money going and funding radical NGOs, anarchist, Marxist NGOs in Israel that do riots in the streets of Israel with billions of euros pouring from Europe, from your taxpayer money as well, because it comes from the European Union, and funding terrorist organization in the Palestinian Authority. I think your hard-earned taxpayer money as Europeans should go to build your schools, your churches, your health system, etc., and not Palestinian terrorist organization or Israeli radical anarchists. So I'm very hopeful it will change, and I'm very hopeful that strong leaders that represent the will of their people, like my father, like Prime Minister Orban, and like President Trump, will change this and will save Western civilization from this double threat of red-green alliance.
Well, yeah, you are entirely correct. Our Judeo-Christian values, our nations, our civilizations, they are under attack from these woke mobs and from these globalists. Together, I'm confident, and especially as the next generation of leaders in our respective entities, we're going to fight back, and we're going to win. There's no other option. We have to win. You have Prime Minister Orban and Hungarian leaders here today that have reminded us that borders matter, cultures matter, and sovereignty matters. The West will endure, but only if all of us are bold enough to defend it. Let us all work together to fight, and to fight. May God bless Hungary, may God bless Israel, and may God bless the United States of America. Yair Netanyahu, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hamarosan következik egy panelbeszélgetés a Harcosok klubjában, ám előtte a színpadra szólítom az egyik résztvevőt, a latin-amerikai szabadság hangját. Argentína fiatal jobboldali csillaga már 30 évesen ott van a szuverenista mozgalom élvonalában. Tartományi képviselőként szembeszállt a baloldali hegemóniával, és elsőként állt ki Javier Milei mellett, amikor még csak elnökjelölt volt. Katolikus. Szerinte a globalisták a család, a hit és a haza lerombolásán dolgoznak. Ő pedig nem hátrál meg a harcban. A CPAC Hungaryn most először élőben a déli félteke szabadságharcosa, Nahuel Sotelo.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un verdadero honor para mí estar hoy aquí. Quiero expresar mi sincero agradecimiento al Centro de Derechos Fundamentales por esta distinguida invitación. Mi nombre es Nahuel Sotelo. Soy secretario de Culto y Civilización de la Nación Argentina. Soy el secretario de Estado más joven de la administración Milei. De manera muy resumida, la Secretaría de Culto y Civilización es una secretaría fusionada por Javier Milei para combatir la Agenda 2030 y los delirios que a veces se promueven en las Naciones Unidas y otros organismos internacionales. Es una secretaría que no solo defiende la libertad religiosa, sino también los fundamentos de nuestra cultura. Debo decirles algo. Europa ha arruinado mis sueños y los sueños de muchos argentinos. ¿Por qué? En mi país, desde muy pequeños siempre miramos a Europa y lo miramos con muchísima atención. De hecho, es el sueño de muchos jóvenes y niños conocer el viejo continente, la cuna de la civilización. Lamentablemente, hoy la Europa con la que soñamos desde niños ya no existe, ha caído. Y al ritmo que cae Europa, mis hijos nunca llegarán a conocer ese continente que antes de llamarse Europa se conocía como Cristianitas. Y si bien he escuchado a muchos líderes hablar de la culpa es del otro, yo no me voy a meter en las políticas soberanas de cada país, pero antes de que la culpa sea del de afuera, la responsabilidad está adentro. La responsabilidad es de los europeos. Voy a poner un ejemplo. Si Miklos me invita a su casa y yo cuando entro comienzo a romper su sillón, sus platos, su televisor, sus herramientas, el problema no es solo lo que yo hago, sino que Miklos no reaccione. Y si además de no reaccionar justifica o aplaude mis actos, entonces la responsabilidad del desastre recae en él. Del mismo modo, Europa no puede culpar solo a los factores externos. La decadencia también es responsabilidad de quienes, desde adentro, permiten o celebran su propia destrucción. Yo sé perfectamente lo que es vivir bajo las ideas contrarias a los valores fundacionales de un país. Argentina lo fue hasta el 10 de diciembre de 2023, cuando Javier Milei ganó las elecciones y recuperamos nuestros valores y recuperamos nuestra patria. Hoy, la gestión de mi presidente es reconocida como el milagro argentino. Mientras en América del Sur, nuestro país libra una batalla gigantesca por las ideas de la libertad, veo que en Europa las ideas contrarias a la civilización avanzan. Les traje algunos ejemplos. Voy a leer resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas votadas en el 2024. Son muchas, pero solamente daré 2 por cuestiones de tiempo. La primera resolución de Naciones Unidas se llama Derecho de los Pueblos Indígenas. Fíjense que ya no se habla de pueblos originarios, porque ya no importa de dónde vengan, sino resolución de pueblos indígenas. En esta resolución, en uno de los apartados, dice respetar la autodeterminación territorial de los pueblos y en materia de salud, respetar sus tradiciones ancestrales. No sé si lo sabrán, pero a mí me ha tocado vivir en una provincia donde hay presencia de pueblos originarios. ¿Saben cuáles eran las tradiciones ancestrales? Que los caciques inicien sexualmente a las niñas a partir de los 9 años. O que se impida a los miembros de la comunidad atenderse en hospitales porque la medicina científica va en contra de sus creencias. Esto es lo que se está votando en Naciones Unidas. Y no, para nosotros no existen leyes más allá de las del Estado argentino, donde todos somos iguales ante la ley. Voy al siguiente ejemplo, también una resolución de Naciones Unidas votada en el 2024. El texto y el título dice, es una resolución para la eliminación del racismo, la discriminación racial, la xenofobia, etc. ¿Quién podría oponerse a ese título? Yo creo que nadie. Pero escuchen lo que dice en uno de sus apartados. Estamos alarmados ante la propagación en muchas partes del mundo de movimientos extremistas y racistas de diversa índole, basados en ideologías que pretenden promover programas nacionalistas y de derecha. Esto, repito, es una resolución de Naciones Unidas que toma partido directamente. A lo que por supuesto me pregunto, ¿desde cuándo amar a tu país y creer en el libre mercado es un delito? Luego va avanzando esta resolución y se entromete directamente en la soberanía nacional de cada país y dice: acoge con beneplácito el establecimiento de un mecanismo internacional de expertas y expertos independientes integrados por 3 especialistas en cumplimiento de la ley y derechos humanos, cuyo objetivo es promover un cambio transformador en favor de la justicia y la igualdad racial en el contexto de las fuerzas del orden. Es decir, se mete también con las fuerzas de seguridad. Además, por supuesto, también luego propone investigar las respuestas de los gobiernos a las protestas contra el racismo. Luego habla de que los estados deberían pedir perdón y pagar indemnizaciones por los males del colonialismo. Y por último, hace un llamamiento y dice tal cual a todos los gobiernos para que contribuyan generosamente al fondo fiduciario. Se entiende que después de calificar a la derecha como racista y proponer un comité de expertos para vigilar a las fuerzas de seguridad, llaman a los gobiernos a aportar dinero. Las resoluciones en general hablan de aborto, de ideología de género, de pueblos originarios. Habla de muchas cosas, pero no hablan ni de vida ni de familia. Quiero ser claro con ustedes. Desde Argentina nos opusimos a resoluciones como estas. Sin embargo, el 90% de los Estados miembros no lo hicieron. Es decir, que se han metido directamente contra la soberanía de cada una de sus naciones y de ustedes. La civilización occidental no nació de la nada, nació de la fusión de 3 grandes herencias. La fe en el Dios de Israel, que nos dio la certeza de que la verdad no se somete al dominio del hombre, la ley de la República de Roma, que nos mostró que el orden es el fundamento de la libertad, la democracia de Atenas, que nos reveló que la dignidad humana florece en la participación y la responsabilidad. Sin estos 3 pilares no hay Occidente. Sin estos fundamentos no hay Europa, no hay Argentina, no hay libertad. No tengamos miedo de dar esta batalla. No hay mal que no pueda ser vencido por el bien, ni ideología perversa que no pueda ser derrotada por las ideas justas. Argentina es hoy un claro ejemplo de que las ideas de la libertad están venciendo a la izquierda. La valentía de Javier Milei no solo inspira a nuestra nación, sino que se ha convertido en un faro para el mundo. Bajo su liderazgo, nuestro país ha retomado la defensa firme de los 3 principios fundacionales de Occidente: Dios, patria y familia. Esta visión nos impulsa a construir una nación que protege la vida, garantiza la libertad y respeta la propiedad privada. Pero como dice esa famosa frase que se le atribuye a Thomas Jefferson, el precio de la libertad es su eterna vigilancia. Por eso, defendamos Occidente, defendamos sin miedo nuestros valores fundacionales. Digamos con claridad y convicción que Occidente es el Dios de Israel, la República de Roma y la democracia de Atenas. Y para cerrar, quiero reafirmar con firmeza el reclamo irrenunciable de la República Argentina sobre nuestras Islas Malvinas, Georgias del Sur, Sandwich del Sur y los espacios marítimos e insulares correspondientes. Es hora de los valientes, es hora de los patriotas. Y recuerden que aunque a veces pareciera que nos quedamos solos, no se olviden que la victoria en la guerra no depende del número de soldados, sino de las fuerzas que vienen del cielo. Que Dios nos acompañe en esta noble causa por la verdad, la libertad y la patria. Muchas gracias.
Most pedig szeretném a színpadra szólítani Maria Fernanda Cabalt, a Democratic Center szenátorát Kolumbiából, Gustavo Leitét, paraguayi szenátort és a beszélgetés moderátorát, Farkas Vajkot, az Alapjogokért Központ madridi irodavezetőjét.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a hablar en español, así que pongan los auriculares. Es que cuando estamos hablando de la civilización occidental, obviamente no solamente se trata de Europa y de América del Norte, sino de toda Iberoamérica. Y es por esto que nuestro centro, ya desde hace más de un año, está trabajando en Madrid en su oficina con la misión de tender puentes entre los patriotas húngaros y también los patriotas de Iberoamérica. Y es por esto que en este CPAC también hay numerosos ponentes de esta región, hay muchos luchadores de esta región. Y muchísimas gracias a vosotros tres, María, Gustavo y Noel, por viajar tanto, cruzar un océano para estar por aquí. Noel ha hablado sobre el papel de las organizaciones internacionales, cómo quieren imponer el wokismo en estos países también, pero cuando estamos hablando sobre América Latina hay que mencionar otros dos organizaciones, que es Foro Sao Paulo y Grupo de Puebla. Es la Internacional Narcocomunista de América Latina. Y justamente uno de los políticos quizás más extraños de este internacional es Gustavo Petro, que es presidente de Colombia, que tenéis que padecer desde 2022, que es un político típico narcocomunista, porque es comunista, pero también defiende que la cocaína no es más peligroso que el whisky. María, ¿cómo aguantáis un gobierno como esto ahí en Colombia?
Es una de las peores experiencias que ha tenido mi país, que ha sido un país con una historia de violencia desde su origen, un país con pocos periodos de tranquilidad y paz y que vuelve y se sumerge bajo la amenaza del narcotráfico y de la corrupción. Colombia hoy es el mayor exportador de cocaína al mundo y eligió, y hay que decirlo, con mucho dinero corrupto de la mafia y con dinero que sobrepasó los montos permitidos por la campaña. Eligió con corrupción también a Gustavo Petro, que ha sido peor que el COVID. Gustavo Petro ha puesto en jaque todas las instituciones colombianas. En Colombia hemos gozado de democracia a pesar de las dificultades. Y él hoy tiene a la gente más pobre en la miseria. Como se copia todas las ideologías woke, compra la agenda verde. Colombia es un país que tiene petróleo, gas y carbón y ha decidido no explorar ni explotar porque el cambio climático va a matar a la especie humana, pero vive montado en un avión contaminando el medio ambiente. Gustavo Petro nos tiene pagando el gas licuado propano, que es con lo que cocina la mayoría de las personas y las personas de escasos recursos en Colombia, al triple del valor. cuando era el energético de mayor legitimidad social y lo tenemos como recursos naturales. Ha acabado con la empresa más importante exportadora de petróleo, Ecopetrol. Estamos ahora importando muchos productos que antes nosotros exportábamos y la balanza comercial internacional es cada vez más deficitaria. Con Gustavo Petro hay 800 grupos criminales en Colombia, en 600 municipios, disputándose territorios con narcotráfico y minería ilegal. El terrorismo es pan de cada día al lado de las grandes ciudades. La coca se dejó de erradicar porque la historia y la narrativa romántica es que el campesino cocalero no tiene de qué vivir. O sea que le promete compra de la producción de coca, pero no se la compra al que produce otro tipo de cultivos y que los pierde. Al fin de cuentas es una narrativa muy peligrosa. Es un presidente con una personalidad disfuncional, distorsionada. Yo he presentado una proposición para que se le obligue a hacerse un examen psiquiátrico y toxicológico porque no lo tenemos en la legislación. Y al final de cuentas estamos pasando por una de las experiencias más críticas para sostener la democracia en Colombia. Tiene mesas de negociación con todos los grupos ilegales en todo el país. Al ejército lo tiene replegado, disminuido, igual a la policía, y el desplazamiento de las poblaciones rurales por la violencia es pan de cada día. Tenemos que superar esta etapa porque el pueblo colombiano es superior a Petro. El pueblo colombiano no es Petro, que ha puesto en jaque la soberanía del país además. Decidió pelear con Israel, que es el Estado que nos apoya en la lucha contra el terrorismo, y decidió pelear con Trump para alinearse con el eje del mal. Esta es una lucha que, como ustedes saben, es espiritual, se traduce en lo material y la damos los patriotas.
Gustavo, Paraguay es una bastión de los países que se defienden el Dios, patria y familia en medio de prácticamente todo un continente que está gobernado por políticos como Gustavo Petro y los de Foro Sao Paulo. Pero eso no era a gusto de los demócratas ni tampoco de las ONGs internacionales. ¿Cómo es esto en Paraguay, por favor?
Antes que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias una vez más a CPAC por la invitación. Porque Paraguay resiste por su paraguayidad. Paraguay resiste porque la gente de Paraguay cree en su forma de ser y en su cultura ya ancestral. En Paraguay, las enseñanzas de la Unión Europea sobre el progresismo o sobre la ideología de género no hacen mella, molestan, claro, violan la ley, violan la Constitución sistemáticamente, las ONGs tratando de instalar estos procesos. Y también en el último periodo con el gobierno Biden tuvimos a la USAID tirando $50 millones financiando a los sectores progresistas. Entonces, el mérito es del pueblo paraguayo. Y yo me quería referir porque hoy en este magnífico encuentro conocí a personas extraordinarias y conocí a Shea Bradley Farrell. Y me llamó la atención una frase de su libro, le pedí permiso para parafrasearla, dice: la Comisión Europea actúa menos como fuerza unificadora y guardiana de los tratados de la UE que como cabecilla de la ideología progresista y debe utilizar procesos no democráticos para lograr su objetivo. Es exactamente la denuncia que hice hoy en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Hungría con la secretaria Ilés. Nosotros queremos que Europa sepa que con la plata de ustedes se está tratando de desestabilizar a un país serio, a un país que ama a Dios, a un país que ama a la familia. Y no vamos a parar. El año pasado hemos pasado la ley para controlar y transparentar los gastos de todas las organizaciones sin fines de lucro que operan en política. Un escándalo, llantos, rechinar de dientes. Y cuando le decíamos, pues si lo único que le pedimos es transparencia, lo único que ustedes le piden a los políticos. Hasta ahora no hemos logrado que se reglamente, pero estamos trabajando. Este año hemos pasado la primera presentación de la fusión de 3 ministerios, el Ministerio de la Niñez, el Ministerio de la Juventud y el Ministerio de la Mujer en un gran Ministerio de la Familia. Porque lo que vimos es que a instancia de la Unión Europea, el Ministerio de la Mujer se hizo un ministerio para el feminismo, pero olvidó las otras funciones de la mujer que son madre, esposa, formadora. Entonces Paraguay va a seguir con su proceso de contrarreforma, contra woke, contra progresismo, contra viento y marea.
Nahuel, la victoria de Javier Milei ha sido un terremoto en todo el continente americano y después de un año de su gobierno vemos muy buenos resultados económicos, que en el caso de Argentina es muy importante, pero tampoco se olvida de la batalla cultural, no solamente en las organizaciones internacionales, pero en casa tampoco, si no me equivoco.
No, tal cual. Para nosotros, teniendo ejemplos de países cercanos que gozaban de una muy buena economía, pero que no le habían prestado atención a lo cultural, vemos que por más que la economía se arregle, como está pasando en Argentina, si no le empezás a poner el foco a lo cultural, a las universidades, a los colegios, a los sindicatos, a los medios de comunicación, si uno no le pone el foco y trabaja para que el mensaje de la presidencia llegue a la sociedad, por supuesto que no hay economía que aguante. Porque cuando nosotros hablamos desde lo racional, pero cuando la izquierda habla desde los sentimientos. Entonces nosotros entendimos eso. También hemos seguido el caso ejemplo, como lo es Hungría. Entendimos que no solamente hace falta arreglar la economía, sino que también prestarle atención a los sentimientos, pero también a lo cultural. Argentina es un país donde nació el Che Guevara. Y hace 3 años atrás, si uno iba a una universidad o a un colegio secundario, se encontraba con una gorrita del Che, con la cara del Che Guevara, con frases del Che. Sin embargo, hoy vas a un colegio secundario, vas a una universidad y es mucho más fácil ver un león que representa a Milei, la peluca del presidente Milei o incluso escritos Milei 2027 ya. Eso es el triunfo de la batalla cultural. Hoy en Argentina vos preguntás sobre el mal que le hace el Estado a la libertad de los individuos y los chicos te lo saben contestar. Porque nunca dejamos, de hecho, el presidente nunca dejó de enseñar. Yo era uno de los chicos que iba a escucharlo hablar al presidente de economía y aprendía. Hace 2 días apenas el presidente juntó a todo el bloque de diputados de la Nación y les empezó a dar clases de economía. Eso es lo que hace el presidente Milei, hace docencia, hace batalla cultural y por supuesto hoy la Argentina tiene una batalla económica que la está ganando.
3 preguntas muy rápidas. María, después de Argentina, vamos a ver en América Latina más gobiernos de libertad, más gobiernos patriotas, más gobiernos de sentido común, como por ejemplo en Colombia. ¿Puede esto ocurrir en breve?
El experimento socialista que se reprodujo desde los años 20, Europa y después América Latina, después posteriormente volvió y se recicló con el socialismo del siglo XXI, que es un disfraz, porque el socialismo es una enfermedad que cambia de colores para seguir engañando incautos. Lo que vimos con Javier Milei es que logró arrebatarle la juventud al progresismo, que les dijo a estos muchachos, si siguen votando por falsas promesas, van a perder el país. Lo único que les va a quedar de oportunidad de vida es el exilio. Milei logró estrechar el camino para hacernos más fácil la reconquista de la libertad en América Latina. Milei nos ha demostrado que el valor civil y el amor de patria son esenciales para la transformación de nuestros países. Y vendrá Chile, donde el experimento socialista arruinó su sociedad y va a ganar la derecha. Y vendrá Perú, y vendrá Colombia, y yo aspiro, voy a ser la primera mujer presidenta.
Y vendrán muchos más.
Muchos más.
Gustavo, Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio ha dicho que Paraguay es uno de sus aliados estratégicos en la región de Estados Unidos. ¿Crees que la llegada de Trump a la Casa Blanca va a poder cambiar el panorama político de América Latina?
Es la primera vez que recuerdo, creo que hubo 3 inflexiones, 1945, la caída del muro de Berlín y la segunda presidencia de Trump, en que podemos ver un nuevo mundo. Algún nuevo mundo va a salir de aquí. Y también es una coincidencia para mí, creo que para nuestros amigos de Latinoamérica, que un secretario de Estado que conozca América Latina, que hable español, que haya estado en la región, tenga tanta influencia en la Casa Blanca hoy. Eso es positivo. Y Paraguay, que siempre ha sido un país chico, ha sido como una pandorga en el viento de lo que el embajador de Estados Unidos dice que pasa en Paraguay, ha decidido tener posición prominente en Washington también, con los legisladores, con el Departamento de Estado y con la Casa Blanca. Así que yo auguro, creo, vamos a trabajar, nadie te regala nada, de que los mejores momentos para una relación de los próximos 50 años del país más leal de Estados Unidos en América Latina que ha venido siendo Paraguay, van a ser aún mucho mejor.
Noel, muy rápidamente. Milei y el gobierno de Milei es un faro para toda América Latina. ¿Crees que esto va a conllevar un gran giro en el panorama político del continente?
Sí, por supuesto. Yo creo incluso que Javier Milei es un faro y el gobierno es un faro para el mundo. Justamente cuando el año pasado en soledad la Argentina daba las batallas de estas resoluciones que yo contaba, los diarios titulaban Argentina vota en soledad. Este año todos los países afines, no quiero citar ejemplos, pero varios países de América del Sur, varios países de Europa, nos llaman y nos consultan qué es lo que están viendo de esto. Porque hay algo perverso en todo esto. Las resoluciones de Naciones Unidas dicen, no importa, votalas, total no son vinculantes. ¿Qué pasa? Después, cuando hacen algún tratado o algún acuerdo, te ponen, basado en la resolución votada en Naciones Unidas, tal cosa. Entonces se vuelve vinculante. Por eso que Javier Milei el año pasado, el primer año de su gobierno, haya dado esta batalla en los organismos internacionales, yo creo sin dudas que ha marcado y se ha convertido en un faro para el mundo.
Pues muchísimas gracias a nuestros ponentes, a por más gobiernos patriotas y de libertad en América Latina. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Por los panelistas, hölgyeim és uraim! Itt van közöttünk egy vezető, aki történelmet ír. Eddig már 3-szor tért vissza a hatalomba, határozottan elutasítja a migrációs kvótákat és a gender ideológiát. Legutóbbi kormányalakítása után elsőként állította le a fegyverszállításokat Ukrajnába. Biztosan önök is emlékeznek rá, hogy tavaly májusban politikai merényletet követtek el ellene, rálőttek, többször is meglőtték. A támadás után azt írta a social media oldalán, kedves progresszív, liberális média és ellenzék, sajnálom, de túléltem és visszatértem. Szóval még humora is van. Mára teljesen felépült, ennek nagyon örülünk, és óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy itt van most a CPAC Hungary színpadán személyesen is. Fogadják nagyon-nagyon sok szeretettel Szlovákia miniszterelnökét, Robert Ficót!
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies, thank you. I will have a lot of problems in my country. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, I want to thank the organizers and the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orbán. God bless him for his wisdom and courage, for the invitation and the opportunity to express a few reflections. Several people have asked me what reasons I have to speak at CPAC conferences, as I do now, or as I did recently in the United States. Yes, I am a leftist. I am a social democrat, but not of Brussels kind. First of all, I am a Slovak social democrat, or as I sometimes like to say, rural socialist, a social democrat from the village. My task is to protect the interests of my fellow citizens and the national interests of Slovakia. I am a supporter of the idea of a strong welfare state. I am a strong statist. At the same time, I want to be perceived as a reliable and constructive partner in international organizations in which we consider our membership to be naturally important for us. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it seems impossible to reconcile the protection of national interests with the international demands and ideas of our, especially larger partners in the European Union. However, I do not intend to leave the idea of a sovereign Slovak foreign policy oriented towards all four cardinal points of the world and the consistent protection of the Slovak interests in the name of the perverse philosophy of a single mandatory political opinion. I do not want to see our sovereignty and national identity melt away in the genderless, supranational, international structures, especially those in Brussels. And I certainly do not intend to sacrifice the essence of Slovakia, which is based on more than 1,000 years of Christian tradition, traditional family as a fundamental component of our society, and strong anti-fascism. That is how I act. I am behind the important amendment of the Slovak Constitution, which defines marriage as a unique union between a man and a woman. On behalf of the government, I submitted to Parliament a further constitutional amendment concerning the existence of only two genders, or the conditions for the adoption of children. As a strong leftist, I have no problem spending the night with the people on the production line to support higher night shift allowances or wage increases. As an anti-fascist politician, I felt the need to pay my respect in May this year in Moscow to more than 60,000 soldiers who died during the liberation of Slovakia. If such, ladies and gentlemen, if such sovereign and values-based behavior is a crime in Europe, we are on a very bad and dangerous path. If a political activist of the Slovak opposition wanted to assassinate me for my political positions, we are on an even more dangerous path. Value conflicts and disputes over the understanding of national sovereignty and identity do not only take place at the national level. In the EU, together with my friend Viktor Orbán, I clearly opposed mandatory quotas and the wrong approach to illegal migration. At a time when nuclear energy was taboo in the European Union, I pushed for the completion of 2 more nuclear units in Slovakia. I am an uncompromising advocate of respect for the rules of international law. Slovakia does not have enough fighter jets, missiles, drones, and ammunition to enforce its ideas by military force. If we withdrew Slovak troops from Iraq, we did so because the war was a flagrant violation of international law with a huge civilian casualties. I am talking about the same gross violation of international law now in relation to the war in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been in politics since 1991, I mean in top Slovak politics. And I cannot remember so much nervousness and aggressiveness accumulated in the international community. From outbreaks of wars to trade wars to disrespect in international politics. The European Union, instead of playing an honest peacekeeping role and giving priority to diplomatic efforts, is subject to this nervousness and aggressiveness in equal measure. Any opinion different from the only correct one that is mandatory, pursued particularly by big players in the European Union, is immediately suppressed. All we have to do is to express, for instance, a different opinion about the president of Ukraine, or to refuse to give arms to Ukraine despite the fact that we are helping it in every other way, or to call the strategy of the European Commission to stop all energy supplies from Russia as economically damaging and undermining the EU's competitiveness. The reaction will come immediately. Most recently, Slovakia and Hungary have received a message from a particularly nervous new German Chancellor. In short, his message to us was, if you do not obey and you continue with your sovereign positions, if you do not support one single mandatory political opinion concerning Ukraine and the obligation to spread hatred against Russia, you will be punished. For example, by suspension of EU funds or withdrawal of voting rights. No one, ladies and gentlemen, in the European Union, no one in a peaceful and democratic project should have the right to treat other EU member states in this way, regardless of their size and economic strength. The strengths of the European Union lies in compromises, mutual respect, and the rejection of the dictates of the stronger against the weaker. Slovakia is not criticized today for a gross violation of human rights, the rule of law, or democracy. That is what had here in 2020-23, when we were in the opposition illegally arrested and accused, when the mouths of the free media were shut, when innocent people were dying in detention. Where were the great democracies and the European Union as a whole then? If they have no realistic response to the war in Ukraine today, which is a country has been the victim of the senseless prolongation of this military conflict, if the answer is only to build a new iron curtain between Europe and Russia, which even the United States does not want, they cannot continue in their nervousness by suppressing the sovereignty of individual member states on legitimate issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have to expect unprecedented decisions, such as, for example, the abolition of the right of veto of EU member states and its replacement by qualified majority voting. The time may indeed come when there will be punishments for having a sovereign opinion on EU competitiveness or the war in Ukraine. One thing I do know, however, for sure, and before that thing, I want to warn and take this opportunity to send my warning as far as possible. The imposition of a mandatory political opinion, the abolition of the veto, the punishment of the sovereign and the brave, the new Iron Curtain, the preference for war over peace, this is the end of the common European project. This is a departure from democracy. This is the precursor of a huge military conflict. Dear ladies Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is not EU vision that I intend to support. After all, the Union should be built on the principle of unity in diversity, instead of irritated responses to our sovereign opinions. Together, we should launch a constructive discussion about the EU's future. After all, we see that trust in the Union's institutions is deeply eroded, whether it is individual failures of individual members of the European Commission or the various yet unsuccessful visions, strategies, concepts and roadmaps that have led us to economic decline, loss of competitiveness and unprecedented security challenges. We, small Slovakia, have also invested tens of billions of euros into the European Union, and our voice must carry weight in such a dialogue. And if we truly care about peace, we must be willing to communicate even with those who are often demonized like Russia. Only in this way we can end the war in Ukraine, which is weakening us all and in recent weeks significantly threatening us given the increasingly irresponsible saber-rattling by most European countries. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I conclude with a challenge. Let our diversity, sovereignty, and national identity be our strength and not weakness. Thank you very much.
Az antiszemitizmus elleni küzdelem élharcosa, minisztere Izraelben. Ismert bátor megszólalásairól, mint például amikor Soros Györgyöt a zsidó nép egyik legnagyobb ellenségének nevezte. Orbán Viktort viszont Európa egyik legnagyobb vezetőjének tartja, és Izrael igazi barátjának. Fogadják szeretettel Amihai Siklit!
Good afternoon. In 2007, Yusuf al-Qaradawi, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, spoke on Qatari television. He said, "I believe that Islam will conquer Europe, not by sword, but through dawah. Dawah means spreading Islam through persuasion, words, influence. It will continue to spread," he continues, "until it conquers the entire world, east and west, and restores the Islamic Caliphate to its glory." This vision shared by Qaradawi, Qatar, Hamas, and Erdogan is no longer just an idea. It is unfolding before our very eyes. Earlier this week, the world watched in stunned silence as an invisible hand slapped the face of Emmanuel Macron. We wish him a fast recovery. Emmanuel Macron cast himself as the new torchbearer of the Palestinian liberation movement. But a far louder slap came with the publication of the French government's report on the infiltration of the Muslim Brotherhood in France. The report showed that the Muslim Brotherhood is the gravest threat facing France, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Britain, and the entire Western world, including Australia, Canada, and the US. The danger lies not only in its fanatical ideology, one that seeks to suppress all other faiths and cultures and impose Sharia law upon all humanity, but also in its cunning. Its end game is identical to the one of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, but it means defer. It conceals its intentions in velvet gloves. The authors of the French report are unequivocal. The Muslim Brotherhood does not seek dialogue with the state. It seeks to bypass it, weaken it, and ultimately replace it. Its strategy is simple: infiltrate Muslim communities, build alternative education institutions, establish unelected religious leadership, penetrate local government, unions, schools, cultural NGOs, and finally portray the state as a moral bankrupt offering a so-called pure and moral alternative. As Jamal Murad, a senior Brotherhood figure in Austria, openly declared, we do not engage in social work unless there is a clear political objective behind it. The Brotherhood has built hundreds of organizations, schools, mosques, charities all across Europe, serving a single mission: to promote political Islam and dismantle Western norms and way of life. Even in the context of anti-Semitism, the data must be laid bare. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans that were attacked brutally in the streets of Amsterdam were not assaulted by Dutch national people, but by pro-Palestinian Islamist migrants. The 12-year-old Jewish girl in France was not raped by Frenchmen, but by Islamist barbarians. The overwhelming majority of violent anti-Semitic incidents in Europe have been perpetrated by radicalist Islamists, incited in mosques, schools, and at home while watching Al Jazeera, the jihadist propaganda channel. The Brotherhood's primary funding flows from Turkey and Qatar, same Qatar that embraced Qaradawi after his expulsion from Egypt. Additional funds comes from charity, but not only. EU reports from ECR and other European sources have exposed that over 40 million euros in taxpayer money channeled to Islamic relief, despite official warnings of their ties to terror and the Muslim Brotherhood organizations. In other words, Europe is financing its own destruction. At such a critical moment, we need more than ever leadership with moral clarity and courage. In recent years, we are seeing such leaders emerging in Europe, in Spain with our friends at Vox, in France with our friends from the Rassemblement National, the Netherlands, Poland, many of them present here today, leaders of parties and groups who understand the danger we are facing. Viktor Orban is a prominent example of such leader. The Hungarian government is paving the way for the rest of Europe with leadership that is willing to confront Islamic fanaticism and woke ideological extremism threatening the fabric of free society. And I want here to remind that the terrorists who murdered two of the embassy people in Washington was not an Islamist. He was a radical left activist. On October 7th, the barbaric attack on Israel led by Hamas, the Islamic Resistance Movement, that's the full name of Hamas, Brotherhood's arms in Gaza, was not about territory. It was not just a border conflict. It was a war of jihad. The Muslim Brotherhood has created a new form of anti-Semitism. It's called Islamo-Nazism, a toxic blend of jihadist fanaticism and Nazi racism. Hamas charter begins with these words: Israel will exist until Islam obliterated it, as it's obliterated others before it. These words are the words of Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. The charter is saturated with conspiracy theories about Jewish world dominations, echoing the protocols of the elders of Zion. Many think that Nazi ideology was purely European phenomenon, but since the 30s, it had deep roots in the Middle East. Hitler was and still greatly admired in Arab states, in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Gaza. Our troops in Gaza find in many homes the copies of Mein Kampf. We are living in an age of historic realignment. The old globalist progressive order is crumbling down and rising in its place, thanks in large part to the brave leadership of our friends here in Hungary and Europe conservative parties, is a new wave of healthy nationalism, a deep commitment to roots, sovereignty, clear borders, and to eternal values, God, family, homeland. In this struggle, Israel is not just another state. It is the spearhead. It is not a war over land. It is a war over humanity's future, the sanctity of life versus the cult of death, freedom versus tyranny, civilization and humanity versus barbarism. In this war, Israel has paid a heavy price. We have lost since the beginning of the war 1,862 people, including today. 1,200 soldiers and citizens were killed on October 7, and we are still fighting to bring back home 58 hostages who remain in Gaza. Right now, as we are speaking here, Ravid Chaim, a 2-week-old infant, is being laid to rest. He was born after his mother, Tzeela Gez, was brutally murdered on her way to the hospital to give birth. And after fighting for his life for 2 weeks, Ravid dies of his injuries. His short and tragic life is yet another chilling example of the absolute evil that we are facing. We do not ask others to fight for us. We do not demand favors. We are fighting our war and doing so proudly to defend ourselves and the values that bind together the free world. As the greatest threat to global peace, radical Islam, continues to spread hate and death, Israel is the first line of defense. The battle for the future of Western civilizations runs through Jerusalem, no less than it runs through Washington or London. We will continue to stand at the front line despite the appeasers in London, Paris, and Madrid. We do this not because we love war, but because we lack the luxury of retreat. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Hölgyeim és uraim, Izrael diaszpora ügyi miniszterének, aki bátor megszólalásairól ismert, és többször is kifejtette már, hogy a zsidó-keresztény kultúra és értékrend legfőbb ellensége ma világszerte a woke ideológia. Kedves vendégeink, most ismét egy negyedórás kávészünet következik, de utána várjuk vissza önöket nagy nevekkel. Itt lesz Gavin Wax, Tony Abbott, Ben Shapiro és Törcsi Péter is, úgyhogy szintén izgalmas a line-up, frissüljenek fel, networköljenek, és utána ne felejtsenek el visszatérni a CPAC Hungary konferencia termébe.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we take a 15 minutes coffee break and we look forward to welcome you back soon with Törcsi Péter, Tony Abbott, Gavin Wax and Ben Shapiro. See you soon! Kedves vendégeink, várjuk vissza önöket sok szeretettel a rendezvényterembe, illetve akik már itt vannak, kérem foglalják el az ülőhelyeiket. A CPAC Hungary folytatódik, méghozzá olyan nagyszerű előadókkal, mint Törcsi Péter, Tony Abbott, Gavin Wax és Ben Shapiro is itt lesz. Várjuk vissza önöket, kérem foglalják el ülőhelyeiket. Hamarosan kezdünk.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We continue our program, but first, let's see a video, The Age of Patriots.
A világ változik, de nem mindegy, hogy ki alakítja és milyen irányba. A gender ideológia Amerikából indult, de már nálunk is kopogtat, vagy inkább berúgta az ajtót. A globalista baloldal új bábjai szövetséget kötött a hazai LMBTQ mozgalom egyik vezetőjével, kiszolgáltatva a magyar családokat a soros szervezetek nyomásának. A gender propaganda ma már nem csak a filmekben és az egyetemeken van jelen, hanem az óvodákban is. Mesedélutánokon érzékenyítenek, iskolákban anyát és apát szülő egyre és kettőre cserélnék. Nem gondolatot, hanem valóságot akarnak átírni, a gyermekeink lelkét. De itt a CPAC-en nemet mondunk erre. Hiszünk abban, hogy férfi és nő nem vélemény, hanem biológiai valóság. Hiszünk az Isten haza család egységében. Ez nem csak magyar ügy, ez közös harc. A gender ideológia mindannyiunkat fenyeget. Álljunk ki a józanész, a hagyomány és a szabadság mellett, mielőtt túl késő lenne.
Ő az, akitől nem csak hangzatos lózungokat hallhatunk a migráció megállításáról, mert miniszterelnökként sokat tett országa megvédéséért. Mindig szívesen érkezik Magyarországra Ausztrália egykori jobboldali kormányfője, Tony Abbott!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wonderful honour to be here in Budapest in Hungary for this CPAC Hungary event, and I want to thank everyone who has organised this wonderful conference, and in particular I want to thank Prime Minister Viktor Orbán for the leadership he is providing to Conservatives right around the world. Now, it's good to be here at this global gathering. Actually, it's a global gathering against globalisation. It's a gathering of thinkers and leaders in favour of strong and independent sovereign states that work together when that accords with their interests and values. Now, the last time the free world was in deep trouble, it was conservatives that saved it. The first Cold War was won, and Soviet communism was overthrown, thanks to the political and military strength and leadership of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, and thanks to the cultural and spiritual strength and leadership of Pope John Paul II. Reagan and Thatcher revitalised their economies by cutting tax and red tape, and fostered national pride by dwelling on their country's undoubted achievements. Reagan saw the United States as a shining city on a hill, the last best hope of mankind. Thatcher cherished Britain's leadership in gifting the modern world its common language, the mother of parliaments, the Industrial Revolution and the emancipation of minorities. And the Pope was a charismatic exemplar and teacher of those higher things, beckoning everyone who wishes to live truly free. But now there's a second Cold War, this time with Communist China, a far stronger adversary than the old Soviet Union because it's a first-rate economy with a rapidly developing military to match. And Beijing has allies of convenience in a new axis of autocracy. Communist Beijing, militaristic Moscow and Islamist Tehran, united only in their hatred of the free West and a desire to remake the world in their own image. Putin wants to recreate the Russia of Peter the Great. Xi wants to recreate the Middle Kingdom, with China the world's #1 power, to which others pay tribute. Their patriotism, if you like, is at odds with ours. And then there's the Ayatollahs, who want to create a new caliphate of death for the infidels, starting with the two Satans, as they call them, Israel and the United States. So whatever mistakes their governments might make, whatever their national failings, Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan are now the frontiers of freedom and deserve the support and encouragement of free people everywhere. And yes, we all want peace and a ceasefire in Ukraine, but we have to be honest about this war. If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. But if Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends, which is why, if you are a Ukrainian patriot, you won't stop fighting until Russia does. And I think that needs to be said. Likewise, we all want an end to the devastation of Gaza. And if Hamas surrenders its hostages and acknowledges Israel's right to exist, the rebuilding could start tomorrow. But even before this strategic challenge, there was a cultural one, a pervasive sense of stagnation, even decay, in most Western countries. For a couple of decades now, governments have come and gone without much change for the better, either because elected leaders turned out to lack conviction or because elected leaders were thwarted by the administrative state. Politics has become performative rather than performing, with the EU perhaps the paradigm case of governmental structures that are suffocating but not effective, because no one is really in charge. Certainly no one is in charge in Brussels who's elected and accountable. Trump 1.0 and Brexit were popular revolts that couldn't quite drain the swamp. And we have to hope that Trump 2.0 will be more successful, lest resistance to moral vanity projects be further discredited. President Trump has indeed checked the chaos on the borders, declared there's only two genders, and resolved to drill, baby, drill. It's easy to see what he's trying to do with his tariff wars. He's trying to isolate China and to rebuild America's industrial base, but it's much harder to see a coherent plan while America loses friends in the process. And yes, here in Hungary, there's a parallel role model. Viktor Orban has run a government that does get things done and has been elected 4 times, despite defying the EU's predilections for open borders, trans activism and green zealotry, as well as running the only country in Europe that stopped a wave of illegal migration or peaceful invasion. He's also pioneered policies to foster the greatest possible declaration of hope in the future, namely having more children. Let's remember back in 1938, after Czechoslovakia was dismembered by people who wanted peace through appeasement rather than peace through strength. Churchill warned a fearful and escapist public that Britain had sustained a defeat without a war. This is but the first foretaste, he said, of a bitter cup that will be proffered to us year by year until, by a supreme recovery of our moral health and martial vigour, we take our stand for freedom as in the olden time. Well, something like that is needed now. A rediscovered national purpose plus a readiness to fight for it. Obviously, there's a military dimension to winning this new Cold War. Free countries will need strong armed forces that can work with allies, with robust economies and the self-belief needed to sustain them. That means ending the self-harm of bloated government and cultural self-loathing. Government should be no bigger than absolutely necessary for national security and for the infrastructure and services that individuals, businesses and communities can't readily provide for themselves. That means regulatory systems that are more like the rules of the road, enabling people to make progress than behavioural and intellectual straitjackets. It means freer trade, at least with like-minded allies. And it means the cultural self-confidence to know what's good and to resist what's not, like the politics of climate and identity and the false doctrine of multiculturalism. to reject open borders because countries owe it to their citizens to keep their character, to shun any notion that people should be judged by the colour of their skin rather than the content of their character, or that people's rights should depend on their particular beliefs rather than the equal dignity of each and every human being, to doubt that the world's most pressing challenge is a possible degree or two of warming some decades hence, to avoid which all our endeavours must be directed, even if that means destroying our industries and impoverishing our people. Now it's Conservatives who are best placed to meet the challenges of these times because we respect the lessons of history. We don't believe that we're morally superior to our grandparents. We cherish all that's made us, our families, our faith, our nations, and the best that's been thought and said. Conservatives count the costs of change as well as its benefits and want change to reflect what's best in us so we can come closer to being our best selves as individuals and as peoples. What's needed in this new Cold War is conviction and courage, but also decency and character. Not everyone who disagrees is our foe. People can be wrong in small things, but right in big ones, and the reverse also can be true. Truth and understanding come more often from discussion than dogmatism. We have to remember that triumphalism is a species of pride, and as the Bible reminds us, that's what comes before a fall. Yes, let's make Western civilization great, a civilization ultimately founded on the two gospel insights that everyone is made in the image and likeness of God, and that we should love our neighbour as we love ourselves. That indeed is the foundation of patriotism. Plus, the humbling consciousness that the line between good and evil runs through every human heart, but for all of us, there's the hope of redemption. In every great struggle for what's really worthwhile, enemies are inevitable. Success means avoiding unnecessary enemies, and our great challenge right now is having the character and the judgment to know which are the fights that must be had. Ladies and gentlemen, may God bless you all, and may God save the King.
Most pedig következzen egy panelbeszélgetés a patrióták koráról. Politikai vagy gazdasági kérdés? A panel egyik résztvevője, a most következő felszólalónk mindegyikben otthon van. Az Alapjogokért Központ egyik alapítója, ma pedig az operatív igazgatója. Emellett pedig az Ökonomusz Gazdaságkutató Alapítvány kuratóriumi elnöke. Fogadják nagy szeretettel Törcsi Pétert!
Ez innen föntről is egész jól néz ki, talán jobban, mint lentről. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, az a megtisztelő szerep jutott nekem és a soron következő panelistáknak, hogy mi lehettünk az előzenekar a Ben Shapironak. Ebből két dolog fakad. Az egyik az, hogy fönn kell tartanunk az érdeklődést, a másik az, hogy nagyon rövidnek kell lennünk, úgyhogy egy dinamikus beszélgetésre készülünk. A szekciónak pedig az a címe, hogy a patrióták kora, vagyis a konzervatív jobboldali erőknek az együttműködése, illetve annak a sikere. És az az igazság, hogy a baloldalnak legalább 100 éves előnye van ebben a nemzetközi együttműködésben hozzánk jobboldali konzervatív patriótákhoz képest. Ugyan le vagyunk maradva, de rohamléptekkel haladunk előre, és szerintem nem sokára be fogjuk érni a balosokat. És ennek az egyik bizonyítéka ez a mai CPAC rendezvény is, illetve az amerikai CPAC, meg sok másik CPAC-ek, de szerencsére nem csak ezek a rendezvények vannak, nem csak évente egyszer vagy kétszer találkozunk egymással, mi jobboldali konzervatív patrióták, hanem számos kisebb-nagyobb esemény van Európában, Amerikában, északon, délen, a glóbusznak a más részein, tehát van egy valódi élő együttműködés a konzervatív jobboldali erők között. És azért fontos ez az együttműködés, nem csak azért, mert a balosok előttünk járnak, hanem csak együtt tudunk valódi sikereket elérni. Ehhez szüksége van arra is, hogy mi kisebb országoknak a jobboldali erői rendszeresen, következetesen együttműködjünk, de ahogy a miniszterelnök úr is elmondta ma reggel, ehhez szükség van a legnagyobb konzervatív erőre a nyugati világon belül, ez pedig az amerikai elnök és a csapata. Az ő támogatása nélkül nem lehetünk olyan sikeresek, amilyen sikeresek lenni szeretnénk. És azon túl, hogy van egy rendkívül sok olyan esemény, amikor találkozni tudunk, ezeken az eseményeken egyeztetni az érdekeinket, és ezek az egyeztetések, ezek a találkozók most már szakpolitikai szintre is léptek, ezért is kell ezeket a rendezvényeket megtartani, és ezért is kell olyan politikusokkal, közéleti szereplőkkel beszélgetéseket tartani, akiket most fogok bemutatni önöknek, és engedjék meg, hogy most angolra váltsak. And this strong cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, works actually in practice, not only in theory. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the participants in the upcoming discussion. Barbara Kolm, the president of the Hayek Institute in Austria, funding director of the Austrian Economic Center, and also member of the Austrian Parliament of FPÖ, who I met 2 weeks ago in Warsaw. Ernst Rötz, an author and filmmaker, an Afrikaner from South Africa, who was sitting a year ago in my same panel. And last but not least, please welcome Stefan Bartolica, who is a member of the European Parliament and also representing the Domino Party, who I met just a week ago in Brussels. So I'm telling you the truth, this cooperation is working. Welcome our panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for accepting our invitation. As I told you earlier, we have to be very quick and dynamic. And I will ask you, to all of you, very general questions. We had quite a year in 2024. Actually, we increased our support as conservative and patriotic forces within the European Parliament. We are not there yet, but we are always closer to victory and to the occupation of Brussels. And what really have boosted the Western conservative cooperation is the presidential victory of Donald Trump, and which is not only the presidential victory, but he won with a landslide. The House, the Senate, and all of the 7 swing states. And what do you think, ladies and gentlemen, what would be the impact of this very strong message from the Western conservatives, the gaining support? How would the future look like for us in the short time? Barbara, ladies first, please.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. The future will look bright if we keep up the good fight. The fight for freedom and the fight against those central planners out of Brussels. I think those are the most important things, and if we have shining examples, whether it's here in Hungary or whether it's across the pond in the United States, where people understand what freedom and liberty really means and why we need to defend those values, we will go ahead. And as you mentioned before, we met 2 weeks ago in Warsaw at a think tank meeting. It's not only the think tanks that are do tanks as well, but it's a joint forces between the academics, the think tankers, but also the political parties. And this has become much bigger over the past years. The more socialism, the more communism we saw in Europe, the better it got, the better the cooperation and the division of labor from our side became. And I think this is important to keep up that as well. Thank you.
Ernst, how does it look like from a South African perspective?
So I think firstly, looking at what happened in America and what's happening in Europe, and looking at conferences like these, what really gives me hope is that the Western world and the conservative, international conservative movement is realizing that it's up to us to protect the good, what is true, and what is beautiful from our past if we want to preserve it for our descendants. And so from a South African perspective, we, the Afrikaner people and Western communities living in South Africa, are the last Western outpost on the African continent. And we are very committed to stay, and we are very committed to ensure a future for our people in the southern tip of the African continent, where we have been for hundreds of years. Since before the Declaration of Independence, we've been in Africa. And so we need to ensure a future there. And part of the route to that future, we believe, is a rediscovery of our Western roots and making friends in the Western world. And the momentum that we see picking up in the Western world, in America and in Europe, is also good news for Westerners living in South Africa. And for that, we are grateful.
Thank you. And let's get back to Central Europe. Stefan, you're coming from Croatia. How does the future look like for Croatian conservatives?
Well, I want to first thank CPAC Hungary, the organizers, the Center for Fundamental Rights, for their kind invitation. I'm always delighted to be in Budapest. And Croatia, yes, we've been fighting for years to promote an agenda of common sense, also to fight for our national sovereignty. You know, Croatia merged with the Hungarian king in 1102, so for most of our history we had no self-government. We were ruled from outside of Croatia, so we should take sovereignty obviously seriously. We paid a heavy price to earn our freedom in the 1990s. We were able to liberate our country from Serb occupation in 1995. And so the country has come a long way, but now serving in the European Parliament, I see from within how the European Union works, and it's broken. It's broken, frankly. I'll give you one example. I sit in the Committee for Fisheries, and the left and the Greens are more concerned for the welfare of fish than they are for the fishermen. The European Union imports over 70% of the fish we consume from abroad because we've basically suffocated our own fishermen and made it too difficult to fish. So this is one example, and the Green Agenda, which has still this strong grip over the People's Party and the left, of course, they are not willing to abandon these policies that are harming Europe. So Croatia seems perhaps on the margins of this, but we're part of Europe since 2013. I've been fighting for pro-family policies. We have now a constitutional amendment defining marriage as a union between one man and one woman. We as conservatives should not yield an inch to the left when it comes to culture. So we are obviously for prosperity. We have to keep the government limited. We have to keep regulation under control, taxes low when possible. But we must also fight for a culture which can withstand the assault from the left. They simply hate the family. They're attacking, I would say, the heritage of Western civilization on a daily basis, and we must be ready to persevere because this battle will not be won overnight.
Now we have the ability to showcase them that there is a strong rejection globally for this cultural war. Barbara, you mentioned that we are basically not only think tanks anymore, but do tanks, and you are a champion of, let's say, a policy-driven cooperation with your free market roadshow, and we became part of that movement as Economus. And you know, we are constantly debating and discussing how the European Union became basically a centralized power, like back in the socialist communist times. That is why we are losing competitiveness. What do you think? How can we combat that sort of centrally planned economy, and how to get back to the world market as a competitive continent again?
Well, get rid of planification. Get rid of these people who really want to put communism back on stage. And central planning is nothing else but that. If we look back at Hayek, 80 years ago, he wrote this famous book, The Road to Serfdom. And we are, unfortunately, already on the road to serfdom. Actually, we're in the middle of it. Because Brussels has taken over powers. The powers, they will soon have the power to tax, not only the power to create debt, individual debt, and then now they want the central bank digital currency, the digital euro, and all those things that are a big threat to our individual freedom and liberties. And if we allow this one-size-fits-all policies to outmaneuver the voices of reason, those individuals who stand up and fight for their own countries and for their own values, and continue the wokeness that they serve because they are just simply power greedy, we will go down the drain. But there is a light on the tunnel, in the end of the tunnel, because, as you mentioned, there are think tanks and groups and political action committees, as CPAC is, to unite and to work together and find our common denominator is freedom, is ultimate freedom, our individual freedom. And so I think this has been on the mindset. If we look at the shift of the recent European elections, there was center-right. This is growing. I mean, in Austria, the Freedom Party had a landslide victory last year. People would never have believed that this is possible. And now we're over 30% in the polls. And it continues because people understand ultimately what it means if freedom is taken away. And I think the countries that used to be behind the Iron Curtain understand it even better. So we need to unite with the Central and Eastern European friends to fight that. Because I think France, Spain, those countries are lost more or less to these moral high grounds that we have to defend. In other words, inform people of the negative consequences that this power-greedy individuals in Brussels, the bureaucracy, has. By the way, none of them has been elected. I mean, the commissioner has not been elected by us, and she still, I think, uses her powers as if she were the Queen of Europe, and she's not.
So basically we should get back from a political union to a solely economic union. That is the main achievement and result what we have achieved in the past decades. And let's get back to South Africa. There was a really interesting meeting between President Ramaphosa and President Trump. It was maybe as interesting as the meeting between Zelensky and Trump. My question is, what is or what was the impact on the Afrikaner community that Trump basically faced President Ramaphosa with the persecution of Afrikaners in South Africa?
Yeah, thank you. So firstly, we are not happy about the crisis in South Africa. We are very sad about what's happening in South Africa. But given that that is the reality, we are very happy that it was exposed in the way that it was. And we are very grateful for the step that President Trump took and the boldness to actually play that video for the world to see. What was quite remarkable was to witness the media response to that, because on the one hand, it's not possible anymore to deny the extent of the crisis in South Africa. And the support we see flooding in from all over the world is something that we cherish and we value. But what was quite remarkable was to see how the media and some people in the mainstream media are trying to frame what has happened there. And my personal favorite was one of the biggest news outlets in South Africa saying that the reason why President Trump played that video was because he's jealous of the South African president and because he sees in President Ramaphosa everything that he aspires to be but will never be. And so that was quite remarkable to witness that type, the fact that they would go that far to frame that in a particular narrative. But what we should say about South Africa is that what President Trump exposed there is true. The farm killings is a reality. If you live on a farm in South Africa or you come from a farming community, you know people who have been attacked or killed. If you look at it statistically, if you take a period of 2 decades, according to the police statistics, there were on average 2 farm attacks every day and 2 farm murders every week in South Africa, over 2 decades. Then we have the race laws. We have more than 140 race laws in South Africa aimed at discriminating against white people because of our Western heritage. Then on top of that, we have the South African government now having just signed the Expropriation Act, according to which they seek to have the power to confiscate private property without compensation. And the funny thing there is then they would justify that by saying, no, it's not without compensation, it's with compensation, but compensation is zero. That's how they describe it. And then the other problem on top of that is just government collapse in South Africa, that the government have all these crazy socialist ideas, but when it comes to fulfilling their basic duties, they're not able to do that, which just underlines why it's so important for us to promote alternative and pursue alternative solutions, decentralizing the political system and promoting self-governance for the communities or the nations living within South Africa.
Thank you. And we have 1 minute left. Stephen, you are an MEP, and there are two major groups on the right, ECR and Patriots, which are not forming a joint coalition and faction. But what do you think, what are the most important topics on which these two groups can enhance their cooperation in the future of the remaining 4 years of the European parliamentary term?
So I think both our groups want to make Europe great again. We maybe have different approaches, but there's many areas we can agree on. You know, in European politics, it's easy to find a reason why not to collaborate. But I'm always I'm pushing this idea to bring our two groups closer, because we have to be also pragmatic in politics. For all of you who are interested in how the elites run Brussels, I can suggest a book written by a great social philosopher in America, Thomas Sowell. He wrote a book called The Vision of the Anointed in the mid-90s, and it's really a great elaboration of how the elites, the liberal left elites, see themselves as morally superior and fit to really rule over others. And it's something that they will not leave easily. They have a firm grip on power now. We see censorship and other attempts to retain power, and I think the people are seeing the truth slowly but surely, and the future, I would say, is on our side. The conservatives and the patriots will eventually prevail.
Thank you so much. I could continue this discussion for hours. Thank you for your cooperation. Barbara Coleman-Strutz and Stephen Bartolizza, thank you for your attention.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük Törcsi Péteréknek, és most pedig, hölgyeim és uraim, ismét felszólal a CPAC Hungary, az Egyesült Államok legrégebbi és legnagyobb fiatal republikánus klubja, a New York Young Republican Club chairmanje, aki szerint hatalmas geopolitikai hiba lenne Ukrajna Európai Uniós tagságát siettetni, amely biztos katasztrófát jelentene az Unió számára, mert hát ugye az országban súlyos maffia problémák vannak, és kiemelkedően magasak a bűnözési számok. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon a magyar jobboldal régi barátja, aki szerint Magyarország követendő modell, Orbán Viktor és kormánya tevékenységéből nagyon sok inspirációt meríthetnek a konzervatívok. A színpadon Gavin Wax!
Friends, patriots, and fellow guardians of Western civilization, I stand before you in the great city of Budapest, humbled by your hospitality and inspired by your resolve. Hungary may be a nation of only 10 million, but it punches far above its weight in the struggle for faith, family, and freedom. The fact that CPAC meets here on the banks of the Danube River proves that the battle for the soul of the West has a front line in Central Europe, and that front line is holding strong. I bring greetings from the United States, where President Donald J. Trump has reclaimed the White House. And President Trump is once again leading a populist revival that places ordinary citizens ahead of global cartels. Today, America walks the same path that Hungary chose years ago, a path of sovereign self-determination, economic nationalism, and unapologetic cultural confidence. Your Prime Minister, yes. Your Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, showed the world what courageous leadership can rescue a nation from drift and despair. He used the legitimate powers of the state to defend families, protect borders, revive faith, and spark an economic renewal. And for that, he was caricatured as a villain by Soros-funded academics, sanctimonious NGOs, cynical press barons, and feckless bureaucrats. They called him illiberal, but Hungarians called him our prime minister. And at the ballot box, the people had the final word. And again, by margins that no Brussels bureaucrat can dispute, Orban's example taught conservatives everywhere a simple lesson. Principles without power are simply slogans. He married principle to power, and Hungary prospered. Migration chaos was stopped at the border. Birth rates have climbed because mothers could raise children without sacrificing careers. Traditional marriage received both legal and financial reinforcements. Schools once again taught that patriotism is important instead of simply self-loathing your past and your ancestry. While the European Union flirted with energy poverty and geopolitical catastrophe, Hungary practiced diplomacy grounded in realism, offering itself as a mediator rather than a megaphone for endless war and bloody conflict. Budapest became a lighthouse and dark sea of incompetence. Across the Atlantic, my nation endured its own darkness from 2021 to very recently in 2024. We suffered through a corrupt and incompetent figurehead propped up by an invisible clique of global schemers. In 4 years, they wrecked our country. They destroyed our energy independence, erased borders, and attempted to criminalize dissent. Yet through it all, millions of ordinary Americans kept the faith that God, in his providence, would not abandon a free people. We fought an uphill battle. Our movement's champion, President Donald J. Trump, faced indictments for imaginary crimes. He shouldered relentless daily smears. Republican mandarins whispered that populism and conservatism was a passing fad. Lawfare bankrupted or imprisoned his most loyal lieutenants. And when those stratagems failed, an assassin's bullet ripped through the air in Pennsylvania, grazing his ear, but failing to stop the man or the mission. Yet Americans neither bowed nor broke. We marched, organized, prayed, and voted. And today, President Trump sits behind the resolute desk once more, armed with a popular mandate to demolish the architecture of globalist tyranny. His administration, thank you. President Trump's administration is restoring energy dominance, rebuilding the industrial heartland, banning the mutilation of children, and uprooting the administrative state that choked liberty in our country for decades. He has demonstrated that conservatives need not be spectators to the left's cultural revolution. In fact, we can be counter-revolutionaries who take the offensive and never relinquish the initiative. The Hungarian and American experiences have fused into a universal playbook: secure the border, deport illegal immigrants, rebuild industry with tariffs and patriotic labor policies, strengthen families through tax relief, direct subsidies, and cultural affirmation, and assert civilizational confidence by teaching heritage rather than self-hate. And you fight the globalist lawfare head-on, lawfully but relentlessly. Wherever this formula is applied, elites panic and people rejoice because our movement is growing, our enemies grow more desperate, and you only have to look across the continent to see that in play. Look to France, for instance, where Marine Le Pen has been barred from the presidential ballot on trumped-up charges. Look to Germany, where the AfD is labeled extremist and placed under total surveillance. Look to Romania, where globalist interests colluded with social media platforms to erase an election victory and then steal its do-over. Everywhere, the refrain is the same: destroy democracy in order to save it. This deceit, calling censorship safety or tyranny tolerance and invasion humanitarianism, it is the black magic of globalism. Yet the human soul rejects these lies. Men and women long for the truth just as lungs long for air. And that is why every authoritarian stunt accelerates the globalist collapse. Our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, warned that the tree of liberty demands constant tending. Elections alone are not enough. If you win an election and then retreat to private life, the left will use the intermission to reconquer the field. Their networks, financed by transnational oligarchs, shielded by captured institutions, never pause. You see them in the color revolution mobs besieging patriotic capitals. You see them in the corporate boardrooms that force woke dogma on every household. You see it in the classrooms where innocent children are taught to despise their ancestors and deny biological reality. These are disciplined, ruthless, and tireless people, yet they lack the one thing, the one ally that cannot be bribed or bullied: Almighty God. We therefore have no excuses. We therefore have no excuses. We must build parallel institutions, churches, schools, banks, platforms, and political parties that serve our values and our people. When we march, we must march together. Conservatives, patriots, nationalists, Christians, and every person of goodwill who refuses to kneel to this post-human technocracy. My friends, you are on the vanguard of a civilizational crusade. The decisions we make in the coming months from Budapest to Washington will echo for centuries. Our children will either inherit a flourishing Christian West or a digital plantation run by oligarchs who delete souls as easily as they cancel bank accounts. The choice is stark, but our path is clear. Wake up each morning and be prepared for spiritual combat. Know that allies stand beside you in Washington, Budapest, Jerusalem and Rome, Bratislava and Belgrade, Tbilisi and Buenos Aires. nascent parties and movements are rising in every province, district, and campus. We share intelligence, we coordinate strategy, and back each other when the regime's hammer comes down. Our watchword is solidarity, our anthem is truth, and our sword is courage. We do not fight merely to conserve what once was, we fight to build what must be. A reborn America faithful to its constitutional promise, a Hungary that remains a beacon of ordered liberty, and a Europe that rediscovers the covenant that made it Christendom. And nations everywhere that regain the right to charter their own destiny under God, we stand with them. And I ask you today to pledge here and now that we will accept nothing less than total victory over the forces that mock our faith, dissolve our borders, and poison our children. No compromise, no half measures, no surrender. So with that, my friends, God bless Hungary, God bless the United States of America, and God bless all the God-fearing patriots across the continent. We must stand together against the rise of this tyranny and this global elite to achieve our national renewals together. And we will keep America great, we will keep Hungary great, and we will make the world great again, not simply for an election cycle, not even just for one generation, but for the next millennia to come. Thank you and Godspeed.
Az amerikai média és politikai világ fenegyereke. A világ egyik legismertebb konzervatív hangjának, a Daily Wire-nek az alapítója. Kendőzetlen kritikáival az őrületbe kergeti a liberális és baloldali újságírókat, politikusokat. Több milliós követőbázisa van. Óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy a színpadra szólíthatom Ben Shapirot!
So much for having me. I really appreciate it. It is amazing to be here in Budapest. I want to talk today about the battle for the heart of Western civilization. But to do that, we have to start with a definition of what Western civilization actually is. Western civilization, rooted in man's individual liberty and his collective duty, in his freedom of speech and in his duty to act virtuously, in his property rights and in his familial obligations, in the right to the equal application of the law. Western civilization is unique. It is the wellspring of virtually all human prosperity and all human progress. And Western civilization did not come from nowhere. It came from biblical wisdom, the wisdom of thousands of years of Judeo-Christian tradition. It came from the Bible's admonition that we ought to seek truth through the light of reason. When we cut ourselves off from the sources of our own civilization, our civilization decays. And make no mistake, our civilization is now in the midst of decay. We can see that decay in the anarchic marchers in the streets, chanting on behalf of radical Islamic terror groups by the hundreds of thousands. We can see it in the push by intellectual elitists for a bizarre alternative morality that suggests the fundamental free-flowing nature of sexual identity, where boys can be girls and behavior ought to be separated utterly from the realm of morality. We can see it in the push for an ever-growing domination of a powerful governmental infrastructure, crowding out familial bonds, crowding out church in favor of a faceless state that offers money rather than virtue. We can see it in that crusade against churches that refuse to jettison their values in favor of moral relativism flying rainbow flags. What are these forces that have mobilized against our civilization? Well, the key force is the force of Western postmodern leftism. Sure, we can look at the radical Islamists who have invaded Europe, who support terrorism, who use Western governments to impose effective fatwas against Westerners who speak out against them. People who target Jews and Christians, who openly chant for the downfall of the civilization that they leech upon. But the question really isn't radical Islamists. They, after all, are doing just what they have always done, invading and conquering. The question is why the West allowed them in. And the answer is that the West, thanks to that postmodern left, bears a peculiar and self-defeating blood guilt. A guilt that says that because the West is too successful, it owes it to the rest of the world to destroy itself. Maybe the most colorful champion of this philosophy was the Marxist existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre. In 1961, a Francophone rebel named Frantz Fanon wrote a shockingly violent book titled The Wretched of the Earth, in which he posited that colonized peoples had a moral duty to kill their colonizers, that they ought to unleash, in his words, red-hot cannonballs and bloody knives. Frantz Fanon expressed that the colonized man was right to want to rape the wife of his colonizer, to murder him, to take what he had. And Sartre, just a Western leftist, agreed. The West, Sartre said, was an inherent colonizer. Its very success in the world, whether through war or through markets, was a sign of its uniquely rapacious and exploitative nature. Thus, Sartre argued, Europeans had to die at the hands of their victims. He said, quote, to shoot down a European is to kill two birds with one stone, to destroy an oppressor and the man he oppresses at the same time. Then there remains a dead man and a free man. In other words, Sartre advocated civilizational suicide. And the West largely complied. But why did the West comply? Now, part of the answer to that lies in the West's pathological and religiously based adherence to the reality of sin and the necessity of repentance. Our culture, Western culture, is a guilt culture, a culture that focuses on the reality of absolute morality and says that when we fail, we are guilty. This means that we feel bad when we sin. That's actually one of our virtues. But there are lots of other cultures, shame cultures, like, say, the Islamic cultures, or pre-World War II culture of Imperial Japan, or, say, the modern left, that focuses not on any absolute standard of morality or conscience, but on the evil of being humiliated. For these folks, admitting fault is the weakness. Well, because we in the West reflexively look to our own sins before those of others, we fall prey to civilizationally suicidal impulses. Our enemies don't. They're happy to blame us for their problems, and unfortunately, we're all too happy to blame ourselves. As the French philosopher Pascal Bruckner writes, quote, the duty to repent forbids the Western Bloc, which is eternally guilty, to judge or combat other systems, other states, other religions. Our past crimes command us to keep our mouths closed. Our only right is to remain silent. But why should we feel uniquely guilty? The West seems to bear a unique amount of guilt because we have come to believe a giant lie, a great giant lie about ourselves. And that lie is that we, the West, are uniquely evil. And we hear this lie all the time. Just a couple of days ago, for example, King Charles visited Canada, a country with a parliament, only because it was once a dominion of the British Crown, and then read a land acknowledgement to the Algonquin Indians, as though the British Empire ought to repent its establishment of the country of Canada. The very concept is ridiculous. Watching King Charles sit there in all of his royal regalia, lamenting his own empire, is insane. And yet this kind of nonsense is imitated at nearly every college event across the West. But that's the lie, that the West is uniquely evil. And that lie gained an enormous amount of credibility due to the horrors of the 20th century. We were told, often by Marxists like Sartre, that imperialism was a uniquely Western phenomenon, despite the fact that human beings have conquered other people for as long as human beings have existed. We were told that the Nazis and their allies were natural outgrowths of Western civilization rather than perversions of it. We were told that if we abandoned biblical values in favor of a sort of namby-pamby secularism, we could avoid all the terrible atrocities of the past, even though it was the pagan dogmas of the Nazis and the Soviets, the secular dogmas of the Nazis and the Soviets, not their biblical adherence, that led to their assault on humanity. We were told that if we mitigated our cultural honor, if we discarded it, we could then expunge our sins, even though it was craving cowardice in the face of transnational left-wing movements like Nazism and communism that led to their domination of the European continent, and proud resurgent patriotism that stopped it. We were told that if we abandoned our borders, we could alleviate our guilt, even though obviously the Nazis and the Soviets had no respect for borders and sought to obliterate them themselves. It was not Western civilization, it was not adherence to biblical values, rule of law, free speech, and private property rights that led to the tragedies and horrors of the 20th century. It was the rejection of the West's core values that led to those horrors. But too many in the West believed the lie, that the horrors were the result of Western civilization rather than a perversion of it. And in believing that lie, we surrendered our own civilization to people who would destroy it. We turned over our nations to consortiums of international elitists who sought to rule us from above and from without. We opened our nations to groups that sought to destroy our history and our unity. Well, now it is time to reverse that process. We have to, in all humility, recognize that Western civilization, like all civilizations, has of course committed sordid wrongs and egregious evils. But the truth, the real truth, something we have known for a very long time, like since the Garden of Eden, is that all human beings have a capacity for evil. Human evil is a universal truth. But the glories of Western civilization are not universal. They come from a particular philosophy, a particular history, a particular culture. Western civilization isn't uniquely evil. Western civilization is uniquely good. Slavery was a human universal. It was Western civilization that ended it. Poverty is a human universal. It was Western civilization that has exponentially mitigated it. War is a human universal. Western civilization has wildly reduced it. And the secular postmodern leftists who refuse to admit this, they are engaging in evil of their own. This country, the very country these secular postmodern leftists seem to despise, a country they label Nazi-esque, is the only country in Europe, perhaps, that is not currently overrun by Islamic radicals. This supposedly Nazi-esque country is the only country in Europe where I, an Orthodox Jew, can walk in safety and comfort down the street wearing a yarmulke. It is a country where children don't actually have to fear that their innocence will be robbed by a perverse anti-biblical left seeking the spiritual destruction of those children. Hungary, like the rest of the West, isn't perfect, because no country is. But Hungarians are trying to stand up for their civilization, our shared Western heritage and civilization. And that is a thing that is worth fighting for. And if we fight for it, we will emerge victorious against the forces that seek to destroy our civilization from outside and inside as well. Thanks so much. Happy to take your questions. I believe the microphone is over there for those who are looking.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you so much for your speech. I have a question regarding the national identity. So, although President Trump took office in Washington, D.C., here globalist elites in Europe are actually trying to erode our national sovereignty by mass migration and by open border policies. And my question to you is, what do you think, what is the best way for European conservatives to reassert our national identities? And thank you so much in advance.
It's a great question. I mean, I think number one place where Hungary clearly has led Europe is in reasserting its national identity, specifically with regard to rejecting mass migration. from areas that absolutely reject Western civilization as a whole. And you guys are paying, I believe, something like €1 million a day for the privilege right now, thanks to the predations of the European Union. I think that you are starting to see a rising tide that is going to reject mass migration. That rising tide is happening in France, it's obviously happening in Germany. It's actually happened in Denmark, where a left-wing party has radically restricted immigration. So I think that the era of open migration is over. This is one area where the Prime Minister, he was ahead of his time. He took an enormous amount of flack for doing what Hungary did. And time has proved him right. And nations that refuse to protect their own border are nations that are going to suffer for it, and the populations of those nations know it. Now, obviously, there are people in a variety of powerful roles who are attempting to stop democracy from actually working in many of these countries. You'll see an upsurge in right-wing or conservative or anti-mass immigration sentiment, and then it will sort of be shoveled off to the side because no one really wants to talk about it, but you can only suppress that for so long. That situation for, supposedly center-right or center-left parties that are siding with the radical left on these issues, eventually the lid is going to blow off of that jar, and what's going to come out is going to be the sentiment of Europeans that they do not actually wish to have their cultures discarded in favor of a failed multiculturalism that has destroyed every state it's touched.
Hi, Ben. I'm here. It's an honor to ask you. My name is Balázs, and my question is the following. Secularism has hollowed out the spiritual core of the Western civilization. How can conservatism survive in such conditions in a godless culture? And how can we actively reintroduce the Judeo-Christian value set to our societies to restore order and the real meaning?
So, the answer is that Western civilization cannot survive full-scale secularism and godlessness, and that's what we've been watching. And the restoration of church is the fundamental basis of a restoration of the West. I say this as a Jew. Everybody who grew up in a Christian household and whose grandparents were Christian needs to go to church. Everyone. It is deeply, deeply important that they go to church and re-engage with their religious heritage and re-engage with God and re-engage with an absolute morality that suggests that there is a right and that there is a wrong. Because again, all the things that I just talked about spring from those biblical values. And there is no substitute for it. And I think that's why you're seeing actually in the United States an increase in religious adherence among young people. For the first time in my lifetime, it was going in one direction. It was going down into the right. And now it's moving up again. And the reason is because it turns out that a life that's filled with secularism eventually becomes hollow. And not for everybody. There's some people who can lead fulfilled lives of their own making. But the reality is that for a broad population, finding meaning in a meaningless universe is incredibly difficult, if not impossible. And for a civilization, it's actually just impossible. Because to slide from secularism to nihilism is not much of a slide. But if you actually want to, for example, have a civilization that has children, this is what every statistic shows. Religious adherence and having lots of kids go hand in hand. You are not going to restore natalism in the West without having people go to church. It's just not going to happen. You have to have a national mission. You have to have a godly mission. It's why the only country actually in the West that currently has above replacement rates of population growth is Israel, because it's a country that is largely religious. Even the secular people in Israel have some semblance of religion. And also because they're surrounded by enemies on all sides, and that means that they feel the actual patriotic necessity to have kids. That sort of thing can be restored, but you have to have civilizational pride, and that civilizational pride is rooted in a belief in a higher power that demands something of you. Also, the success of Western civilization rests on a very simple principle, which is, if you fail, it's probably your own fault. Every failed civilization is rooted in the opposite, that if you fail, it's somebody else's fault. But successes in life and successful civilizations say that freedom exists so that if you fail, you're the one to blame. That's what religion says. What the Bible says, all over the Bible, is if you fail, that's not God's fault, that's your fault. You did it. And that means you need to take responsibility for your life and make it better. And without that, it's very easy to slide into the morass. So I think there's a reason why people are going back to church, thank God. I think that there's a God-shaped hole in people's hearts that was opened up by secularism. People have tried to fill that hole with everything from pornography to chatbots to just the internet itself, or to rage and political polarization. None of that fills the God-shaped hole. The only thing that fills the God-shaped hole is God.
Hello.
Mr. Shapiro, allow me to quote Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who said that the strength or weakness of a society depends more on the level of its spiritual life than on its level of industrialization. If a nation's spiritual energies have been exhausted, it will not be saved from collapse by the most perfect government structure or by any industrial development. A tree with a rotten core cannot stand. Mr. Shapiro, we all see the efforts of the Trump administration, which you support, to improve the industrial and governmental structure of the United States. However, is equally as much being done to reinvigorate the more important spiritual energies of the West? And if so, what?
So this is a great question, and it goes to the heart of what government can actually do in concert with religious institutions. Because the truth is that religious institutions are what we would call intermediary institutions in life, right? You have like you and your family, and then you have the government, which you vote for, but you have no actual relationship. But then you have these sort of intermediate institutions that you deal with society, these informal societal institutions where you really form all of your social bonds. The question is, what can government do to prop those up and strengthen them? And by the way, I totally agree with you that everybody who's looking for reindustrialization to fill the God-shaped hole, again, the only thing that fills the God-shaped hole is God, not a factory job. And so if you're trying to actually fill that God-shaped hole with God again, then what you actually need to do is foster, for example, school choice, religious school choice. Right? That's something that we in the state of Florida, in Florida, we do this. We actually have stipends for everybody who wants to go to private school, and religious schools are really filling the gap. We have huge vouchers for every kid in the state of Florida. And my kids, for example, are recipients of that. They go to a Jewish day school. There are a lot of friends who go to Christian schools specifically because of this. That is a big one, obviously. We also need to get government out of the business of crowding out churches. So it used to be that many of the social services that were provided in your community were provided by your church. So in my community, for example, I'll take mine as an example just because I know it the best. If somebody loses their job, the first move is to go to members of the community and say, does anybody know who has a job for this person? How do we help this person get a job? If there needs to be a meal train, right, everybody needs to get together and help fund this person to get through hard times, people in the community do it. When government fulfills that role, when government comes in and just hands you a check, it breaks the bonds that you actually have with the people in your church and in your society. That level of mutual dependence that exists at the intermediate level that comes along with spiritual obligations. Because if you want to be part of that social club that represents my synagogue, that comes along with certain duties to God, right? You have to keep Sabbath, you have to send your kids to Jewish day school probably, you have to keep kosher. And that was true for literally all churches for all of time. Like to be part of this social club, there were obligations that attached as well, which is also how you knew that your neighbor wasn't mooching off of you. Right? You knew that your neighbor wasn't just taking money out of your pocket because they had to fulfill religious obligations and show skin in the game. You know, the increase in the size and scope of government has crowded out a lot of the social functions of churches and intermediate institutions. I would, number one, suggest that government does have an active role to play in allowing people to send their kids to more expensive religious schools in the United States, for example, because that's good. But I also think that the government should get out of a lot of these realms and allow that social gap to be filled by what it used to be filled by, namely the people that you live next to and with whom you share a religious belief system.
Hi, Ben. Welcome to Hungary. My question is regarding J.D. Vance's Naval Academy speech that you also covered on your show earlier this week, I think. What do you think is the meaning behind the sort of strategic shift of U.S. foreign policy and diplomacy that he spoke in length about? Thank you.
So the question is about the shift in American foreign policy and what it represents right now. I will say that I think there are multiple strains of foreign policy that are currently playing out simultaneously inside the Trump administration, and the result is a lot of uncertainty. I'm not sure that anyone has sort of a solid read on what the next move from the Trump administration will be in, say, Ukraine, or with regard to Israel, or with regard to Iran, or with regard to China. Right? There are a bunch of strains that are competing. So the speech that you mentioned, J.D. Vance's speech at the Naval Academy, what he was rejecting was, I think, a straw man that's been burned 20 years ago, essentially. He's saying that we will no longer engage in the sort of interventionist Wilsonian philosophy that led to the war in Iraq. I'm not sure how many Americans at this point raise their hand when you say, if you know then what you know now, would you go to war in Iraq? Like, how many hands go up? The answer is probably 0. So he's fighting against an impulse that no longer exists in the American body politic. The question is, what does he mean practically? And so I've always believed that President Trump understands peace through strength, which was sort of Trump 1.0, which was, we don't have interests in every conflict all along the globe. we don't have to get involved in every conflict. But where we do have interests, we have to muscularly defend those interests. And the only thing, in some cases, that defends those interests is the credible threat of use of force. And that's why, for example, when it comes to Ukraine, I've taken the position that President Trump is right that he wants to get to an off-ramp. I've been calling for an off-ramp in Ukraine since August of 2022. But if you actually want to get Vladimir Putin to an off-ramp, you actually need to up the pressure on Putin, because Zelensky right now is actually giving Trump everything he wants. He gave him a 30-day ceasefire, he's giving him the rare earth minerals deal, he's giving him the possibility of a face-to-face negotiation with Putin, no preconditions, and Putin, meanwhile, is doing none of those things. And so the only way to get Putin to the table, presumably, is to up the ante on the pressure with an eye toward an off-ramp. Now, is that something that J.D. Vance wants? I have no idea. I have no idea what J.D. wants. I'm not sure what the president's foreign policy is. With regard to Ukraine, it seems to shift fairly frequently. And again, there's something to strategic ambiguity, but there's a point where strategic ambiguity, like you don't know what he's going to do next, so don't screw with this guy. There's a point where strategic ambiguity shifts over into just pure uncertainty. And America's enemies can take uncertainty as a sign of weakness, and that's one of my concerns.
Hi, Ben. Malka, fellow Orthodox Jew, and my question was, we have 10 kids, and we moved out of the States because of how intense and invasive the woke culture has gotten in the States. And my question is, how do you think Donald Trump, if he can stall this decline in the US, if he can reinstate conservative values, what do you think? What is your opinion on this?
So I do think that woke culture is on kind of its last legs in the United States. By this I mean that 10 years ago, when I was saying that boys are not girls, I was nearly kicked off of every social media platform. Now, that is actual government policy from the White House on down. And I think that there's been a very harsh reaction to the woke philosophy, which essentially suggests, in essence, that every disparity in outcome is due to discrimination. That if one group does worse than another group, it must be because the system is designed in order to harm that group. I think the American people are tired of that. I think that's why some of the most popular stuff that President Trump has done is taking on, for example, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is just wokeness, or taking on the trans agenda in the United States, which again is really unpopular in the United States. I think that wokeness has a real problem on its hands. Now, the thing that I'm fearful of is that all the good that President Trump is doing, how long does it last? Right? Is there a reversion back to woke in the aftermath of President Trump? And the answer there is going to be determined by how successful President Trump is on sort of the baseline governance things. If the economy remains very strong, I think wokeness is in serious trouble for the long haul. If the economy were to tank, and now it's a package deal where you get a sort of left-wing populism that surges along with the wokeness, you could get a package deal where wokeness rears its ugly head all over again. So I think I don't think you can wipe out wokeness in a single moment. I think the attempt to do so is laudable, but I think that a movement that took, decades to build is usually not destroyed inside of a couple of years. It's going to take a more long-term, vision of how to keep that at bay. But I do think the American people are very, very tired of it. So let's put it this way, I'm significantly more optimistic about the death of wokeness than I was, say, 3 years ago.
Hi, Ben. You often emphasize facts and logic. And you've already mentioned in your speech that many of our opponents operate purely on an emotional and pseudo-moralistic level. So do you think that the right should embrace moral and emotional arguments more strategically in order to win the cultural war? Thank you. I think that's a great question. So I frequently say facts don't care about your feelings, but the response very frequently is feelings don't care about your facts, which is very often true. People are making emotional arguments. You cite a fact at them, they ignore the fact because they feel a particular way about a particular issue. Should we be making more emotionally laden arguments? The answer is absolutely sometimes. What my hope would be that the emotional argument comes atop a layer of facts. It's sort of a pie in which the crust of the pie, the base of the pie, is going to be the facts. And then you do have to put in some emotional content that appeals to the heartstrings if you hope to actually foster a positive agenda sometimes, because of course people are emotional creatures and ignoring that would be a strategic mistake. So I agree with that. I think that when the emotions substitute for the facts, that's where I start to lose it. Again, I'm not sure that that's only a left-wing phenomenon. I think it's a universal human phenomenon. You sometimes see this on the right, which is why the right will drift into sort of conspiracy theories. They'll say, I don't care about the facts. There must be somebody who's attempting to screw me. It's probably the small cadre of people. And if there's no facts to back that, I'm very uninterested in that take. If there are facts to back it, now you're talking about something completely different. So
again, I think you're right. The foundation has to be facts, but yeah, sure, you're going to have to build some sort of emotional superstructure atop that if you hope to be convincing.
Hi Ben, I'm Shalom. I'm a big fan. And my question is about what people like to call lately the woke right. So, as we all see and all observe in the last 2 years since the war began in Israel, that more and more pretty prominent conservative voices in America started to say sometimes subtle, sometimes not as subtle, and quite explicit anti-Semitic stuff. And for me, as an Israeli Jew, that's pretty worrying because I always saw the conservative movement in America as a natural ally. So my question is, how much of a percentage does that represent of conservatives in America? How much are you worried about it? And how do you think we should reply or we should deal with this new phenomenon?
So first of all, I'm not a huge fan of the term woke right because I think that it obscures more than it illuminates. And so I'll try to be very specific about who I think you're talking about, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I think that the philosophy of the people that you are referring to essentially says that there is, just like the left, a group of people who are put upon, and that group of people who are put upon by an elite cadre of people. Here they're often name-checked Jews, or Israelis, or Israeli foreign aid, and that's what's making their life bad. So that in the same way that the left will argue that every disparity is in fact discrimination, that every thing that is unequal between two parties must be because someone is harming the other party, the right is doing some of that same stuff, but their victim group is different. So the left might say that it's blacks in America, the right might say that it's white Appalachian people in America, but the similarity is in the idea that there is a victim group and a victimizer group, and success is an indicator of victimizer status. And so, is that a problem on the right? Absolutely. I mean, you can see sort of a populist right that edges toward that and veers directly into it more than a little these days. I don't like that, along any lines. I think that it's very bad. How popular is it? I think some of it is being bolstered, frankly, by algorithmic problems at places like TikTok, which is a Chinese spy app, or like at certainly X. X is being gamed by malign actors. There's no question that's the case. So how popular is it in reality? Not particularly popular with the American people generally. It is increasingly popular with young people who are being told, after years and years of being lied to by the elites, that the elites can never be trusted, and the only people you can trust are people who posit conspiracy theories. And the logic goes something like, the elitists told us something was false, and they were lying. And I told you the truth because I said they were lying. That means I'm telling you the truth about literally everything, and there's a conspiracy behind everything that I'm also uncovering. That sort of conspiracy theorizing, that just asking questions that I've criticized so frequently, the purpose of a question should be to elicit an answer. The purpose of a question should be to elicit a fact. If you're just asking questions because what you actually hope to do is seed doubt about people in the minds of other people, not based on fact, but based on sort of a malignant hatred, then yeah, I'm obviously very much worried about that. I think you see it very often. I mean, I spoke about this at length last week, actually. When people suggest that Israel's committing a genocide, for example, in the Gaza Strip, which is an absurdity on every level. There is literally no definition of a genocide that fits what's going on in the Gaza Strip right now. There has never been a genocide in which the supposedly genocidal party somehow increases the population of the group that it's genociding. That has never happened, and that has not fed that group to the tune of hundreds of trucks per day while that group is holding hostages. Like, it makes no sense. If you're participating in that lie, there must be some sort of ulterior motive that is not factually driven.
Yeah, so good evening, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you for joining us for this session. My question would be about that both Europe and America is facing with cultural crisis, which is pressured by cultural wokeism. So what do you think, what could be the cornerstone of a transatlantic conservative alliance?
I think that, as we've been talking about, the cornerstone of any transatlantic conservative alliance will actually have to be shared traditional values, which is amazing because 20 years ago, the right was totally disunified about traditional values, and I think that's why you had the subsequent 20 years. Like if you went back to the year 2000 and you said, what unifies the right? What you would say is there's actually a lot of social debate over everything from sort of abortion to same-sex marriage, but there's pretty good coincidence on foreign policy and on economics. And now it's kind of the opposite. If you were to talk about the things that unite the right, the thing that unites the right is opposition to wokeness. So opposition to transgender philosophy, for example. Opposition to the idea that the sexual revolution of the 1960s was a genius move. Right? There's actually pretty wide consensus across the entire right on those particular issues. And what I really mean here is that in the fundamentals, church, religion, God, I mean, we keep coming back to that. But if you're going to build from anything, that's the most solid basis from which human beings have ever built anything. So that seems like the best basis from which to build. Everything else can be argued. People can make arguments on either side with regard to the free market. I think the arguments stack up very strongly in favor of the free market, but you can hear people who will suggest particular governmental interventions that they think are more salutary or not. But when it comes to actually building a civilization, the only fundamental basis of a civilization that has ever truly lasted the test of time is one that is built on the notion that there is a right and there is a wrong, and that that is divine in origin, and that human beings are made in the image of God, given both rights and duties because they're freely choosing creatures that God put on earth to serve him. That seems like a pretty good basis for a shared civilization.
Hi, Ben. Great speech. I really liked what you said, especially about the resurgence and the revival of the church. It was great to hear you say that from the podium there. My name's Daniel Cohen. I'm with the Real Life Network. It's pro-God, pro-Israel, pro-Bible, pro-family. I actually live in Israel. I'm American and Israeli. And I was horrified, as I think most people, most common-sensed people were, by the murder of the Israeli diplomats in Washington, D.C. And as shocking as that was, it was shocking, but I have to say, I wasn't surprised after 18 months to 2 years of Free Palestine and the From the River to the Sea and the calls for intifada, which literally are to murder and to kill Jews. The left is going to do what the left is going to do, but how do we engage conservatives, people on the right, to become more vocal, to become more active, and to engage in this fight to support Israel?
Well, I mean, I think that the first thing that people on the right, and generally in Western civilization, should understand are that the people that Israel are fighting the entire West. I mean, that's something that this country actually really understands, which is why they closed their borders to migrants who are coming from especially those areas. And the notion that Hamas has a hatred for Jews, but they love Christians, it's insane. I mean, it's patently insane. The notion that Hamas, all the people shouting from the river to the sea, and wearing on the one hand a rainbow flag and on the other a Hamas armband, like that these people are friends to the sort of traditional people of Western civilization. They're not friends, they're enemies. There's a reason why the enemies of Israel are constantly talking about how they wish to not only kill Jews, but also to free Al-Andalus, which is Spain. Right? Like this bizarre notion that all of the hatred of the radical Islamic world is directed against Jews is so historically ignorant. The reality is that for about 1,000 years there, for significantly more than 1,000 years, the main target of radical Islamists was Christians. I mean, Istanbul used to be called Constantinople. Lebanon used to be a Christian country. Coptic Christians used to be a major demographic group in Egypt. Actually, I was talking, as I got off the plane today, with a nun from Syria, and she was talking to me about the threats that now exist to Christians in Syria and Lebanon, have existed there for a while, and she was pointing out the solidarity between Jews and Christians along these lines. The absolute willingness to ignore that in favor of bizarre conspiracy theories about Jewish power, I wish I could say that I understand it beyond the simple conspiratorial desire for somebody to blame for your own problems. But again, this seems to be a perfectly clear civilizational conflict. And pretending otherwise is a great way to commit societal suicide, as we're finding out from France and the UK right now.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. My question is about how across all of the West, art, literature, and history are constantly being rewritten in the name of decolonization. And what can we conservatives personally do to protect our culture without being called a racist or a bigot?
I mean, so I've said this for a long time. I think my entire career. The proper response, very often, I'll go to a campus, somebody will call me racist, or I'm on a show and somebody calls you a racist. The proper response to "you're a racist" is not, "let me explain to you 10 reasons why I'm not a racist." That's a losing argument. The proper response is, right, that's the actual proper response. If somebody calls you a racist, the proper response is to flip them the bird or to tell them to F off. Like that. And the reason for that is because what they are doing there is maligning it. That's not an argument, that's a character assassination. And you can't fight back against a character assassination by legitimizing the person who's actually making the argument. The minute that you start defending yourself, "Oh, I'm not a racist, and let me tell you all the reasons why I'm not a racist," what you're actually saying is, "You're a reasonable person who's calling me a racist," which means that it's reasonable for you to call me a racist or to think that I'm a racist, which means that maybe I'm a racist. There's no reason to even humor the argument. So I think the first thing that the West has to do when it comes to many of these arguments is to throw the bird. It's say, you have no evidence of this. Not only do you have no evidence of this, it makes you a schmuck to actually make this argument and to character assassinate people that you know nothing about and against all available fact patterns. Right? It is okay to simply reject out of, you do not have to make a logical retort to an insult. In fact, a logical retort to an insult is typically ineffective. The only actual appropriate response to an insult is to take umbrage and to either walk away or to engage on the same level that somebody's insulting you. All right, one more question.
Hi, Mr. Shapiro. I have a question regarding the relationship of Israel and Germany. The new German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, who is a conservative, says he does no longer understand what Israel is doing in Gaza and that the war cannot be explained with the fight against Hamas anymore. I wonder how dangerous is this for Israel, and are Europe and especially Germany still on Israel's side?
I mean, obviously it's not good for Israel that so many of the European powers have decided that basically they are fine with Hamas regaining control of the Gaza Strip. And I'd recommend to the Chancellor that if he has a good plan for Gaza, he should table it right now. Because I've heard zero plans from anyone that are actually practical or practicable in the Gaza Strip. There's a reason that no country in the region will take the Palestinians. There is a reason for that, and it is because the Palestinian population, by polling data, by literally all polling data, is heavily terror supportive. And many countries don't want that in their country, and I think rightly so. The notion that Israel is supposed to sort of leave and then leave Hamas as the governing power in the Gaza Strip is insane. Obviously, no one is positing any other solutions, including the Chancellor. So my response to that is always the same. The minute that you posit an actual practical plan that doesn't involve Hamas actually running the place again, redeveloping all of its terror tunnels, firing rockets into Israel, attacking its neighbors, and oppressing its own people, while, by the way, still holding Israeli hostages, the minute you come up with that plan, I'm happy to hear it. Otherwise, you should shut up. All right, bye. Everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Köszönjük a kérdéseket, nagyon szépen köszönjük a kérdéseket, és a Ben Shapiro Show-t is remek volt. Ez aztán mozgalmas nap volt, Dani, igazi feltöltődés, természetesen, hogyha az embernek patrióta szíve van.
És Steffi, hol van még a vége?
Na hát igen, ez jó kérdés, jogos kérdés, hiszen holnap innen folytatjuk, na de érdemes lesz-e ismét kilátogatni ide a helyszínre?
Hát abszolút érdemes lesz a pénteki napon is itt lenni és követni minket, hiszen olyan nagyágyúkkal érkezik a CPAC Hungary pénteki napja, mint például Szijjártó Péter, Alice Weidel, Gulyás Gergely, vagy éppen Gert Wilders. Szóval érdemes lesz velünk tartani holnap is.
Nagyon komoly a line-up ismét. Nagyon szépen köszönjük, hogy egész nap itt voltak, részt vettek, és tényleg a kemény mag még most is itt a helyszínen figyel és követ bennünket, de természetesen köszönjük televízió nézőinknek is, és a Patrióta YouTube csatorna nézőinek is, hogy egész nap velünk voltak. Nem is húzom tovább a szót. Jó éjszakát, pihenjenek, és holnap ismét várjuk Önöket. Have a great night, have a great evening everyone. Adios, viszontlátásra!
Viszontlátásra!